Okay, councillors, if you could take your seat, that'd be great. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of February 12th, 2020 to order, acknowledging that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the Vancouver City staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. I would like to remind those attending today regarding conduct in the public gallery. Please refrain from addressing council members without permission or applauding or otherwise interrupting a council member or a speaker addressing council. Please also respect the directions of the chair so that we may create a respectful environment for council, the public, and staff present today at our meeting. At yesterday's council meeting, council resolved to undertake a pilot. It's going to start today. And that is to allow members of the public who are registered to speak at council or standing committee who have missed their turn to speak to be given an opportunity to speak at the conclusion of all other speakers on the registered speakers list. That means that the chair, myself in this case, but in any council or standing committee meeting may vary the established practice of council and allow registered speakers to speak, even if they are not present when they are initially called on, and that will continue for the length of the pilot. So clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Carr is in the chair. Mayor Stewart is on civic business, leave of absence. Councillor De Genova not in the chamber. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weed. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato not in the chamber. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you so much, Clerk. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that reports that have no speakers or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers currently registered for agenda items 2.1, 2.2, that's subsection I and II, 3, 4, and 5. There are no speakers registered. Does any member wish to hold any of these reports or debate for questions to staff? Second. Can you put yourself on the speakers list, Councillor Boyle? I don't. Okay. Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, I'd like to hold 2.1, 2.2.
2.1 and 2.2. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Number 5, please.
Okay. Councillor Boyle?
I'd like to hold number 3.
Okay, then. Council, we have no speakers for item number 4, and no one is holding that item, so I'm suggesting that we need a motion to adopt the recommendations in report number 4. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. We don't need a seconder. All those in favor, just show of hands. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. So that report has been passed on consent, which is approval of change order to construction agreement PS 20190021, construction services for the Granville Bridge rehabilitation. At this point, I'd like to go over our plan for the day. We do have now a few items, one item that we won't be considering, but we have 8 items of business on today's agenda. 4 of these are council members' motions that were referred from yesterday's council meeting. And we will be recessing from noon to 1 today. We have no in-camera meeting today, and reconvening the standing committee at 1 p.m. Speakers can follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so that you don't miss your turn to speak, or at least that item. And comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. So we are now going to consider the item or the reports with presentations, speakers, or that have been held for debate and separate vote. Just as a reminder, Council, you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff in this committee, and up to 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. And speakers have 5 minutes to present. So the first order of the business is item 1, which is, item 1, which is a presentation on City Studio, annual update. Dwayne Elverum, Executive Director from City Studio, is here to present. Welcome, Mr. Elverum.
Good morning, Council. We have our annual report for you.
Yeah, the clerk will pick it up for you.
And for City Manager, too, if we have enough to go around. There you go. Thank you very much. Do I do this? Do I activate the main screen? Do I activate the main screen? Oh, there it is. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So good morning. My name is Dwayne Elverum. I'm Executive Director and co-founder of City Studio Vancouver. And this is our annual report on activities and project update for the work over the past 12 months. And I'm pleased to also announce that we're joined by our whole team. There's 6 of us in the studio under the Cambie Bridge at the moment. And if I could just get the team to raise their hands. We're a bit dispersed. There we are. Thank you. As you may know, our organization facilitates collaboration between the City of Vancouver staff with students and faculty and researchers from Vancouver's 6 post-secondaries. It's a model of interinstitutional partnership, and it's a framework that allows academic institutions to work with cities. This is fundamentally, essentially, an idea of civic benefit. How do we get public institutions working together to increase the impact of their works and for widespread civic benefit? The framework opens up a wide channel between the city and expertise at each of our schools. This is for communication, for learning, for collaboration, for problem distribution, and for civic action. In this channel, we facilitate relationships, we support research, we design prototypes, we run experiments. All of this can lead to deeper knowledge and permanent solutions for a more livable, joyful, sustainable, and inclusive city. As a project matchmaker, fundamentally, we help schools direct their capacity towards the needs within all of Vancouver's strategic planning areas, which now includes, of course, the Vancouver Plan. And you can see in the image that essentially we bring the expertise of the schools to operate in the plans in the areas in which they have expertise. And then the Vancouver Plan itself is a kind of connective tissue that connects through all of the strategic plans to expertise at the schools. We're driven by a really simple, single question, and this is an aspiration for a desired future. What kind of life is possible if civic government and schools work together in the daily business of city building? The model brings specific benefit to our 3 key stakeholders. And you can see with the city as our primary client, staff gains support on work plan areas, but this is not additional work for staff. This is support in areas that they need to deliver on, and they approach us with problems and challenges. So essentially and fundamentally, this increases the capacity of city staff. The community, as another key stakeholder, is provided opportunities for engagement and contributing citizen expertise on active work within the city. They see action on the ground and they see action in their neighborhoods as a result of the work plans. And then, of course, students, gain work-integrated learning and career skills within credit classes working on city challenges. Faculty and researchers gain inner access to real problems and the operations of the city. Now, it's important to say that we're a mission-based organization and we have a manifesto. And the manifesto is guided by some very key and simple ideas that the best projects will always move at the speed of relationships. So relationships sits at the base of our theory of change. These relationships create trust, and this trust makes it easier for all of us to say yes more often than no on experiments and prototypes and engagement activities that might otherwise be hesitatingly entered. The City Studio model itself works in the gap between cities and schools that we have found in the many, many cities we have talked with over the last 10 years around the world. This is in response to the demand that was created as we started to scale the model out of Vancouver. As you know, 10 years ago, we had very early conversations with staff and council. What would happen if we did an experiment under the bridge that could start this work? And in the intervening years, we've been approached by many cities and now have 12 city studios around the world, 9 in Canada, 1 in Norway, and 2 in Australia. We're aiming to double this current network over the next 3 years with the support of the Vancouver Foundation and the McConnell Foundation in order to build the network and increase the possibility of cities learning from each other. Everything we learn in Vancouver is shared with the network, and they're looking for how Vancouver is setting the standard, a kind of gold standard on how to be a city in the coming century. And then, of course, everything we learn from cities is shared with us through the network. We're about 5 years ahead from cities who are working in these interinstitutional campus city collaborations. And with the continued support of our partners and, of course, the City of Vancouver, we want to continue to learn how to do this work and continue sharing it around the world. So with that as a bit of an overview, I'd like to introduce our General Manager, Miriam Escatin. She's going to share details of the Vancouver program in specific, including 5 project examples. Miriam.
Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Council. This one moves forward. So we want to share a little bit that we, in any year, like last year, we can engage up to 700 students. Our total impact is 5,620 students working 252 times with city staff, which translates to 150,000 hours of student service to the city. The process that we follow, as Dwayne mentioned, all of the ideas, all of the projects come from city staff, stuff that is in their work plans, and to advance the city priorities. These are areas that require research, piloting, demonstration, or maybe even different perspectives to being able to move forward. We then match these project ideas with a university class. We co-design, we manage, we launch, and we showcase at Hubbub. But it's also very important for us that we evaluate and we know what are we achieving. In our 6-year impact evaluation, we found that 88% of city staff reported that this process helped them advance the city priorities. 90% of students reported it useful in their career and work. And 84% of participants have felt more connected to the city thanks to being part of City Studio. This is how it looks in the studio. We track the 15 to 18 courses that we do every semester, linked directly to the city priority that is addressing and the city staff and faculty that are working on it. And I'm going to show you 5 project examples from the past year. In each slide, you'll see the university or college that was involved, the city staff, and the city strategy it meant to advance. The first one was smarter parking. It was led by the question how to reduce the time people spend driving, looking for parking in the downtown core, and understanding parking efficiencies. 8 students of graduate level used artificial intelligence to analyze parking data in collaboration also with the community partner Easy Park. Even though more data is needed, this kind of information is what can lead the city to improve parking offering and pricing, and ultimately lead to improved livability. Then we had Building for Biodiversity, was a year-long research project to analyze and compare Vancouver intertidal systems and designs and their impacts on biodiversity in Falls Creek in 3 sites that you can see here in the slide. The students provided recommendations to the park board and planning staff, and they said that these recommendations clarify design criteria and concrete ways to restore intertidal zone health. The Tell a Friend project is very dear to us. It was a multi-phased, multidisciplinary collaboration between the Vancouver Immigration Partnership, Langara College, and City Studio to answer how to improve and increase newcomers' access to settlement services. This project is now being implemented with collaborations from the City of Vancouver and United Way, supporting Mosaic, South Vancouver Neighborhood House, and Success. The staff told us that this project proved to them that peer-to-peer connection has great potential to impact the whole settlement sector and newcomer population in Vancouver. The fourth example is Be Smart with Sharps. In collaboration with Vancouver Coastal Health, this project created research and recommendations for safe needle disposal in public spaces, understanding also the risks and the stigma around needle use. The City and Vancouver Coastal Health staff are interested in continuing the collaboration to redesign the needle boxes. We want to spend some time talking about the Vancouver plan. This last example is about how we're bringing the plan to the university youth, since youth has been identified as a key stakeholder in the creation of the plan. We brought it to all the campuses to create awareness on the plan, but also opportunities for university students to engage and lead in this work in collaboration with city staff. Students have developed already marketing tools, surveys, community toolkits, and engagement recommendations all across the campuses. We hope that this gives you an idea of the sense of the range of our work, and it's important to communicate that we're open for business with more staff across all departments and all the city strategies. We are here to help you transform the city, to shift culture, and to lead the way for other city studios across Canada. And to speak a bit about the student perspective, I want to invite Ryan Gardner, student graduate from SFU.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Gander, and last year I finished a degree in communications at SFU with a very engaging course on environmental communications, which had the option to partner with City Studio on a term project. So I came up with a project proposal to bring electric modes of transportation on display to Vancouver grade schools, and through infographics, engage students and try to drive adoption of these modes of transportation. And this would all be in support of the city's transportation goals. So then I was diving into the city's sustainability plans, and I was realizing I was getting hooked on the idea that a city's goals aligned with my personal values, and that perhaps I could find a way to help achieve these goals. Then I was lucky. I got awarded a spot at Hubbub, and I presented my plan along with students from many different institutions, all from different disciplines, all working on ways to improve the city. And it was kind of an infectious moment for kind of thinking about creativity and how to drive change. So I attended other City Studio events, like one that invited local, environmentally conscious entrepreneurs to present what they've been working on and work one-on-one with students. And I started to get this idea that maybe it was possible to get paid while helping the planet. And then came an email from City Studio saying the city was hiring for some part-time positions. So next thing, in November, I'm working for the Sustainability Department on their public outreach for the Sustainability Department on their climate emergency plan. And this month, I was actually awarded a team lead position on that group. So I'm out there, I'm on the front lines, working with the public, representing the city on a very difficult and challenging issue, but getting lots of good response. So I emailed my professor and I said, I can't believe it, but I'm actually getting paid to talk to people about climate change. And he forwarded my email, and so here I am. So I'm working for the city till about the end of April, and that's when the engagement period ends. But regardless of whether that's the end of my working relationship with this city, I know that thanks to City Studio, my path has changed, and I'm on a new path that I'm really proud of, one that aligns my personal values with some of my professional skills, and one that probably has forever made me a champion of the city's sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And just to finish it up, if you want to learn more about from other students, from the city staff that is involved, or from faculty, come to Hubbub, April 3rd. Likely, we may need to change it given other circumstances, but that's the set date for now. To learn more about us, there is an annual report that you have in front of you. Thank you again for your attention and the opportunity. We're here to answer any questions.
Questions, and again, questions to speakers are 3 minutes in council. So, Councillor Wiebe.
Hello, thanks again. We've had this conversation a few times. Have you had conversations about having the students come and present to council as a learning experience and really to get that opportunity to get a bigger voice on some of the projects that have really aligned or ones that are implemented by the city? Because we know that some of the great work actually becomes an implementable project. And so I'm wondering if those projects, the students have ever had an opportunity to come to council to speak.
Thank you for the question. We're working with Doug Smith and Brad Bedelt, our operations leads for the City of Vancouver, and we're at the moment just trying to figure out how and who to present to in the kind of project format. We've talked about presenting at CLT, but we understand the format has changed a little bit. We've also talked about some special presentations here, some lunch and learns inside the city, the different management groups. So it's the work of the next year will be designing the system by which we do that.
Okay. And then some of the work, it looks like you've gone a certain distance. Do you then take the next cohort to take that project to the next level? Or how do you move projects forward as the complexity to get them to an implementation level?
For sure. I'm going to invite Ileana Kostrut, our senior projects coordinator. This is her expertise. And,
Thank you.
She's doing it every day.
Comes forward, Council. I've just conferred with staff. We'll consider Mr. Elverum staff. So you have 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Council. So, yes, a lot of our projects are experimental. They help the city they help staff think differently, ask better questions, think differently about their priorities and test things out. But we do have some projects that are more complex, that require more time. And so we try to take them. We've now done several, including the example with the Vancouver Immigration Partnership, where depending on the need of the project, we'll then move it to different disciplines and different courses so that additional work can happen. On that particular project, we've gone from the research all the way to implementation. Now they're piloting it, and one of the students who was involved in one of the courses is getting paid on a co-op term to help with the implementation of the project. So we're just starting to do that a little bit more as we have capacity, but yeah.
Okay, and then final question. Some of the projects look like they would need a little bit of seed funding to kind of get implemented, and they're innovations or entrepreneur projects. I'm wondering, have you partnered with the city to look for some innovation funding or funding to help seed some of these projects and organizations where we could keep these students working in Vancouver and building these kind of projects, companies that really align with our sustainability goals?
Mm-hmm. We have, so some of the projects do receive a little bit of funding. Well, we're learning a lot in this area, especially around for students to be able to receive money, they need to be kind of incorporated or have sort of almost like a business. And so some of the projects, they would have to be supported through City Studio. I guess the funding would have to go through City Studio for it to get implemented.
I was going to say, also, we've spent the last year with Van City on a year of learning partnership, and the idea is to chart this gap. So there's a gap between project work and students and how they might move towards impact business or how they might move towards sustainability or incubation opportunities. And to be frank, there's a huge gap in every city around the world in this process, taking students from undergraduate work to impact business and our venture streams. So part of our work over the next year will be helping Vancity map what is essentially the pathways for students to take ideas towards validation, incubation, pre-impact business, and then impact business streams. After the incubation work, the stream is quite clear, and Vancity has wonderful pathways for that, for supporting them. Pre-pathway, it's actually quite clear through projects and opportunities in school, but there's a huge gap in between.
And is the conversation happening with our city staff on how we might be able to help in that process?
That'll be part 2 of the partnership, in that once we have the findings around mapping the path, we'll bring that back to operations with Brad and Doug.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thanks for your work.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here to the whole team and for the presentation. I went to the hubbub and it was amazing, the buzz that was in the room, very appropriately named. My question really is around if you can kind of give us a sense of how often you feel that the outcomes of specific projects are actually implemented. And then sort of related to that, is there a situation where a project really has been implemented into city policy or initiative that you're particularly proud of? I'm thinking around outcomes, because the great experience thing is it something where the city has actually done something new or changed policy or used the outcomes specifically?
Yeah, so the question for us points to a major part of our mission, and that's we're working in the gap that exists between cities and universities, and then within that there are multiple gaps, and a big gap relating to your question is the gap around experimentation and risk in cities. So the premise of the answer is we're more interested in experimentations and prototypes than we are in implementation, primarily because the city is brilliant at implementing things they are ready to do. But most cities are a bit lean in terms of the time and capacity to experiment broadly. So what we do is we do thousands of experiments and we provide the results, and then they hook up with where there are opportunities in the city. However, having said that, that we've done, I would say, several key projects that have gone from experimentation to validation to prototypes to programs. And of course, you're probably familiar with the piano project. This was one of the very first kind of case in points around this, one of the proof of concepts. That is now a program of 40 pianos. It's been transferred from City Studio to Pacey's Pianos, who now run the program, and it's kind of the perfect example of how it moves from idea to implementation and sustainability. The other one is a lot of work we've done around the cycling network. Initially, we mapped 250 kilometers of the cycling network one term, and that found where it worked, where it didn't work, where there were safety issues, where there were signage issues. That has moved from those initial experiments to becoming part of actually a motion in council from Councillor Carr around removing barriers to youth cycling in Vancouver through the kinesiology department at UBC. So it really did move from initial ideas to implementation through council motions and through programs.
Okay, that's great to know. It's always nice to see when the experimentation component pushes the envelope. Has there been any, if I can characterize it, positive friction between some of the needs or goals, work that the city, you said, sort of has to do, that they bring forward, and you look and think, I mean, how iterative is that process in terms of suggesting other work or having a dialogue about it?
That's an excellent question. I would say several times a month we receive calls from different cities around the world. Tell us about your failures. We need to know how these things fail. And we think of failure very positively, as you've also indicated through your question, and the positive friction that can develop from projects that find new and uncharted territory and new margins. I'll give you an example that was for us a very informative project, and we called it the Vancouver Campfire Project. I'm not sure if this has ever crossed your desk or not, but essentially our students are going to move into a housing market without backyards. So they're looking for the city to provide their backyards in some form or another. And whereas we know there are many homeowners around the city and in the region who legally or not have barbecues and campfires in their backyard, and the students asked the city if we could have a Vancouver Campfire Project for public campfires in the city. Most cities around North America have a bylaw allowing it. Vancouver is one of the few that doesn't, in order to meet our clean air goals, obviously, which students support. So the project unleashed, I would say, an energetic response from the media outlets in Vancouver. It unleashed the, I would say, now infamous meeting that City Manager Johnston held with the Chief of Police and the Chief of Fire and the BC Lung Association, the students, I think a couple of parents were there, around the complexity of these problems and the complexity of problems that have competing interests. And how do we come up with an integrated solution? So we don't have public campfires at the end of it, and the students now know why. And it has unleashed further projects around new technologies around what is a public campfire, what is a hearth, how do we center outside of our homes, what is gathering in public space, and how does the city support that?
I love that example. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks to the whole team for being here. I'm wondering if there's anything else you can share with us as experts in engaging young people about what we could be doing more of or differently to be hearing from more young folks in all of the various processes of the city.
Yeah, this is part of the question that we're actually taking to the youth themselves in the Vancouver plan and in the climate emergency plan, because we may come up with like, oh, this is a great idea, let's have another open house, or right, and we may not even understand how is it that they want to engage. One of the projects at the Vancouver plan was to, in the last semester, was to engage the youth to see, just checking in how is that they're engaging and what possible vehicles. So we don't have complete answers and paths yet in that, but there's definitely other avenues that we are trying to bring to them in their own universities. We're engaging and talking with the universities in their engagement leads to see what is already available, so that the students are not, they are already working and studying and overloaded, so that it's not additional to what they're already doing, maybe as part of their credit, and in the vehicles that they're already using. I don't think I particularly have a direct answer. Maybe Ryan or Ileana have other things to contribute, but we're actually working on trying to bring that, particularly for the city strategies. Mm-hmm.
I'll just also add that about a year ago, we started working with Corey Dobson on the Vancouver plan, and how can we help? And because we are the way that information and communication can be disseminated very quickly to the 6 institutions, including clubs and hubs and student organizations, deans and faculty groups. And what we're learning in the very initial research, we've just started this work with Corey and the team, is that the students want to be asked, what does the city need to be asking? Does that make sense? The students want to be asked, what does the city need to be asking you? So it's a kind of meta question. They're turning the question back on the city in a way, but I think this is the way to the deep expertise that they have. So our commitment to the Vancouver planning team is we'll take that opportunity for students to send their questions to us. We collate, we present back to the city through Corey's team. In particular, we're starting with the survey. So how do we get this survey out to as many students as possible, as quickly as possible, so that the themes and the questions they're imagining can be fed back into the process? Mm-hmm. So that's not really an answer to your question, except we have exactly the same one for them.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
My other question, sort of related, is I'm wondering, it's always great at Hubbub and here to hear about the specific projects, and I wonder if there are larger themes that you hear that are concerns for your students in their lives in the city that would be helpful for us to.
Oh, of course, yeah. So it goes without saying that we started this project 10 years ago. Greta Thunberg was 6 at the time, and so we found ourselves in a river that's getting wider and deeper and faster as we go along, and we are really listening attentively to this and imagining it's going to change our future at City Studio. We know that education and healthcare are the 2 undisrupted systems in terms of disruption in the economies. So with these 2 factors in mind, we're hearing very clearly that the ways universities work might not be that familiar in 5 or 10 years. How credits are established might not be that familiar. How credits lead to jobs might not be that familiar. How jobs lead to housing might be disrupted. So we're hearing very much about affordability. That doesn't come as much of a surprise. We're hearing very much about what does it mean to be a young person who has to go through a gate. What does it mean to go through this gate? And why does someone have the keys to this gate? That are largely understood, but not necessarily understood as being the most effective way to be a global citizen. Mm-hmm. Hearing about housing, of course. And overarching everything, I would say there is an uncharted, not understandable level of anxiety and level of uncertainty in the youth population that we're paying very close attention to. And I don't think we hear about anxiety and uncertainty as a theme that's challenging the cities around the world, but we see it very clearly. So over the next few years, our aim is to kind of begin to help tell that story and be a voice for the youth.
Great. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick.
Dwayne, good morning.
Good morning.
You said in your earlier introduction that largely this is aspirational in intent, and that much of this is that you have a mission. This is a mission-based activity. And so what I've heard in most of the examples has been thematic in nature. We're dealing with different themes within the city. What are you doing geographically to look at the neighborhoods? You know, as I'm always saying, there's 114 square kilometers of dirt between Boundary Road and the University Endowment Lands. And so as we're planning, it's very specific to that place. So as a geographer, what are you doing geographically or more neighborhood-based rather than thematically based?
Excellent question. I'll just introduce it, and then I'll allow Eliane to provide a few examples. Some years ago, we created what we called, jokingly, the MLS listing of city-owned space in neighborhoods. The idea was that students charted 7 neighborhoods as examples and found unutilized city-owned space. These are pork chops, these are boulevards, these are areas of land that are not buildable. So as a start, we have a database of neighborhood property in neighborhoods that's owned by the city that might be amenable to neighborhood uses for local decision-making and local opportunities. So it's a way we focused on what's happening on the ground in the cities and engaged citizens in this possibility of really thinking about the relationship to city property and what they need on that property for their neighborhoods. So that's a general way that we've approached it.
That's fantastic. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we're glad to share it with you.
And then riffing off of the academic institutions, and how much of this is just Vancouver and how much of this is Metro Van or the surrounding municipalities? The post-secondary institutions that you've described are not within our boundaries specifically. So to what extent is this overlapping into adjacent or all of Metro Vancouver?
Yeah, this is a very exciting area of growth for City Studio and has to do with our scaling and business activities. So we are working with the City of Vancouver properly, and everywhere there's a campus in Vancouver of university, we work with that university. We're aware that SFU has campuses in Burnaby and Surrey and whatnot. And so the way we work with campuses and schools outside the City of Vancouver is through our City Studio subscription, essentially. Abbotsford has a City Studio subscription. Surrey has an affiliate subscription. They have a City Lab, not a City Studio. North Van has a City Studio. And we recently presented at Metro Van's RAAC, I believe it's the Advisory Council of City Managers, as a way to imagine how does Metro Van become a kind of landscape for further city studios. We're in talks with Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Port Coquitlam about Douglas College for the Tri-Cities areas as another example. And it's, I would say, part of our marketing plan, if you will, around how do we scale this idea so that everywhere there's a municipality that is adjacent to a campus or a university, or in some cases a school district. Abbotsford is working with high school students, Rick Hansen High School as well, around their City Studio. How do we kind of spread this so that it really becomes common? And when I spoke about aspiration, what I really mean by that is that we are doing a lot of work in the City of Vancouver. We've touched 6,000 students in 9 years. How do we touch 10,000 students a year? How do we really start to work with 100,000 students on campuses in the City of Vancouver? So it's, in that sense, it's aspirational, and in the sense of the model sharing, it's also aspirational.
I don't know if we have 100,000 in the City of Vancouver. University Endowment Lands, maybe, but
no, 100,000 undergrads in the
city proper,
on 6 campuses.
Out of 650,000 people.
Most of these students come from other cities. They attend campuses in Vancouver. There's 121 university students total, including graduate students.
That's fascinating.
It's a major population.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And I have added myself to the list. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Just to first of all, thank you. And thank the staff working with you, because I know that this is a partnership, but the students that are participating, your team, and our staff who are doing this collaborative work. I've been to, I think, every hubbub since I've been elected, and they are absolutely awesome events, as already been stated. So two things came up that I'm wondering if you could respond to the potential of informing Council more about them. The one is the work that you've been doing with Mr. Dobson on the city plan, the Vancouver plan, with the students. If there can be, have you talked at all about a presentation to Council about the outcomes of that work?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. We had staff come and share with us, like, how do we take this? I think originally they said, how do we take this to youth? And we said, well, we don't work with all youth. We work with university and college students, so we can support with that. In the initial phase, even before the consultation started, we said, why don't we try to do course collaborations with all of the institutions that we partner with, so UBC, SFU, Langara, and BCIT. And so in that last term, fall 2019, we had 5 course collaborations with about 350 students that participated altogether. And yeah, they were looking to understand, reach out and find out how are other students or other youth in the city or who want to live, work, and play in the city, how are they involved, if they are involved with local government or not, why or why not, how would they want to be involved, what kind of engagement would they look for or want, what kind of campaigns would speak to them more than others. And so that was sort of the initial work. This term we're working on 2 course collaborations, but we're starting to think a bit more broadly. How can we, for example, take these 2 youth groups or student councils at the different schools who are already thinking about or have similar values and want to get their word out into the city, and so to bring that to them, so creating those connections and partnerships with those groups. Was there anything else?
Yeah, so obviously we are in the Vancouver plan right now. So again, if I could just encourage you to talk to staff about the potential for bringing any of the conclusions that you're drawing or any of the advice or any of the suggestions from youth forward to us. I think it would be really very interesting.
Yeah, so I will speak to that. So not out of prescience or wisdom, we started working on ideas that are emerging in the Vancouver plan some years ago, and we do have projects that capture and describe and work on issues that we're now finding are central to the Vancouver plan. So we're going to do 2 things we've talked with Corey about. In the presentation of themes that I think happens in March or May, in May, maybe let's say late spring, we're bringing projects that we've been working on that really shed light on how students interpret the Vancouver planning priorities and what it means to them. That's one, and that'll be a public event. And then the other one is, as you may know, some years ago, City Manager Johnston came to the classroom and was presenting work that the city's doing and asked the students what they really want in their city. And that unleashed a really interesting project that has become the Vancouver Student Manifesto. And this has been worked on by many students over the years. We add to it, we edit it, and we refine it as we learn more about the manifesto that students really feel is important in their city. And we'll also be bringing that document and the researcher on that document, and it relates to the Vancouver plan almost directly in every way, and we'll be providing information that shows how that's working. So those are 2 big things we'll be bringing.
Great. I'm looking forward to council getting information about that. That's fantastic. And very specifically, the report that you talked about in response to a question from Councillor Hardwick around the neighborhood-based city assets. Again, I think that information would be welcomed. Whatever report you have on that would be welcomed by council. Great. Thank you again. And you do have somehow more councillors want to ask questions. If you could just stay put. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you. I'm sorry I missed the presentation. I was off kicking off the 10-year anniversary of the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So I have actually a couple of budget-related questions, and it stems from, I noted you've got expanded the array of partners over the 7 years, but I don't see financial contributions coming from the other partners that are named here, and I'm just wondering if maybe I've just missed something in the balance sheet here, or if that's something that maybe you're exploring as you sort of expand the work you're doing.
Sure. So we work on a collaborative funding model. We were very, very clear at the very start of the project, what does deep collaboration look like, and how do you bring resources and capacity to the table? So the project itself is funded by all of the partners, the City of Vancouver as the early adopter, and the Simon Fraser University. These are founding civic and academic partners. And then UBC and BCIT and Langara and Emily Carr, they've all contributed money and continue to contribute support for the project. So we share costs that way. But I'll also say we're involved in these scaling activities. These are activities within the charity, and these activities are funded completely outside our partnerships. They're funded by the Vancouver Foundation and by the McConnell Foundation for provincial and national scaling. And also, we have a 3-year promise to be financially independent of these two organizations in terms of the business activities.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And I also wanted to just touch on, I was reading your manifesto here and really appreciated the focus on we say yes more than no, remain curious and stay open to others' ideas. And I really appreciated this in terms of the curiosity, my master's being in leadership from Royal Roads, and that was very much a part of our philosophy as the work that we did. And I'm curious about, are you working with the city as well in sort of that sort of endeavor and sort of as we approach problem solving? And is that something that sort of you're infusing as part of the work and working with our staff and our programs?
I really appreciate this question. It's related fundamentally to the origins of the project around affirmative inquiry and how do we work together in deep collaboration. So the idea that we are really interested in what happens when we say yes first and be very careful moving forward. So the kind of the beautiful discovery about this is that we thought, as a couple of university professors, we'd bring some students into City Hall and that they'd work on projects and they'd go away. But what we found was something I would describe as quite profound. And it describes why cities around the world are calling us, I believe. It turned out it was a bit of a Trojan horse. We bring the students into this Trojan horse, it bursts open and the students show up, and it kind of changed everything. City of Vancouver is on its best behavior all of the time, but we found that City of Vancouver behaves even better when there are students in the room. It's amazing what the presence of students will do to all of us as adults who are really trying to help young people become successful, thriving, whole people in the world. So we developed a theory of change that started with relationships. The relationships, if they're trusting, they'll lead to better projects. The better projects lead to action in communities. That action in community has the effect of cycling back into the city and city staff, and they see what happens, how this process works on the ground. And I will say the results of our 6-year impact evaluation have shown that staff is affected as much as students. And importantly for me as the leader of an organization, our staff is affected as much by the process as anybody. So it really is a kind of whole system of, I would say, increasing wholeness around how we can work together. And the manifesto came out of the awareness that we were learning around this process. And as a city staff who is now no longer with the city, Dave Ramsley once said, if you like problems, it's a good time to be alive. And what we're realizing is that City Studio solves problems, but it really is more of a method, it's more of a process than it is a solution generator. That comes next.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If I can just add, in our impact study that we did a couple of years ago, we did find that also for city staff, over 80% reported that being part of City Studio has shifted the way and they think about things in their daily work. So that was very significant for us. And a recent example on a project that we did last year, there was a public space question about equity and inclusivity. And so they offer the students the possibility of what are the frameworks and what are the ways in which public spaces are inclusive, which by nature we assumed they would be. The participation from the students actually showed that the question had already some biases or some ways of thinking of the public spaces that were not true for everybody, and that actually shifted the perspective in which the city staff would approach inclusivity in public spaces. So it turned back to them as another question.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
There's just one more thing I need to say, and this is a shout out to city staff. So internally we refer to city staff as city staff superheroes. Why? Because they come down to the studio, they say yes, they invite inclusion, and then they are there when the project starts to develop in unpredictable ways. So this idea that there's a kind of cultural shift, it's absolutely apparent. And we'd love to provide more information and evidence of that at a future time as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Love it. It's great.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for being here. I just have a couple follow-up questions related to your last or final comments there around youth, connecting with youth, Vancouver Plan, and it's been something that we've been focusing on as we go out in our listening phase. And I appreciate that you're focused in around post-secondary institutions and sort of gathering groups, intelligence, ideas, and cultivating in that. And then I see there's this gap, which is those that don't go to post-secondary education institutions. And I just wonder, it just strikes me as curious the role that your efforts can play in bringing those two groups together so that we support social sort of equity, bringing people together without in any way that we can. So I think there's a role that you're playing that is incredible. And I'm curious what you see your role is and or ought to be in helping support the city and bringing our young people together in a more equitable way.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this has three really brief parts to it. Number one, two folks on our board, Dylan Cohen and Veronica Belitsky, from City Hive, and Dylan Cohen is doing some amazing youth work in the city. We have them on our board to provide expertise in exactly this gap and this blind spot, and where do they rub up against each other. I would say this is challenging work given our specific mandate with post-secondaries, but we're very attentive to the idea that there is a bit of exclusivity around the post-secondaries that we're sensitive to, and that although not our mandate, we can't help but involve this deeper question. That's number one. Number two is we're working with BCIT on their new educational plan, which involves providing alternative credit streams for folks who would typically be excluded from applying to BCIT to gain credit that allows them to apply. And I'll just provide one example. Tom Romer, the VP academic from BCIT, has asked us to imagine what it would take to create a City Hall 101 that's open to students who would otherwise be excluded from the BCIT application process to provide a credit opportunity that we can authorize. We can say we've held these credit opportunities and these students participated, so when they come to BCIT, they're now seen as applicants in the true sense. So those are just two hints at what we're trying to do to address this situation. Yeah.
We also started doing with the city, with the climate emergency plan. Now that they have their toolkit, we're working, for example, with one class where the students are taking the toolkit and then they're reaching out to their friends, family, and groups that they're a part of, whether faith groups or interest groups. And so they're taking this and sharing it with them and collecting the information and the data. So that's another way that they can kind of interface with their peers and share what they're learning or what the city is doing that way as well.
Okay, great. And one quick follow-up question, I appreciate that information, is around, as we, from an economic development standpoint and making sure that we're developing a workforce that is what the city needs in terms of skills, we find there's more enrollment in specialized training programs than in sort of the undergraduate and then graduate educational stream. And I wonder if City Studio sees themselves in the future going out to more of these specialized schools that may have a smaller number of enrolled students, but are growing in sort of size and also demand, so that you're able to capture, because I do believe that is part of the gap, is there are young people in those programs that could very much contribute and participate in these, but their institutions may not fall under the guise of sort of a major university or something like that.
I'll just affirm what you're saying and say at the moment we work with the 6 major colleges and universities. It by no means excludes the possibility of working with other schools. There is a private-public issue to this question that we have to resolve, especially working with so many partners, but it's also alive in us. I would say it's young work for us, but we're very sensitive to the question, and thank you for that.
Great, thank you very much.
Great. And that is it for your questions. Again, thank you so much for all the work you do and for the presentation today. So, Council, that completes this item, and we don't have any decision to make on it. So, thank you, staff, for being here for this. And we are moving on to the first item that was held, and that is item 2.1, Aquatic Environments, Mobile Pump Out Service Delivery, held by Councillor Wiebe. We have Margot Davis, Manager of Environmental Services, here to present on the item. And answer questions. Oh, just answering questions at this point? Okay. Thank you. So, Council, chance to answer questions. And Councillor Wiebe, you're first.
Perfect. And thanks for the report. As other municipalities continue to change their mooring so that we're seeing more boats on Kitts Point, and I know it's been a part of the conversation, I do see in the report that this is still focused on just inside False Creek, and I'm wondering, is there an opportunity, have we looked at the option of pumping out the boats on Kitts Point as it is part of looking at the water quality results for Kitts Point and English Bay have been quite a bit higher over the last 2 years. So I'm just wondering if that's something we've looked at in this report.
Yes, good morning. Yes, I remember this came up last year as well. And so the program is flexible to be targeted towards the areas of highest priority. Last year we did additional water quality samplings near Kitts Point, and just the preliminary research suggests that it might be non-human on land. So it's too early to confirm that yet, given that water quality samples are limited in what we can get, and we need long-term data sets to really assert that. But at this point, we really see the priority being in the East Basin of False Creek. The counts there are much more chronically elevated, and the levels are much higher. But certainly the program is designed to flex to where the water quality issues are of highest priority.
Okay, so the group that's doing the pump outs has the ability to pump out currently at Kitts Point if they seem fit.
Correct.
Okay, because and are we looking at some of the other organizations that are doing water testing to get their data sets to better inform our decision making on this? Because I know there are multiple groups doing water testing in the area.
Yes, we are. We're trying to stay aware of all the different data sets that are out there, as well as understanding the objectives behind those, because that will influence it. But certainly for E. coli data, we are trying to make sure we have the full set. So far, every awareness that we have is pretty consistent that the east part of False Creek Basin is where the highest loadings are.
Okay, because Kitts Point for the first time last year was the first time it's actually gone above the numbers. So for me, and this is the first time we've had over 30 plus boats there with other municipalities. So for me, looking at the data and from what I've heard from other people in the water world, it seems like there's a direct correlation. So would it be possible this summer to try pumping them out and seeing if the numbers dip for Kitts Point, or is that something we're not looking at?
We were going to look at that this time. We are working with Metro Vancouver, BC Centre of Disease Control, and Vancouver Coastal Health on research techniques to actually identify the source of pollution between human and non-human. And those were the early results that I was talking about, that last year it actually was suggesting that it was waste material from dogs. So our better opportunity might be to look at interventions there. We feel like the results are a little bit preliminary because it is research techniques around identification of source versus just having an understanding of the concentration. So we are looking to run further assessment work this year on that. And then subject to that, we can change the program.
Okay. So if we are finding that dogs might be the preliminary source, are we supporting the Vancouver Park Board in putting initiatives in so that the dog stations, because I know they've done pee pads in certain cities, municipalities, where there's a section at the start of the park that can help capture some of that. So are we looking at supporting the park board to have capture to reduce the amount of dog waste that's going into the water?
Yes, we will. And we'll just be confirming that that is our most likely source as well at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next. Just before I advance you, I just want to remind Council that we are on report 1 of 2 reports on this item. So this particular report is on the mobile pump out service delivery. It's not on the plan for environmental quality. I think some of the questions moved in that direction, but I will be moving us to a decision on this report before we move to the decision on the next report. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So specifically on the mobile pump out service delivery, and I have a bit of history with this one because back in 2015, we initially launched the free mobile pump outs at 3 civic marinas in conjunction with the park board when we had a clean water campaign, and we had some great language like around dogs, like scoop the poop and pump don't dump, et cetera. And then we moved to the mobile 2 years later, and I'm supportive. There's a huge need for it. My question is really struggling a bit around any legal recourse that the city has, and a lot of these boats sometimes are moored or not there legally. The jurisdiction over water moves to federal, becomes multi-jurisdictional depending on where they are. And so while I'm very supportive of clearing this up, at $500,000 over 5 years or $100,000 a year, what recourse does the city have around this versus having the taxpayer who is paying the sewer utility, the $100,000 a year, provide free pump outs for the people that are not choosing to do it on these boats?
Yes, improving water quality in Falls Creek is highly complex, and part of that is because of the governance structure. The governance issue is one of the things that we're going to be trying to address in that broader base aquatic plan, which is the part of this second report. The thinking around the mobile pump-out boat is that there's lots of different sources, there's lots of different contributors as a community, and then there's lots of benefits as a community. The mobile pump-out boat represents one of the immediate, concrete, direct actions that we can do to help make situations not worse right now. And then the second report is looking at the longer-term, more broad-based strategies.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just to jumping some tight for time, because I know we're doing it because it's important work and it needs to be done. But my question is, we can't go to the boats and find them. We can't require them to pay, et cetera. We don't have. Do we have any legal recourses or ability over? Because it is illegal to dump that. Wait.
No, the enforcement around illegal discharges once they're in the water is with the federal government. The city did update our health bylaw a couple of years ago to say, well, you're moored in the marina. We have a little bit of jurisdiction there. And
have we had conversations with the federal government around the issue?
That's an ongoing conversation to try and see what Transport Canada can do to increase their enforcement.
Okay, but it sounds like nothing concrete at this point.
No. So while we're doing the mobile pump-out boat, that will be another strategy as part of that aquatics, broader aquatics section.
And if council approves this report today, and I think there's reference in here that doesn't preclude after the current year of council making changes to how the funding comes, I believe, because that's the third initiative with the recommendations, not just but doesn't preclude how we would fund it in sort of 2021 and beyond, correct?
That's correct.
So we're not committed to spending this money every 5 years. It'll come up as part of the budget process if we have the ability to find another way to do it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the report. A couple of questions. Are we, in terms of the funding model, is there full cost recovery right now?
No. So right now there is not a cost recovery model. So that was one of the things that we were looking to achieve. So the mobile pump-out boat was put in primarily to help reduce illegal discharges from boats. We looked at 3 different options: pay at the pump option to see if just the boaters would pay for the service. The research suggests that this is not going to then achieve the overriding objective, that the responsible parties are likely to use the service and people who tend not to do that are not. We got overwhelming input from marinas and boat operators that if it was a pay at the pump model, we probably wouldn't see the usage and we wouldn't make a significant impact. We then looked at embedding the costs into the business licenses for marinas in Falls Creek. That has 2 challenges with it. It doesn't capture all the marinas that are in Falls Creek because they all don't require a business license, and it doesn't capture all users. It would also reduce the flexibility of the program for the mobile pump out to be just deployed where we felt was the highest. So in taking all the considerations on balance, that it's a 5-year program, we'll continue to look for cost recovery opportunities. But at this point, it was a collective-wide approach.
Okay. So to be clear, when it comes to the sewer utility, so is that when we say all property owners, saying all property owners across the city are paying through sewer utilities to cover the costs of the program? No.
That is correct. It's distributed across.
Did we consider a hybrid where you use the sewer utility to cover the costs and then you also include a pay at the pump? Because it seems to me that right now they're not. I can appreciate why there's support for it because they're not paying for it in essence. At least that's how I'm reading it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. And it seems to me there's not full cost recovery. I appreciate why we're doing it. I think it's important and valuable, but could we look at a hybrid of doing that? So we've got the sewer utility piece, but also a pay at the pump. I'm just curious if that was looked at as a way to address costs because it's a 5-year program, as you note.
Yes, definitely. We can definitely look at that. The reason it's not in this report right now is that we're just trying to maximize the opportunity to capture all the illegal discharges and direct most of the funds directly to the service provision. You'll see in the table that we've really increased and optimized the service over the years, so that's where the focus has been, but definitely as we've optimize to the extent that we can and get as much of the users in there, we can definitely look at hybrid models. We have a couple other thoughts on additional other cost recovery, and that's why if we do develop anything, we can come back and suggest that we do that.
Okay. I'd be curious to know if other jurisdictions do that and how they handle it, and maybe that could be elaborated on at some point. I also, I'm just curious about just generally, compliance is probably the wrong term here, but how do we know, like, what's our sense of how many boaters are actually utilizing the service relative to the number of marina users and boats out there? Like, do we have a sense of that in terms of uptake relative to...
we don't have a great sense. We do know that there's all other options. There are the civic marinas that provide stationary pump out for no cost as well, public accessible. And then the city updated its bylaw to require all private marinas to have pump out stations at their own private marinas. And we've achieved 100% compliance on that. We have done water quality testing at marinas as part of our expanded program, and so far the results there are looking pretty favorable that perhaps that's, the efforts are working. But again, because water quality assessments are limited and we need to get a bunch of data before we can make conclusive results. So we're continuing with that assessment program as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. That's it for your questions on this report. Thank you so much. So Council, having concluded the questions, I'm looking for anyone who is willing to move this motion. Councillor Wiebe, that's great. So I will move us to a main queue. I don't need a seconder. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wiebe.
Thanks for the report. It's great that we found this sewer utility. I think that's a great way to find funding, to get long-term funding for this project. I also really appreciate that the number of liters has gone up significantly and that the range has gone up significantly. So I'm really glad to hear that we might be looking at Kids Point and continuing to grow because obviously the more we can get this sewage out of the water, the better. So very supportive of the motion or the report, and I will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, pursuant to my questions earlier, I'm really supportive, and it's been very acutely aware, as has my fellow past commissioner, Wiebe. We're on the park board around the issues with water quality in Falls Creek and how much it impacts people, dragon boaters, putting their hands in the water and they're told to wash off or go home and shower. And just being a water city and that being a key aspect of it. I do think the larger and bigger contributor, and this council has had conversations, is around CSOs or combined sewer outflows. And I know that we've been working towards expediting the investment in separating the sewers. And there's a number of contributors from a scientific perspective to what's happening there. Having said that, and I'm really supportive of taking steps towards cleaning up the water quality, I am troubled that the city is picking up the tab at $100,000 a year because people won't pay for it. So if you look at some of the, and they are dumping waste illegally, and if you look at some of the comments from the 3 years of surveys in the appendix to the report, people say, well, they'd be less likely to use it if they had to pay for it. Well, of course, they would be. Nobody wants to pay for it. They don't have to. And if the city's going to give it to them for free. But I recognize the city has limited tools given sort of the federal jurisdiction, the water, if they're dumping illegally. And so we've chosen to take the high road, I guess I can characterize it that way, for cleaning up the water quality. But so I'm likely to approve this and vote in favor now. But I'd really like to see us look for sort of strengthen those conversations with the feds around discharge and try to look for alternate options so that we don't have to have this as a permanent expense for the city, because it is ultimately being paid by taxpayers who pay for, just as they're legally supposed to do, their sewer rates, and then we are, I guess, subsidizing those folks that are not doing that because they're just saying, no, I don't want to. And I don't think that that's fair and equitable. But I do think the water quality issues are significant. So I wanted to raise that. And I'd like to see us look for alternates in future years. And I do know the report makes reference to that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to send in an amendment to B of the report, just to expand on my comments around the full cost recovery. So I'll send that in.
Dominato, have you sent that amendment in yet?
Sending it in right now.
No, perhaps you, I'm going to move us to Amendment Q, but your timer will start at this point. We'll just wait then.
So, Madam Chair, I'll speak to it briefly while I have the time. It's just to add to B that in addition to reporting back to Council on service performance, that we also as well have report backs on additional options for full cost recovery of the mobile sewage pump out program. And I think this speaks to some of the comments and remarks that Councillor Kirby-Young raised. I think that this is critically important. As we know, in terms of water quality, I sit on the Liquid Waste Committee with Metro Vancouver. This is also a conversation that we're having at that committee around the importance of water quality and the testing. But I do think it would be helpful to see further options going forward around the full cost recovery.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I was hoping that maybe I could ask a point of information through staff. I didn't ask questions. Oh, that's right.
Okay.
Right, back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's already federal funding being pursued, and considering the mayor has been recently in Ottawa, I'm not sure. I understood that when this report came to us about a year ago, and I was chairing the meeting at the time, that federal funding was a consideration that was being pursued. So I'd like to ask if that's already happening.
All right. That question through to you, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks. As you know, because I send out a quarterly update to Mayor and Council with all of the federal and provincial funding that we're pursuing. You've got a very detailed listing that's many pages long of all of the different grants that we're pursuing, so you'll see them in there. What I will say is that every opportunity that we see a federal provincial funding program for, we try to match it. At this point, I'm not aware of a program that exists that we could apply for this work, but we definitely would pursue it if we knew of one.
Thank you. Yep. Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor. Yep.
Thank you. I'm wondering just how staff would consider additional options for full cost recovery, because that could mean a number of things. It concerns me. It could mean increasing taxes. It could mean a number of things. I'm wondering how staff would interpret that. I want to be able to support the amendment, but I wouldn't be able to do so unless I knew how staff would interpret this if it was passed.
Councillor
Thank you.
DeGenova, I'll take that as a point of information, and the question again to Mr. City Manager.
Yep. So I guess the way that I would interpret this is we do report back annually, as we are here today. And the way I would interpret this is that we would be looking for additional ways to charge people for the service, or look at additional fees that we could place on the marina industry generally to cover the cost. A suite of options to pay for this program so that the taxpayer is not paying for it. That's how I would interpret this.
Well, everyone's a taxpayer, so I'm just going to take myself off the queue. I'm not sure if anyone else is going on, but I'll have to just try and consider that right now.
Okay. There is another councillor to question. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I think I share some of Councillor DeGenova's confusion around this, because obviously the report does reference different cost recovery options that are not recommended, and I do appreciate that maybe asking senior government to pony up would be a great cost recovery consideration, although it's not really articulated in this amendment. So I'm wondering if an amendment to the amendment that actually specifically says we want to go after the federal government for cost recovery. But clearly the report does not recommend the two cost recovery options, pay at the pump or increased marina business license fees.
Councillor Fry, there's no one else on the list. If you want to put in an amendment to the amendment, you have to use the time right now. You have 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Really want to take up all that time with me just typing?
Otherwise, I will move us to a vote because there's no one else on the queue.
Oh, well, I guess I could. I think Councillor DeGenova is working on it right now. Oh, gee.
Actually,
okay, well.
You have 4 minutes.
Can I talk and type at the same time?
Yes, you can. If you're able to, you can. But Councillor DeGenova, you can't talk because you're not on the list. But Councillor Fry can, but not. You are not right now at the top of the list with your mic on. So, Councillor.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay. All right. Great.
Okay, sorry for keeping everybody waiting there. Apparently I can't talk and type at the same time, but I have just submitted an amendment to the amendment.
Great. I'll move us to Amendment Q2. Councillor Fry, would you like to speak to?
Yeah, and it's just really because obviously the report references work that's already been done on the subject of cost recovery. So actually just adding out that beyond the cost recovery options that are articulated in this report, including but not limited to senior government funding for mobile sewage pump out program.
Okay, and staff, we might as well keep that "the" in there in order to have a complete sentence. It's crossed out, but I think it should not be crossed out. A simple typo, I think. So we have, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova to the amendment to the amendment.
Well, I will be supporting it. Thanks, Councillor Fry, for putting that together. I support what Councillor Dominato is trying to do. I just wanted to make sure that direction, because when we talk about options, that it's clear to staff. That being said, the suite of options that apparently will be offered, I think that it's important to include in there that we are looking for federal funding for this, and I believe that this will help in the future, not only for staff, but to affirm our commitment to that. So happy to support you on that.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. Yeah, I will support it because that's why I brought it up, because I was concerned about it and raised the questions around where we were in the discussions with the federal government and where the funding was coming from. So I'm glad it sparked this discussion at council, and we're going to sort of put some emphasis, although I think staff are having the conversation, but signal that that's a priority for council to include that in the discussions that we have, particularly with the federal government, I think, given the jurisdiction. Thank you.
Great. That's the end of our speaking list. Seeing no one, are we ready to move to the vote on this amendment to the amendment? Yep, looks like that's the case. So clerk, if you could move us to that vote. This is on Councillor Fry's amendment. And that is unanimous. Great. So we are now moving back to the amendment queue. So this would be Councillor Fry. You're still on the top of the list. Would this
I'm good,
be
thanks.
discussing Councillor Dominato's motion as amended?
Yeah, I'm good with the to support this amended amendment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I will be supporting the amendment wholeheartedly. I appreciate the additional clarification in the amendment. I think that it's important that we're very specific about what we're looking for funding, especially considering I know that there will be a number of requests. If there does become a program available, or maybe if enough municipalities put forward motions like this, along with those requests at FCM and UBCM, maybe eventually there will be a program. So I appreciate the amendment, and wholeheartedly support the amendment or the amended amendment that was put forward first by Councillor Dominato.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I'm sorry, the city clerk just informed me there's another amendment. Councillor Wiebe, can you put yourself on the... No, we're not. We haven't. I moved us to a vote. We just finished the speaking queue, but I've been informed by the clerk there's another... All right. I'm assuming that that amendment is not on this particular motion. So, Council, I see no one else on the speaking queue, so I think we can move to a vote on the amended motion. Oh, sorry, the amended amendment. And that is unanimous. And now we will move, just to the main queue. So, Councillor Dominato, I still have you on that main queue.
Nothing further, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiGenova, you're still on that queue too?
No.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a further amendment, and that is that this council reaffirm our support to pursue the designation of Burrard Inlet as a strictly enforced non-discharge zone for boating sewage.
Okay, I'm moving us to Amendment Q. Councillor Wiebe, and anyone else to speak to that? Thank you. Councillor Wiebe, according to our parliamentary procedures and our rules, any motion to reaffirm is not in order. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. This is our procedure bylaw. Reaffirming motion, updated January 20th, 2020. A reaffirmed motion is not in order. You have the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
On the floor.
Yes, you are. Your
To
point, your
staff,
question? Yeah.
Where are we currently in our pursuing of designating Burrard Inlet as a strictly enforced non-discharge zone, which was approved by the former council in 2015?
Do one of you know the answer to that question? Great. You want to jump up?
Hi, yes, we understand that discussions have taken place to have that established. The information back from Transport Canada was if it was designated, there would be no change to their actual enforcement with respect to that change. So there'd be no practical change on the ground.
But have we pursued it? Because the practical change is that certain boats have to have different criteria to be currently in our waterways, and currently we don't have standards of boat sewage tanks. And so from what we heard when we spoke to the federal government in 2015 and when Councillor Carr brought it forward was that it would make a difference not on what we're able to do, but what other organizations would be able to do to improve the water quality by enforcing stricter rules on what boats were able to be on our sensitive ecosystem.
It is my understanding that the no discharge zone designates a certain water body to be a sewage designated sewage body. Some changes to the requirements are different, but if there's no additional enforcement of those requirements, which is what Transport Canada said would occur. So that's why we're trying to focus on getting Transport Canada to move forward in their enforcement program. Currently, no boat is able to discharge 3 nautical miles from shore under the current situation, and not more than 1 nautical mile if they have a certain type of treatment on site. We are looking at options to see if we have the jurisdiction to require that all boats entering False Creek have a holding tank. That is something that is enforceable by Transport Canada, but they don't have a program. But we're looking at whether we have the jurisdiction with mooring at the marina and whether we can do inspections at that. So that's one of the things we're also exploring.
Okay. Can I ask for a report back? Is that possible on that motion? City Manager?
Yeah, I'm going to have to just check on that. I believe that an amendment. Yeah, sorry, just one second. You have to have the floor for that. Just a second. I have a question. It is a point of information. Councillor Wiebe, you still have the floor to the City Manager whether a report back would by staff, I think the question really is there an expected report back? If not, could there be a report back on the pursuit of the strictly enforced non-discharge zone?
Yeah, I mean, we can discuss it and prepare a memo, I think would be, if that's suffice, happy to prepare that for you.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Wiebe, you're done?
Should I send it? Yeah, I've got an amendment.
Okay, I'm going to move us, actually, we are not, because I moved us to an amendment queue, I'm going to move us back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, if you wanted to add your name to the main queue to discuss, because we've already voted on the motion as amended, soon, on the amended. Okay, so I am moving you to the top of the list, and what is your question?
Just in the interest of time and trying to achieve what I think is trying to be achieved here, to reaffirm something is redundant and frivolous. However, if this council has not affirmed something, then it's brand new. So it's not technically reaffirming, that's still incorrect. But if this council is to affirm something that it's never affirmed, then that's new. So if the language was changed to this council affirm support, is that in order? Chair Carr?
I will confer on that. So
Thank you.
Your timer can be on hold. Just 1 second.
Move on with it.
Yes, thank you. Having conferred with the clerk, policy that is in existence in council is considered to be policy that is in existence. Therefore, whether it was passed by a previous council of the last term or any previous term, it is still the policy that is of council or is of the city. So a new council, it would be out of order to include the words that this council do it, because it is still existing policy. Okay, so I see no one else on the queue. If somebody has an amendment to put forward, they better push that little button fast. No? Okay, it looks like we are not having another amendment. So, Council, can I assume we're ready to move towards voting on this motion as amended? Great. Madam City Clerk? And that is a unanimous decision. Great. Thank you so much. And we are moving, Council, for that decision. We are now moving on to the second held item, which was also held by Councillor Wiebe, and that is report to Aquatic Environments Action Plan. And again, we have Margot Davis, who is here as the Manager of Environmental Services, to answer your questions. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for this great report. I'm just wondering how we see it being integrated into the Vancouver plan, because it is such a priority to ensure that we have no beach closures. And so I'm just wondering how we see that it folded into the Vancouver plan.
Yes, this is like taking the actual program and making it a much more embedded and integrated collaborative program across planning, engineering, environment, and the Parks Board. And by integrating into the Vancouver plan, we get to really clarify the shared vision of Falls Creek and know what we are trying to achieve in terms of our water quality objectives. We also get to link it with the land use and land use decision making. We know that foreshore health and integrity is really important for the actual water quality. So by looking at land use, community, where the uses are connected, that will really help to advance water quality. And Susan's here too to assist.
Sure, I just wanted to add Susan Hay, Deputy Director for Long Range Strategic Planning. We see this as a tremendous opportunity and synergy in the Vancouver plan to ensure that we have a very robust environmental strategy and an implementation strategy arising from that. So under the umbrella of the Vancouver plan, we have a number of major environmental initiatives, including aquatic health, linked to our One Water program and the many initiatives under One Water, as well as our environmental strategies. So Greenest City Action Plan and really the morphing of that into the next iteration environmental strategy. But I think from a staff perspective, we're working in collaboration across departments and really taking an integrated ecosystem-based approach to water quality, terrestrial and aquatic habitat. And as Margot's highlighting, really the big opportunity is linking that to land use, transportation, and natural systems. So you'll see that emerging through the Vancouver plan with actions while planning as we go along, and then more detailed implementation strategies that are really One Water and the next iteration environmental strategy.
Okay, amazing that it's being integrated. Sounds really, that's kind of what we were hoping to get. The second thing that it talks about that we don't have a coordinated ecosystem a kind of approach across the region, except for what the Tsawwassen is doing with the Burrard Inlet. So I'm wondering, are we trying to put a table together, or really start talking about kind of the ecological of all the waterways when we're dealing with this report with Iona and some of the other big projects coming on? So are we trying to increase our Burrard Inlet working group to be a bit larger to deal with Trout Lake and our creeks and streams and Fraser River?
Yes, so there's two things. So on the regional front, with respect to the shared water bodies that the whole region is looking at, there were integrated programs in the past that were funded collaboratively from the feds, the province, the regional government. And those projects and programs were fundamental for getting shared understanding of resourcing, ongoing systematic base environmental monitoring that wasn't attached to a specific issue or project, as well as integrated project review. So there are discussions in the region right now, a lot spearheaded from the Burrard Inlet work that Sailortooth has started that we're participating with, and we're looking at what we can do to advance those. We've had conversations with the port, with Metro Vancouver, with other members, municipalities. And work is being done to try and see how to solidify and strengthen that. With respect to inland water bodies within Vancouver, then that a lot is within the City and the Parks Board. So, but the Aquatic Action Plan is looking at prioritizing water quality, for False Creek, because we know that's an issue, but as well as Trout Lake and then the other streams and inland lakes as well.
Okay, that's exciting. The third would be on the Waterfront Initiative, direct kind of quick starts that they talked about to make Trout Lake and False Creek moves in 2018. I'm wondering how those went and what quick starts are we looking at as this gets integrated in a larger spectrum in the Vancouver plan and a regional level. But what quick starts can the residents of Vancouver see in improvement of water quality so we can try to ensure that we don't have any beach closures due to contamination this year?
So one of the quick starts was to develop a hydraulic model within False Creek. So a bunch of work has been done on that because the model has to be based on the data that exists. And we found out that there was quite a bit of data that we were missing to actually develop the model. There's the consultant team has been hired and is on board right now for the first phase of a framework of the data set that we can have. And we should be having that to come back to council in the summer. So that quick start is well underway. With respect to beach closures, we looked actually at the 10-year water quality data set, and we actually found that 5 beaches have never had an exceedance or advisory. 5 beaches actually had on 1 year, not necessarily the same year, so it was quite sporadic. And then there's kind of 2 beaches that have had kind of repetitive issues. So we started our enhanced water quality and research assessment work to try and target what are the actual specific sources there. We're going to continue that work this year, one being potentially the dogs at Kitts Point. The other beach of interest is Sunset Beach. Early data looks like there's different sources, so we need to actually do greater assessment there. In Trout Lake, it looks like it's predominantly the geese. So in the report, there's the short-term actions for 2020, and that includes the city working collaboratively with parks to see, okay, what can we practically do there to reduce the loadings from the geese there. So we're looking at planning work there.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah, that's it for your questions. Thank you so much for that. There's no other speakers on the queue, Council, so I'm looking to someone to move. Councillor Wiebe has moved, so move us to a main queue. Anybody wishing to speak to this? Council, ready to vote then? Great. Madam Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this. And that is unanimous. Thank you, staff, for being here, and that finishes this particular item. So we are now moving to item 3, which is the contract award for construction services for the curb ramp program. And Madison Kim, section head of capital program delivery, and Eric Middle, branch manager of streets design, are both here to answer any questions. Councillor Boyle, you were, I believe you were the that you moved it, but Councillor DiGenova is on the queue first. So I'm just going to advance you, Councillor DiGenova, and your question.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. Just for you, I had a point of information. Just considering this pertains directly to a contract award. which I understand some questions can be answered here in public, but some questions might not be able to be answered here in public. So I was just hoping that maybe through you, if you deem it appropriate, if we could ask the city manager just to let us know what questions we would not be able to ask or should not ask in public.
Good question, Councillor DiGenova. Mr. City Manager?
Thanks. Through the chair. Issues related to labor relations and internal crews versus the contract are probably more appropriate in camera, and I'm seeing a number of questions about that, including amendments. And so I would recommend that if council wants to engage in those, including the amendment, Councillor Swanson, that you just put forward, that we move this discussion to in camera. As you know, we're in the middle of bargaining.
Yes.
And there's a nuanced discussion to be had, it sounds like, on this issue. So I'd recommend we don't have that discussion and debate on the floor of council at this time. I have sent you an email in terms of the reasons why we've recommended doing this contract, largely just to say we don't have the crew, and it take us years to grow the crew in order to do the work that is this a 5-time increase in the number of ramps that we're doing. So I don't see a way that we could do this in the next few years with our own crews. It's not a viable. We don't even have room at the works yards to accommodate additional crews. We're kind of growing at as fast as we can just to do the existing work in the plan. So at this point, council, we know there's a lot of enthusiasm for the curb ramp program. We are far behind. We have a backlog of 600. My recommendation to you would be to accept the staff report and proceed. If you want to have a debate about internal versus external, I'd recommend that you refer the entire report to a future in camera, which I guess would be in a couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I have another point of information.
Yeah, Councillor DiGenova, you still have the floor.
Thanks so much. I had one more point of information. Just quickly, if this was something that could be dealt with in camera today at all. If we could meet in camera today to deal with this.
Okay, I've got the
thank you.
The question.
You're chairing the meeting,
Mr. City Manager.
I don't see that that's viable at this point. We've already declared the reasons for the in-camera meetings for the week, and this wasn't one of them. So at this point, it would be likely in a couple of weeks.
Okay. So I would just like to affirm that I support the report as is. This was something that former Councillor Ball, as a liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee, and myself as a liaison in the previous term to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, as well as the Seniors Advisory Committee when I was on Park Board, heard that this was very much needed, and that it was creating inaccessibility and accessibility issues for people who have mobility challenges or face disabilities. So I'm happy to move forward with this report as it is now, as I wouldn't want to see it delayed, and I'm confident that what the city manager has shared with us about our staffing is correct, and we can't stretch our staff any further than they are right now and deliver this. So I'm happy to support this as is. If others have questions that are in camera, though, I'd feel more comfortable and would support a referral to having this in camera. But I won't move that because I support this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova.
Can you turn off my
we're in questions. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. The questions that I had actually have been answered by email and by the city manager now, so I can pass on questions.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I do have a question for staff, and that really is around sort of the rate and looking ahead to prioritizing future work, given that our seniors population is growing dramatically and it affects persons with disabilities and moms with strollers. It's my understanding that even at this expedited pace, this will catch us up on the backlog, but we would still be behind other cities relative to the sort of the pace of where we have been putting in curb ramps, even at this, I think the city manager said fourfold increase. Is that right? Like Calgary, Edmonton, for example, do significantly more curb ramps on an annual basis?
Morning. My name is Madison Kim. I'm the section head for Streets Design branch in engineering. To answer your question, it is correct on the pure number comparison side. Other comparable cities are delivering more curb ramps, but we also have to take consideration of in terms of the demographic and population and then the existing service gap within the context of each city.
Okay, but would you say it's going to become increasingly important for Vancouver? Because my numbers show that our seniors population is set to grow 79% by 2041.
Most definitely, I would agree that that's part of the reason why we're accelerating the delivery of this program in this capital plan to support our aging population as well as supporting other initiatives such as the Climate Emergency Response Big Move number 2.
Okay, of walkable communities. And so it might be fair to say that this is something council should seriously consider potentially for additional resources in the budget process?
We would be in support of that direction, yes.
Okay, and last question. Can you advise why we're so behind at the moment, why we have the backlog?
So over the course of the previous capital plans, we had limited resources that we can allocate in terms of funding, and we were only able to deliver up to 40 to 50 curb ramps per year with the funding that was allocated. And currently, in the current capital plan, that's the reason why we are increasing the budget to be able to meet the backlog requests that have accumulated over the course of many years.
Okay, maybe since I have time, I seem to be pretty efficient with it. I'll ask one last question. We're looking for this award at $7 million over 4 years to catch up on the backlog of 600,
yes.
Which to me is really a priority on, like you said, the walkable communities and pedestrians who I think sometimes don't get prioritized enough.
For sure.
In our hierarchy of investment. What does it cost us to do an average new bike lane versus the $7 million for 600 curb ramps?
That's a great question.
And welcome, new chief engineer.
Good morning, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. I think that's the first time I've said that in this room. I don't know that there's an easy answer to that question because the cost of a bike lane is really dependent.
Magnitude of cost, ballpark.
A painted bike lane could come at no cost because if we're doing the work on the street anyways, it can be no cost, and a fully separated and with trees median fully separated bike lane could come at $1 million a block. So the range is pretty significant.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. No surprise, I'm advocating for pedestrians and walkable communities as well as bikes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to add a couple of points to your questions. This is a very cost-effective way to make a very significant accessibility improvement in our community, and I think we've been woefully behind in it to address your question. I think there's two reasons. One, we've never really resourced it, and largely it's been infill work. When crews are between jobs, they can do a couple of these. Having a contract with an allocated budget, which is 5 times more than we've had in the past, means that we'll be able to crank these out. And that's really our objective. Our objective is to eliminate the backlog. And then we'll be working from there on. We'll be working on, we get a request, and that year we'll be able to do it. And so this is a game changer for us, and it's about having a dedicated work program to get it done. Our crews mobilize for big projects. These small projects are not really a great fit for the way that we do our work. And so having a dedicated set of contractors, one for the arterials, one for the residential, we'll be able to really crank this out. So it's a bit of a mindset shift for us around really moving through this. And so it's allocating the right type of crew to it, the right resources, and ultimately just increasing the resources. And we know there's increasing demand. I mean, not just the aging population, but more people want to get out of their cars, strollers and other walkers and things like that. So this is about achieving our climate objectives and making more livable communities.
Thank you. Really appreciate that perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I just had a couple of questions with respect to what you anticipate in terms of, assuming this is passed by Council today, around performance metrics for the contractors and penalties if they don't fulfill what you were proposing. So what I'm seeing is approximately 190 local curb ramps and 50 arterial curb ramps. And I'm just wondering, do you intend to build something into the contract that will address the expectations, and if those aren't met, what the repercussions are for not meeting those objectives?
Thank you for the question. So as a part of our program contract administrative process, we will have inspectors go out to accept the assets that were billed through the contractors. And there's a robust process that was already trialed in 2018 when we hired a contractor to deliver 70% of our programs in the program. And we found the quality of work acceptable and the program delivery was successful.
Okay, so you're talking about quality control there in terms of, so what I'm asking is, if you set out in the contract, the expectations were going to deliver 190 local curb ramps.
Yes.
If those aren't met in a year's time, are you going to build in provisions within the contract that stipulate what the expectations are if you don't follow through on that, and what are the penalties? Because we've seen contracts that don't get fulfilled, and often that's built in. So I'm just curious about what we're building into our contracts.
Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Mattel. I'm the manager of Streets Design. You'll see as part of the recommendation, we're recommending award to 2 contractors. So part of the rationale there is to build some redundancy into the program so that if one contractor isn't meeting our performance, whether it's total output or quality, we have the ability to lean more on the second contractor. And in addition to that, there's always city crews as well. So I feel like there's sufficient redundancy built into our approach to ensure that we're able to meet our total sort of curb ramp output objectives.
And what if the contractor doesn't fulfill the work? So you've got, I get you have 2 contractors, but I'm going back to, because I'm thinking of a couple of projects where contractors did not fulfill the work, and there was provisions within the contract. Am I getting some assurance that that'll be in the contract? There'll be some remedy for the city. And if it has to be taken in camera, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, just before you answer that question, I have a point of order. So if I'll just put your timer on hold. And Councilor DiGenova?
I believe it is 8.7, but I am having a hard time bringing up my procedure bylaw. So, Councilor Carr, I noted before it was about in-camera concerns, and if you give me just a moment, I will find the exact section here for you.
Great.
Thank you. One moment here. Okay, so I believe it is section 8.7. I'm just trying to find it up. I'm having trouble scrolling on my computer here. And it is, she's dealing with a point of order right now. So that is right now, I believe that this questioning is out of order because we've been advised that, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to the city that these questions, specifics about the contract, should be handled in camera. So while I support Councillor Dominato in asking the questions, I'm a bit concerned right now about what this may open up, not just here, but in future. Thank you.
You can, as I understand your question, and give me a moment to rule on that, because Councillor.
I see our city manager standing up.
Yeah, Councillor Dominato did talk about.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I chime in?
Yep, absolutely.
I believe we can answer this question without needing to go in camera. I think there's a pretty simple answer to how we address this. So I'd like to have our team just take a crack at it, and if we need to, we can interject. But I think there's a relatively simple answer to the question that doesn't get us into areas of concern. Thank you for raising it, though. And do you want to take a crack at that, Alex?
Yes, thanks for the question. Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. We established this contract specifically with a structure that provides us with flexibility. So it's a 1-year contract with options to extend. So it's we can extend for another year, up to 5 years. And basically what we want is to make sure that we test these vendors, and it's an as if and when needed contract, and then therefore we will not continue with providing them with work if they do not meet our expectations.
Councillor Dominato, that's good. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. It is really around generalities of what we stipulate in our contracts, because I think that's important in terms of outcomes. And I appreciate there's a lot of work that goes into procurement and contract management, having done it myself. So I appreciate you clarifying that. I did want to. I'm not actually going to just. Can I speak to the report right now?
No, we're in question.
Okay, I'll leave that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, we are in question queue, everyone, at this point. So, Councillor Swanson, questions? I'm off. You're off? Great. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I just have a quick clarifying question that in the report summary, we went out to RFP in 2019. Yeah, it states 2020, October 2020, but I just want to make sure it's not 2018.
No. This RFP process started in 2019, and then we're concluding the process right now.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making an assumption there. Are we concerned at all around, further to questions that have been asked already around inspection delays or any backlog of permitting, inspections, things like that that could contribute to delays in being able to deliver this within the year?
So during the development of the RFP process, we have consulted with our colleagues who are in charge of inspecting and other permitting issues, and we have gotten their confirmation that there will not be any delay in terms of services.
Okay, great, thank you. And just to sort of set the perspective, I know that there's actually 3,800 locations that have been identified by the city that would require this type of, that's missing the curb ramp. How long would that take based on if this was to go forward and we can get, how long would that take to have met the 3,800?
If we were to assume that the current level of funding is to be continued into future capital plans, it will take upwards of 10 plus years to be able to install curb ramps at all 3,800 street locations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Just to confirm, would the decision come back before council for each annual extension of potential contracts?
And no, we will not come back to council for
Okay.
approval. So we're expecting the approval to happen through this report.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's actually all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Wiebe. Oh, he's out of the room. I'm advancing Councillor DiGenova. In the question queue?
No, I have no questions. I'm happy to move the report.
Okay. Councillor Wiebe is not in the room, so at this point, there are no other questions.
Councillor
Wait a second. There is
did you have questions?
Councillor, those who are adding themselves to the list right now, is that for is that for questions? Councillor Swanson, you haven't asked questions? Okay. You have to wait till somebody moves the motion, and then I will move us to a main queue. Councillors?
I tried to give Councillor Wiebe some time, but may I ask you, Chair Carr, is there anyone on here that has questions that has not had their questions answered?
Councillor DiGenova, I just asked that question.
I know, I just...
I know that you're stalling for time.
Okay.
So
I'd like to move the motion and
Okay, just 1 second. That's great. I'm going to move us to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to put you on that. Oops, I think the clerk and I did it at the same time. Could you just put Councillor DiGenova at the top of that list?
Which helped my confusion because I did not ask 4 minutes and 36 seconds of questions. Right. I don't think it's moving the motion. Thanks, Councillor Carr. I would like to move this motion. And in doing so, I really do want to thank former Councillor Elizabeth Ball, who really was a champion for this issue. And I think it was it's really important across a number of different committees. Councillor Kirby-Young referenced the seniors and how important it is to them. I know how important it is to seniors, but also for people with disabilities. working in nonprofit housing, with my experience in nonprofit housing, I understand that curb cuts mean we're talking about accessible path, we're talking about steps to do things right. And I know quite recently we actually had a public hearing here that didn't maybe go the way that certain members of the public expected, where we actually defeated the accessible path because it wasn't accessible enough. So staff are coming back with other recommendations. You and I were here for that, Chair Carr. I think that it's very, very important that we make those considerations that I take for granted because I can step down from a curb, but someone in a wheelchair, someone using a stroller, and I have to say, not all places are accessible, and I do have a stroller that really can go most places. But I think that it's very important that we consider those who even perhaps at our community gardens. I'd like to see that in the future. And I know that Councillor Ball spoke to that as well, that might need a curb cut or maybe even a crosswalk installed halfway down the block because that's where the community garden is. I think that this is a really good start, and I appreciate the comments of staff, and I didn't have any more questions after the city manager had said this needs to happen now. We have tried to find the most efficient way to do this, and it's not taking work away from our staff. In fact, our staff have too much work and wouldn't be able to do this. So we did consider them first. So in understanding that and knowing that, I wholeheartedly support this motion, I wholeheartedly support the recommendations of staff to award the contract. I'm looking forward to seeing the results. I'm confident in the recommendations on the contract award, and I'm excited to hear from people in the community that meets about persons with disabilities. And Councillor Wiebe, although I tried to wait for you to get back for your questions, I really did. I appreciate that you're now the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. So just wanted to also, again, give a shout out to former Councillor Ball for all of her work on this. And I'm hoping that this will make lives easier for people of all ages and abilities in the City of Vancouver.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, so I think it's really important that we have the curb ramps. As somebody that's just ditched her car and packs a granny cart around when I go shopping, I can see how advantageous they are, and I know they're even more essential to other people. But I don't understand why we have to wait 5 years instead of 1 or 2, for example, to try to get this work done by in-house staff. It's really important to me that the people who work in our city have a good union job so they can afford, among other things, housing. There's a lot of pressure here today not to make the amendment that I was going to make, and it wouldn't pass anyway, so I won't make it. But I think it's important to say that there is at least one council member here who would really encourage staff to work all out with a union to see how this curb ramp work could be done by in-house people, at least after the first year of this contract, since the contract, we're not necessarily passing 5 years of contract here, we're just passing 1 year. So I'm hoping that that work can be done to see how we can have more work done in-house by our own city staff.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm 100% supportive of this investment in catching up on the backlog of curb ramps. These are the things that build a city, and they may seem to be small things, but they matter, and they're core infrastructure, and they're really critical to how people get around and how friendly and welcoming people feel in our city. And so it's been mentioned when we did a lot of research when I was on the park board about seniors and bringing a senior strategy, and it was quite astounding when you looked at the demographics of how Vancouver's going to change. And I believe the population of 65 plus is slated to grow 79% by the year 2041. So you think about that, and that's just seniors. That doesn't take into account, sort of parents with strollers and people with disabilities. And so I think that this represents, and I think the city manager encapsulated my thoughts really well, empowering the pedestrian, who I think have been left out in the hierarchy in terms of equal emphasis relative to some of the other transportation investments and choices that we have made. It's very consistent with the goal for walkable communities, because that means people have to feel safe and they have to feel welcome. And if they don't, they can't cross the street or they can't get out, get where they need to go. That has impacts from a social isolation perspective. It has impacts in terms of spending in their neighborhoods and on small business. So it is really critical. I hope that when we get to the budget process, and I'll certainly be advocating for it, that we can look at even additional and incremental funding to continue to make this, move this work at a quicker pace. Further to Councillor Swanson's point, I do think that we need to pick up the pace, and I think that we really want to become one of the most walkable and friendly cities. It's the greenest form of transportation. It's healthy for people. It gets them engaging in their neighborhoods. And quite frankly, this is just core basic city stuff. This is what cities are supposed to do. So I'm very happy to see it. I support it, and I'll be advocating for more of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I also will support this, though I share an interest in conversations about how we can prioritize wherever possible contracting in this type of work instead of contracting out. I know that has been our practice, and I hope that continues to be our practice. And as others have said very clearly, these curb cuts are critically important to a lot of our residents. I hear that all the time. I particularly hear that from parents in my neighborhood. I hear it from my mother-in-law in a motorized scooter. I know how important these are, and I'm glad to see that we're ramping up the speed of them. And I hope, as we keep doing that, that we bring as much of that work in-house so that we have good paying unionized jobs doing that work. And we'll support it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Wiebe.
I also support the city workers and what they've done to really move forward with universal design and some of the integrated water management that's being seen in some of the new curbs, and recognizing that they are more complex than we've seen before. So hopefully we can continue that work. But there is a need to continue to expand the amount and move quicker than we have in the past. I'm very supportive in the sense that my mom fought for this on the Person with Disability Advisory Committee about 20 years ago. And so this is something that we've continued to hear. And so it's great that we're kind of making that investment to move it forward. And hopefully we can still use as much universal design so it can be utilized by as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for staff for the report, but also for answering all my questions. I think it's always about, we have to do our due diligence, and obviously you're bringing this here because of the contract value. But I just want to speak really briefly to, the report talks about how this supports Big Move 2 in terms of our climate emergency response. I think equally, it supports a livable city and enabling people to get around, and that is incredibly important in our city mobility. And people, my colleagues have talked about seniors, people with disabilities, individuals using motorized scooters, strollers, people with children. But safety is one of those really basic needs for people. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and that sense of being able to move about and not fear a fall or something like that. And so I think. This is incredibly important work, seeing it accelerated, and I want to speak to that because one of the challenges is cities have just a vast array of priorities, and depending on your interests, you've got people calling on you for a number of things, and I think this reflects the city and the staff being incredibly responsive to saying, we recognize we have a problem. We have a number of, 3,800 locations where curb rampers are saying, we need to move this forward and move it more quickly, and this is a way of being responsive to that and delivering that service. And I think it can't be understated that this is what we need to be doing, is to being responsive and moving ahead, and I think this is progressive in doing that. And I'm a huge supporter of having walkable neighborhoods. I love walking myself, but I do want to acknowledge that that safety piece is really critical to people, as well as the city manager noted, is people just wanting to get out of their vehicles and move about. So support the recommendation, and thank staff for putting this together. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. I just wanted to add a quick comment. I believe we're all aligned on the value of this work and the importance of ensuring that our sidewalks and curbs and mobility and livability around the city is accessible for all. I think it's interesting that we actually have 3,800 curb ramps that if those sidewalks were built today, they would have a curb ramp, and that will take 10 plus years to fulfill. So we are just trying to get to a place where we can respond to in-time requests from residents. And so what, to me, this demonstrates is agility from a city management perspective, and I think that's really why I'm supportive of it, regardless of where you fall and political this, that, and the other thing. It's agility from a leadership perspective and a management perspective, and I think that's really why I'm excited to see a report like this come forward and support it wholeheartedly, is because it's saying we can look outside the box. What can we do? We've got to meet the need. This is core. And we know population and we know our residents require this kind of response. And it hasn't been made a priority in the past, and we're saying now it is. So I just don't think we can argue with that. So that being my reasons for supporting it, and I have comfort in knowing that no city employee is going to be unemployed, no longer working with the city if we do this. Jobs are very secure. And the funding is such, and there is some savings of over $350,000 to be able to do this work. So I think that can't go unnoted. So for those reasons, I'm happy to support. Thanks, staff, for their work to bring it forward.
I see no one else on the speakers list, so I'm assuming that we are ready to go to a vote. Madam Clerk, would you proceed? Councillor Wiebe? And that is unanimous. Great. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Council. Council, that completes that particular item. I note that item 4 was moved on consent at the beginning of the meeting, so we are now on to item 5, which is the last of our items before moving to members' motions. Item 5 is 1001 West Broadway, Unit 200. 1111539 BC Limited Liquor Primary Liquor License and Outdoor Patio Application, Liquor Establishment Class 5. Sarah Hicks, Deputy Chief License Inspector, and I think other staff as well are here to answer any questions. So Council, anyone? Oh, well, actually, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I believe you held this report. I'm just going to get your, there you go.
Hi. Yeah, I did have a question that would help me in terms of determining the vote on the report, which I read in detail, and it's really around looking at the community feedback that came in, and I'm on page 5, and noting, and I know there's been additional emails that Council has received as well, with a vast majority in opposition. I think on this particular page 5, at least at the time of the report, it shows 25 opposed, 1 neutral, and 3 in support. And then Council has also received additional emails, most of which are again opposed. And I'm wondering why, if you can speak to why staff would recommend and approve this given that feedback.
Certainly. I'm Sarah Hicks. I'm the Deputy Chief License Inspector. We sent out 742 postcards, and in receiving the feedback from the community, we did go back and have a conversation with the applicant about the feedback that was received. They did agree to amend their original application, which was for extended hours of service. And with a liquor primary, we are able to have further measures of control over the operations. A food primary can operate 24/7, ceasing alcohol service at 2 a.m., but could operate for 24 hours. Whereas with a liquor primary, certainly for the first 6 months, at least for this application, they will be operating at reduced hours, standard hours. Any consideration for extended hours would happen at least 6 months after the fact. We have time-limited development permits, so that permit, if there are community concerns and complaints and impacts that are seen, that could be canceled.
So can I just jump in just in the interest of time, because I have limited time to clarify. So you referenced that you'd brought complaints forward to the applicant. Are these recent, or did those relate to the initial complaints? Because I know it's only been open since, I think it said September 2019.
Correct.
And so is your recommendation or comfort based on the fact that the applicant responded at that time to those complaints? And also in the sequence, was that prior or concurrent with them going for this application? I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, were they sort of good citizens in that sense, or are they trying to ensure that they have a positive outcome on the application?
They responded quite quickly to the concerns that were brought forward to them. We had received 3 complaints. He's currently operating as a Class 2 restaurant, much in the same way that he will operate as a liquor primary. He heard the concerns from the community as well as the complaints that were received and brought on additional security services in order to manage patrons and crowds. And we haven't seen complaints since that time. He's been responsive and quite willing to work with the neighborhood in terms of making this a successful and benefit to the community.
Okay, so you feel comfortable that will continue?
I do, and as well as with the measures that are in place in terms of time-limited development permits, acoustic reports that are required, good neighbor agreement. We have a number of tools that we can use that if we are seeing impacts, we can address those quite quickly.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up. The applicant's goal, I guess, in changing from the food primary to liquor primary references things like additional games, ping pong, other things. Is it sort of a change in establishment or a focus?
I mean, you can certainly ask the applicant. He is here with us today. Provincial regulations prohibit alcohol consumption at arcade games and things along those lines, which are services that he would like to offer. And under a liquor primary, that is accessible.
Okay.
Patrons can move about.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Can you remind me what the rules are for family-friendly establishments for liquor primary versus the other, liquor primary versus food, it would be food primary?
Food primary, yes. Yep. Under food primary, they are considered a restaurant, so families are able to access the location for the length of the operational hours. For liquor primary, the applicant is applying for family food service, which means minors can attend the restaurant accompanied by a guardian up until 10 p.m. And then post that, it would be of age applicant or of age customers only.
Okay, thank you. Does this impact staff's recommendations at all? Do you feel this might help to make it more family friendly than if they weren't applying for it to be, the specific term?
Family food service?
Family food service.
Yes.
I'll pull out my report again, but there's all of these different terms.
Certainly. With the family food service, it does maintain this establishment as being accessible to families. Had they not applied for family food service, families wouldn't be able to partake in the services that the business is providing.
Okay, and would it perhaps change the mood or the atmosphere of how the establishment would fit in the community, do you feel?
Without the family food service?
Yeah. Is that a consideration staff have made in the recommendation you're bringing forward?
I mean, we look at the applications and review to establish certainly policy, whether or not it suits with policy, fits with our policy recommendations, and what kind of fit with community it would be. As a family food service, it's accessible to all in the community, families alike, with a karaoke establishment. So,
thank you very much.
Okay, that's it, Councillor DiGenova?
Yeah,
great.
I'm happy to move the,
Yes, there's no one else on the queue, Councillor DiGenova, so I'm happy to have you move it.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I'll move us to the main queue. And there you go.
I just wanted to thank staff very much for the information. Also understanding that this will be an establishment that will serve families. Can't imagine families out beyond 10 p.m. I know that it wouldn't work out very well if I was to take my toddler out beyond 10 p.m. to a restaurant, but appreciate that this really makes it more accessible to all people in the neighborhood and community. And considering the report didn't show any controversial consultation, I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young asking her questions and holding the report. I didn't feel it was necessary to, but considering her questions, I thought that it was good to confirm that this also will provide not only access, but benefit to the neighborhood, the community, the local economy as well. So thanks staff for their work, and I'm very supportive of this.
Great, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just happy to vote in support of this. And I do note that we had this recent conversation about the loss of the Fairview in the neighborhood, and this will provide a probably necessary replacement watering hole for folks, and appreciate that it is family friendly. And I think as we expand this area, it's good to provide a variety of offerings in the community for folks to enjoy an evening out with or without their families. So thanks to staff for the hard work on this one.
Great, thanks, Councillor Fry. Council, I see no one else on the list for comments, so I think we can move to a vote. Good, Madam Clerk. Councillor DiGenova? Now you have, and that is unanimous. Thank you, staff and council. We have 5 minutes before 12, but I think realizing that we actually would then have to move into a whole new the members' motions. I'm suggesting that we break for lunch now, and that we return at 1 p.m. No in camera. Return at 1 to resume this meeting. So I will move a recess. Yes, I'm recessing. Great, thank you. Councillors can take their seats. I can call this meeting to order. Back to order. Yes. Great. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities back to order. And councillors, good morning. We had a good morning and got through our business. We're now up to our members' motions. Those motions were referred from council yesterday, as you know. Just before we start, I want to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make comments and state whether you're in support or in opposition to the motion. And councillors will have 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. And you are under no obligation as speakers to respond to the questions if you don't desire to do so. But, after hearing from speakers, council will go into the discussion on the motion. One of the motions has already had an introduction. It's been moved and questions have been asked, but the other motions are not in that state, so we'll have to have councillors. You'll have to introduce motions that have not been introduced yesterday, so that's all but the first one. And councillors will have the chance to ask questions. A 2-minute introduction and a 1-minute questioning by a council to the member proposing the motion. And please ensure if you've got amendments to motions that you send your amendments into the clerk. So that those amendments, before you speak, already are in the hands of the clerk. So the first motion is transparency and accountability at Little Mountain. It was moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle and seconded by myself. So we will now, at this point, we've had questions to staff. So we're now going to listen, or we're going to hear from speakers to that motion. There are 5 speakers, so who I have registered are Alan Bume, David Chudnovsky, Paul Tetreault, David Vaseboard, and Deborah Butler. And we will start with Alan Bume. Welcome, Mr. Bume. I know that you know the drill here.
Yes. Oh, good. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Excuse me. Madam Chair and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Councillor Boyle's motion, and also speaking to the RPSC letter that you received on the 20th of January. RPSC has been involved with the Little Mountain housing site really since 2003, when City Plan was being implemented in our area. And our visions were formalized by Council in 2005. So if you go on our website or the city website, this booklet here, which you may have seen, mentions Little Mountain housing site as one of the large sites for redevelopment in the area. So it really goes back a long way. Since that time, we've witnessed the sale of the site, and that was in 2007, sort of, from the federal government to the province, and then to the highest bidder in the following year. So the question is, why such sales, and why sell public land, especially when it is being used for below-market housing or social housing? That's what it was. It is from that time to today that we continue to ask questions that the public deserves answers to. Why has the redevelopment of this 15-acre site in the heart of the city progressed at a snail's pace? Is it because the owner's protective shell is really the confidentiality agreement that was and continues to be the accepted response when we ask about it by the provincial government? And that goes back a number of years as well, and also until last year, we got a similar response. We do know from the developer's website, that is Holburn Properties, that they've embarked on numerous developments, both large and small. But the Little Mountain site seems to play really second fiddle to the other projects. And why has this been really tolerated by the provincial government? The motion and our letter really outlines very pertinent topics that need to be answered. But suffice to say that transparency is really the loser on a government real estate deal. And who is the winner? Probably Holburn Properties. And we say this from the limited information gleaned from the sales agreement as per BC Housing annual reports, which you may or may not have seen, but they're readily available, as well as newspaper articles and the like that are mentioned in our letter. Why were there rumors in the early years of this real estate debacle that the northeast quadrant, which is an area bordering the Little Mountain site, would be built and would be built out much before the 15 acres? And we now know that the rumor really had credibility because it is nearly built out. There are only a few lots left, the rest is finished. And Little Mountain site has one building, 53 units for social housing, and we won't count the temporary modular housing there. Why isn't the city receiving property taxes on most all of the 15 acres? And the only record of payments we could find is on the address 155 East 37th, which is the 53 units of housing for seniors and disabled. And those payments were made by BC Housing, or an agency of. The only other address we have for assessment purposes is 150 East 36th, but there's no record of taxes being paid on that site. Nothing's there other than vacant land. We cannot find any records for any of the other areas. So the question is, I can continue here for the next hour and a half, or at least a half hour, but I'll conclude by simply asking you to support the motion before you and assisting us, that is the RPSC, in achieving our objective of obtaining full disclosure of all the details of the sale of the former Little Mountain site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buman. You do have some questions, so
Oh,
just
okay.
stay right there. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Mr. Buman. It's been a while since I've seen you, so welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks for making the time to come and speak with us today and for staying to speak on this. My question to you specifically is it about Little Mountain being in your neighborhood? I'd asked Councillor Boyle in my 1 minute that I had, I call it the lightning round of questions, a question yesterday about Pearson Dogwood. So Pearson Dogwood, Ani is building on that site, and that was one of the only, I'm going to call it an institution for people with disabilities. So although there will be people relocated to that site, I mean, that's a huge site. I think it may even be bigger than Little Mountain. Does that concern you and your group, or is this particularly because it's in your community? Do you think that
Pearson Dogwood is not within our
No, exactly.
area.
I
That's
said
right.
Little Mountains within
Pearson,
your community.
I think that the government, because it comes under Vancouver Coastal Health, to my knowledge, is a slightly different sale. They're going to have part of their medical facilities and for the disabled on the site. It is going to be phased development with the developer Ani. We did not have any of that.
Okay, so I understand that what they're going to be doing at Pearson is providing housing in different models, like greenhouse or housing units like Little Mountain for the people who are living on site. And then there's market development as well, and some things in between. With Little Mountain, I understand that there's a replacement of the 224 public housing units. And in addition to that, the City of Vancouver would have 48 social housing units, and then there's 10 units that would be owned by Musqueam. Do you feel that that's sufficient
It is
housing?
the city policy of 20% social housing, but it's the 20% when we include the city's contribution of the 40-some-odd units as well. Otherwise, it would be less than the 20%.
Okay.
So that's the minimum that we're seeing.
And just quickly, because Chair Carr and I sat on the previous council, and some decisions were made on this site before I was on council, maybe even before you were on council. I won't speak for you, Chair Carr, but my question is I mean, the last council made the decision to move forward with, or councils before me made decisions to move forward with the Trump International Tower and others. But if it was the will of council, you had mentioned Holborn and the developer.
They are the developer.
But do you think that their site might have not been built because it was a will of council, or do you?
No, I don't think council had the say in it. We're asking the support because we were trying to get transparency and accountability, and unfortunately, the city government doesn't have a role in that, only issuing building permits and approving applications. It's the provincial government, and that was my early question. First of all, why did the federal government sell it to the province? And we can't find that information out. We've tried. And then why, in turn, when the province got hold of it, within the calendar year, they decided to sell it to the highest bidder? That is a concern.
Thank you. That's my time.
It is your time.
So
Thank
sorry,
you,
thanks.
Councillor DeGenova. But you have more questions. Councillor Boyle.
Hi, thanks for being here. I'm just wondering, I think you've lived in the neighborhood for this whole time,
Yes.
the whole time this has gone on. I'm wondering if you can speak to what's happened to the residents who live there, or how this vacant lot has impacted the neighborhood.
Fortunately, the vacant lot hasn't been touched by any outsiders, okay? I think that the city is very fortunate in that regard. Quote, no occupations or anything else of the area. It sits as basically 14.25 acres of land sitting there vacant. We have to remind the developer through an office at the city to clean the lot up every spring and during the summer to cut the lawns. We have to remind them at times to clean the sidewalks when there's snow is there. Other than that, we've had advisory committees prior to, say, 2015, and we were involved. The neighborhood, various people within the immediate neighborhood were involved with the planners. Holborn was invited and also attended, and there was some positive progress. But in the last few years, nothing has happened. No meetings have taken place. People are rather, within our community, as you know, we are facing more density than probably any other area of the city other than the downtown area. Canby Corridor, plus large sites as well. And just on the other side, we have Oak Ridge Shopping Center, and you know what's going on there. And we also know what's going on along Canby Street on the east side from 41st to 44th. We just look at the website, you see redevelopment applications. So we're seeing towers coming along. We want to see something take place here. Housing is in short supply. And we're talking about transparency. We can't talk about what has gone on until we see some of the sales agreement. We can't see it. I mean, you get, 10% that's not redacted? But the rest of it, we don't know. We have rumors, but that's not helpful. And we also know, and I use the phrase, it's a real estate debacle. We think it was the best real estate deal in town, but not for the people of BC, but for the developer. When you see the conditions that are there. Is that?
Okay. That's okay. Great. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. You do have more questions. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here. I appreciate the community concern around this and looking for some resolution. And I think all of us obviously want to see housing go forward. I was just curious, you mentioned in your comments that you feel that all of the issues around this really rest with the province. Do you believe that the city had any role in this, or do you don't hold the city or accountable at all?
When we go back, when we first found out about the sale, I think we were invited to a meeting. I think it was 2008. I can look it up here, and with the social planners as well. We had talked about it. We requested, phased development when it was going to take place. We knew that it had been sold. We didn't know anything about the terms of the sale other than the rumor had been at around $330 million. It's closer to $340. And that was the only thing we had. We didn't know who was going to pay for and the demolition. We still don't know. We knew that the Olympics were on their way. We wanted to make sure that the people residing there had first, right of refusal. They had proper housing. We mentioned that. But the city, we knew that the city couldn't do anything because it was a deal between the developer and the provincial government. We have letters from the former premier at the time, Gordon Campbell, and the Minister of Housing, Rich Coleman. We had correspondence there, and we got one reply. confidentiality agreement. And we then requested on further occasions, including the present government and the present Minister of Municipal or Housing, and we've received longer responses, but again, it comes down to those two words, confidentiality agreement, unfortunately. So we don't know, and it's very difficult to proceed without that information. Am I answering?
Yeah, no, I was just curious because in trying to follow this issue, I understood that there had been an agreement between the city and province that allowed the demolition of those buildings. So I was just curious.
Well, I'm sure that the city granted the demolition permit, but from our perspective is who paid for all of this? And that's why I brought up this whole idea of who's paying property taxes. I'd like to not, no, we can't. We must pay because we need the city to operate. We also know the type of real estate deal when gas stations are sold and you get a sort of a, quote, community garden on a temporary basis. Mm-hmm. What kind of tax base, what's in, I'm not mentioning the developers, but, the company, but we know about them, Are they getting a deal or not?
No, thank you, and I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Hardwick.
Hi there. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Cutting to the chase, you said we need this to proceed. What I'm getting at here is we're being asked to express support and to get the mayor to write a letter indicating support, but also support for the FOI. So presumably there's something in the FOI that you need to proceed. Could you elaborate on that, please?
What we would like to find out is we want to see the sales agreement. So then we know how much the property was sold for. What are the conditions? When I've asked planners, on a development application, is there a deadline, to get started? Or is there permission to have an extension? Yes, there is permission to have an extension. How long is the extension good for? I don't have that answer, but we do know that the developer for this site must have an extension that, is an infinite number of days or weeks or months. I mean, what is taking so long? I have from their website, as I said, I have a list of the properties that they have developed or in the process of developing. So money can't be the problem.
But cutting to the chase, if you get the FOI information that you're seeking through the supportive council here, what are you going to do with it?
Then
How would you
feel
proceed?
that once we see the details, we can then put pressure on the developer, BC Housing provincial government to get things moving. But if the contract says that they can more or less take their time in doing it, we're at a loss. I don't know what else we can do other than, then becomes political pressure.
So just again, trying to get to the heart of the matter is that presumably then the information that you might glean through the FOI then would help you chart your path forward in a more informed, less scattergun kind of way.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
More questions? Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up on Hardwick, and the motion talks about the letter, but it doesn't really talk about the means to the end, which is trying to ensure that the housing is there for the people of the area and for the citizens of Vancouver. Is that correct? That's what the goal here is to try to get the housing that was promised as quickly as possible?
The initial, if I recall correctly, the initial promise is to get as much of the 234 social housing units built, because we're short of that supply. And we also know that the city has thrown in a bit more to bring it up to the 280-ish. Now, the 1,400 market housing units, we know that there are plans, and I'm not, within the diagram, that the building that is the initial one is on the corner of 37th and Main. So that's the southeast sector of the site. So that's where they want to put up the first market housing. They also, and I don't know if you're aware or not, they've permission to build a large sales office on 33rd and James. And that will be approximately 10,000 square feet. It's a temporary building. So we cannot figure out, they've got the permission to build a sales office, but they're not going to be allowed to build it, according to your planning department, until they get moving on some of the other buildings.
Okay. Have you had conversations with the developer in the past 6 months?
In the past, we have had.
Okay, but in the past 6 months on where their
No, I got to
processes
go
are at?
back to the time we had the advisory committees in operation. That's going back a few years now.
So the only ask in this motion, and you're supportive of the motion, is just to get information on the sale. Nothing about trying to work with the developer on a timeline, nothing on
if we can,
delivering housing.
If we get the details on the sale, then we can start, an open conversation as a community group and you as city councilors, unless you have the information now. And that would be very helpful. We don't have to go through the process of an FOI.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And those are your questions.
Okay, thank you very
so
much.
Appreciate that. So the next speaker on our list is David Chudnovsky. Welcome again. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Chairperson, Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is David Chudnovsky. I live at 992 East 22nd Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about this important motion. As many of you know, late in March of 2007, almost 13 years ago, the residents of the 224 units at Little Mountain Social Housing were called to a meeting and told their homes would be redeveloped and they needed to leave. But don't worry, they were assured, you'll be back in your new apartments by the Olympics. You remember the Olympics? That was 2010. I was at the time the MLA for Vancouver Kensington, and the residents asked me to attend that meeting. They asked me to help them and to advocate for them, and I've been trying to do that together with hundreds of other people for all of these years. I've been part of a group called Community Advocates for Little Mountain, CALM. In November of 2009, almost all of those homes were demolished, and the site's been a gigantic vacant lot since then, for more than 10 years, in the center of a city suffering a crisis of housing affordability. Rich Coleman, who was then the Liberal cabinet minister responsible for homelessness, predicted that the redevelopment of Little Mountain would be a win-win-win for everyone. Coleman was dead wrong. It wasn't win-win-win, it was lose-lose-lose. The residents of Little Mountain lost their community. 224 Vancouver households lost a place to live. Our city lost one of its most successful social housing projects. BC Housing lost more than 200 units in which they could have housed people desperately in need. Vancouver lost the chance to create a model, affordable, and sustainable neighborhood. British Columbians lost the 15 acres of Little Mountain to privatization. And the provincial treasury lost rents for 224 residences for almost 13 years and counting, by our calculation, more than $20 million. The Little Mountain redevelopment has been an appalling failure. It's an embarrassment to British Columbia and an insult to the people of Vancouver. Now, there are many questions that we should be asking about the Little Mountain fiasco, but the most important of those questions is this one. How could this have happened? Everyone who walks by that vacant lot, or bikes by that vacant lot, or drives by that vacant lot, thousands of people every week, each of them is thinking the same thing. How can this be? How can this land still be empty? And the answer to that question, how could this have happened, is that we don't know. We don't know. And the only way we're going to know is by seeing the contract between BC Housing and the developer. But it's a secret. We've been asking to see the contract for more than 10 years. But until now, it's been a secret. I made a Freedom of Information application for the contract between Holborn and BC Housing a couple of years ago. That application is finally being adjudicated. And one of the elements of the Freedom of Information legislation is the public interest. That's why the motion that's before you today is so important. You are the representatives of the public in Vancouver, and you're being asked to support the FOI application so that you and your successors and the people of Vancouver can better make decisions when it comes to redevelopment in our city. It is in the public interest to know what the provisions of that contract are, to understand why and how almost nothing has happened at Little Mountain, and we're left with a vacant lot, to learn what the terms and conditions of the sale were that led to the tragedy that is Little Mountain redevelopment. I want to thank each of you for your careful consideration of this motion. I remind you that the residents of Vancouver want to know and deserve to know the answer to that question. How could this have happened? Today, you're being asked to support the transparency we all need to answer that question. It's an important step, one that every one of you should support. Please pass this motion unanimously.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chodowski. You have, at this point, 5 councillors wanting to ask questions, so just stay right there. Councillor Swanson's first.
Thanks for coming, and thanks for keeping up this fight. I can remember Margaret Mitchell from the Vancouver District Public Housing Tenants Association, who is the chair of the Little Mountain branch. I was a delegate to end legislated poverty when I worked there. So I just want to ask you, some people have been saying to me, what we need to do is expropriate the site. Have you thought of that? And if so, what thoughts do you have about it?
Well, I certainly have thought about that, as I'm sure that other people in the room have thought about all kinds of things that could, might, and should happen at Little Mountain. But today's issue is a different issue. And we can debate, to have a discussion about that. My guess is that you and I would mostly agree about that, but there'll be other people on council who'll have different points of view, and other people in the city have different points of view. Today, the question is transparency. Today, the issue is disclosure. Today, the issue is, do we as a community want to see and know and understand what's in this contract that has led to this craziness? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. I live very close by Little Mountain, go by there all the time. And every time I go by, I'm smacked in the face again at how crazy this is. So step one, from our point of view, from my point of view, I'm speaking for myself, step one from my point of view is, let's find out what's in this deal that has led to this impossible situation. And step two, then let's have a discussion about what should happen with the site. Some people may think, let's go with the deal with Holborn. Some people may think that there are other solutions that make sense. So that's the second job. The first job is, let's find out what's in the deal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also was going to ask a similar question about what you thought should happen next, and I appreciate the focus on the point of this motion. So my other question is, I'm wondering if you can speak to why you think this is in the city's interest, or in the public interest through the city.
You know, I've been before this council, Councillor Carr, I think will recall, many times on the issue of Little Mountain. And we've discussed all kinds of facets of the issue. But first and number one is that 224 units of social housing are gone. They're gone. And a community is gone. And it's in our interest as a community, as people who live together here, to find out how and why and by what means and under what conditions that tragedy happened, has been allowed to happen. So that's the first issue of public interest. A second, it seems to me, is to inform ourselves, you as council and we as residents, about the deal so that we can, as we move forward, use that information as we assess and evaluate and try and understand future deals. You know, at the time the Little Mountain deal was first put forward by government and by the then minister, he put it forward as a model. This is a model. We'll sell off some public asset, some public land, in this case social housing, and we'll take the money and we'll use it for other social housing. Now think about that. First of all, it privatizes an asset of the people of the city and the people of British Columbia. But secondly, if we want to build a new park, we don't say, oh, well, let's sell Little Mountain, let's sell Queen Elizabeth Park. We'll take the money and we'll build a new park. It's an insult to the notion that we as a community have a responsibility to provide housing for people who can't afford housing in the marketplace. So the second issue is informing ourselves for the future. And the third issue is, it seems to me, that we have some information. I see Dan Fumanos here from The Sun, and he and his colleague Laurie Culbert have done a tremendous amount of digging, as have other journalists. And we've got a little bit of information about what happened at Little Mountain. We don't have nearly enough. We got a little bit of information. It appears that Holborn hasn't paid a cent yet out of their pockets for this big piece of property. That we lent them the money to pay for the site. That's what it looks like. So there's all kinds of ins and outs of this deal that are very, very interesting, that raise some at least yellow caution flags, if not red flags, that we need to investigate. So that's the third reason.
That's great. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Hi, Mr. Chudnovsky. How are you?
Hey, Councillor Fry. How are you doing?
Pretty good, thank you. I'm just curious about the FOI that's referenced in the motion, and do you know who filed that original FOI? Well, there you go. Now, have you had any conversations with the, I'm curious about Holborn's position on this, and if they're also equally interested to see some transparency around this, because I know that it takes two to tango, or even more in this case.
Well, in this case, it's more than two. There was a Freedom of Information application that I submitted in April of 2018. Subsequent to that, a journalist from the CBC Radio, Jeremy Allingham, submitted a Freedom of Information application as well, and he's part of this ongoing thing. So that's the second party to the discussion, to the dispute, if you want to call it that. The third party is BC Housing, because they sold the land. And the fourth party was, or the fourth group, which was up until last week described as the third party. They never told us it was Holborn until last week. Now we're clear that they're there. So what's the process? We submitted the Freedom of Information application. The application is to BC Housing. They're the public body. They said at some point, I'm condensing this, they said at some point, okay, we're prepared to give Chudnovsky and Allingham a version of the contract that has some redactions. That version was sent to Holborn as a party to the discussion, and they said, no, you can't give all of that to these guys. Here's what we're prepared, and the Freedom of Information Office said, okay, you don't want to give them BC Housing's version. What are you prepared to give them? And Holborn then submitted a version of the contract, which you may have seen in the media. That's the one where I'm standing, and Alan Hume, who's here, are standing by the Little Mountain site with pages and pages and pages and pages of black, redacted information. The next stage was the Freedom of Information Office asked me, is that okay? And I said no. And now we're at the point where the parties are making their cases for, in our case, We're saying full disclosure. Don't know yet what BC Housing is going to say. And Holborn is saying no, can't have full disclosure. Sorry that it's taken so long, but that's where we're at. And you're being asked to support our notion that it's in the interest of the people of the city to have disclosure of that contract.
I agree. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick.
Hello there.
Hi.
And thank you for your persistence.
You're very welcome.
So a similar question to what I asked the other speaker was, if we go ahead with this, you're successful in the FOI process and get the transparency and disclosure that you're looking for, then what? I know you've touched on it, but is that time to lawyer up? Is that, what would be some of the directions that you might take once armed with that information?
Well, I think that the true answer is, I don't know. We'll know more. And based on what we know, we will, and by we, I mean, I include you, and I include the community. Once we know what's involved in the assuming that we find out, then we can all have a look at it and say, okay, was this the kind of deal that we approve of? Are there elements of it that we think are sticky? There's all kinds of things that we, and again, I include you, will want to look at and make judgments about.
Well, again, that's cart before horse. We need to be able to see what the results are before we can plot our path forward, is my point. So I hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, understanding that we've inherited this project and we're seeing something that most of us in Vancouver have seen and know and have talked to people about. Do you see now that we are in a housing crisis, and now that there is the provincial and federal government coming to the table more often with delivering funding for housing, this is a real opportunity for us to create what you talked about earlier, which is a real kind of showcase project on a complete community that's delivering affordability?
I'm with you.
Okay, thank you. Because I see this as an opportunity, and I do appreciate all of the community support that's really pushed it to where it is, and I know this council has always talked and acted in a way that's going to deal with social affordability, so I really appreciate you coming to speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Still two more. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask you the same question that I'd asked the first speaker, which is, should this be level set? Should there be some type of city clause? Because really, I mean, we're not involved in the sale of the land, but if it's a public, if it's BC Housing, if it's CMHC, is involved at some level where the public purse is going to be either, we're going to look at revenues coming in, funds going out, commitments being made to housing on the site. Do you feel that there should be some type of accountability that the City of Vancouver should require before we will allow that to go to referral for rezoning? And I ask that because this isn't the only site, right? There's and I haven't done much research into this, but Vancouver Coastal is funded through the province, and they've entered into a partnership with Ani, George Pearson Lands, or Pearson Dogwood Lands. So does this concern you across the board? I mean, I lived near Little Mountain. My mom grew up right near Little Mountain, and it's a very special community to me too. Riley Park. Like, since the day I was born, I've been hanging out in that neighborhood. So I'm going to ask you: do you feel that it's just pertinent to this neighborhood, or do you think that that should be a requirement of the city before we move forward, because that's our role?
Well, I'm going to answer your question, which I think is a very good question, in much the same way that I've answered others, which is to say that that job one here today is coming together as a council to support the notion of transparency and disclosure. That will inform us That will inform us and I think help to, and if there is transparency and disclosure, and that will help us to grapple with the question that you've asked. Is there, based on on what we find out, on the basis of transparency and disclosure, are there steps that the city should be taking? I would expect that there would be, but it's one step at a time. I'm sort of an old fuddy-duddy like that. Step one, let's get disclosure and transparency on this contract, and then let's sit together, and there'll be a lot of discussions to be had. Are there procedures that the city should be in place that could help to prevent such a thing happening again? Important discussion. What, in fact, should happen at the end of the day at the Little Mountain site? Important discussion. Are there other elements of the agreement that we have to look more closely at and perhaps pursue in other venues, legal or otherwise? Important question. But today's question is, do we all agree, which I hope and I get a sense that we do, that we need to know what's in this contract?
Thanks. I'm not sure if we're supposed to stop our own selves, so I'm trying to keep to that. Thank you. Thanks so much. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's my time.
Okay.
Definitely. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Chudnovsky. I wanted to just follow up on something I think I heard you say, which is really, for you, aside from transparency, this is about lessons learned and really having that sort of inform us as we move forward. I'm curious, Councillor Fry asked you who filed the FOI. I understand that was yourself. Did you file a similar FOI to the City of Vancouver to undertake, in the interest of transparency and a better understanding of the issue and the role of the city and how we could prevent this? Did you file a similar FOI to the city?
No, I didn't, but that's an interesting idea that is worth thinking about. I do know from informal discussions with people at the city over the years that the city too wanted to look at the contract once upon a time. So maybe I encourage you as a councillor to pursue the idea of the city filing an FOI with the province around the contract, and I'll consider your suggestion.
I'm just curious because as we're talking about the complexity of this, and as you named, there's multiple partners, BC Housing as well. Yeah. I think that, like Councillor Wiebe, obviously there's a real opportunity here, and we are in fundamentally in a crisis around housing and offering affordable housing. Like Councillor Wiebe, do you see an opportunity here for a mix of housing and want to see that expedited?
Sure. As I said, and again, I think that there's an important discussion to be had about the future of the Little Mountain site. A number of you have asked me about that, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Hardwick, and you. I think that's an important discussion, and I would want to pursue it. And I have a strong point of view about it, but you may have a different strong point of view, and that's the stuff of governance, and we'll want to talk about it. But that discussion has to be informed by a much, much better understanding of what went on here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And those are your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chudnovsky. So we are moving on to the third speaker on this list, Paul Tetreault. Welcome, Mr. Tetreault. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and councillors. My name is Paul Tetreault. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I am not from the area of Little Mountain, but I reside in Vancouver, in southeast Vancouver, and I'm constantly going by Little Mountain and wondering, as the previous speakers have said to you, what happened. And that's why I'm here today. At a certain point, I met Mr. Chudnovsky and said, is there any way I can help this, our understanding of this? And he mentioned that an FOI was being put forward, and I volunteered to help him on the FOI. What will this motion accomplish? What is the impact of the motion? If the city expressly supports the Freedom of Information request by sending a letter and by supporting this motion, this will undoubtedly be part of the record in the inquiry. Therefore, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commission will then understand that the City of Vancouver feels that this disclosure is in the public interest. And why is that important legally in the context of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and the inquiry? Well, as you know, this legislation lays out a whole scheme for access to public information and protection of personal privacy. Division 2 of the legislation talks about the exclusions to the access of this information. Division 4 states that the public interest is paramount and that disclosure will be mandatory by a public body if it is clearly in the public interest. Section 25 of the Act states that whether or not a request for access is made, the head of a public body must, without delay, disclose to the public or to an applicant information, the disclosure of which is clearly in the public interest. Now, because this section overrides the exceptions in the Act, this section is a very high bar. And the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, which is adjudicating this, looks at different factors to determine whether it is clearly in the public interest. And one of those factors is the matter, the subject matter, the contract, the subject of widespread debate in the media and the legislature? Now, clearly, the subject of the contract has been subject to debate in the media and the legislature. Interest by the relevant city government, i.e. your city council, this city council, in this freedom of, in this disclosure of this contract, will show to the adjudicator that there is clearly a public interest in disclosing this contract. And that is why I urge you to support the motion. It's a motion that indicates, as I mentioned, to the office that it is clearly in the public interest for this disclosure to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation and coming today. And I see no speakers from so questions from council, but thank you so much. That moves us on to David Weisbord.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is David Weisbord. I know many of you on council for years have supported the Little Mountain Project, have supported the activists and advocates who have fought for Little Mountain. I'm the filmmaker who's been working for 12 years on this project. I was filmed by Mike McCardle the other day on CTV. You might have watched it, where he watched me in a snowstorm shooting the same angle. I've shot it for the past 12 years. I wanted to show you that angle today and the 12-year time lapse and a short history of Little Mountain, but unfortunately I didn't preview the video with City Council, so that's not going to happen today. Following all these speakers, I can't really say much more. I mean, they've said everything. I, as a filmmaker, caught in very granular form the human tragedy that was the destruction of Little Mountain and the effect it had on the seniors who lived there. In my particular case, I followed Sam and Joan Chang, whose lives were severely affected by all the moves they had to do and died prematurely because of that whole debacle, and a lot of seniors did. You know, in memory of these people, this community that suffered so greatly, it's, I think, important for us to think about the future, think what we can learn about Little Mountain, and think about cracking open this private deal that these developers had that put so much stress and pain on these people who lived at this place. You know, it wasn't in the public interest to subject an entire community to the kind of harassment that took place. And I think in their memory, it behooves us to think about what the private tragedies were, and what we can do to at least move forward, find the transparency we need to make great decisions, and make sure this doesn't happen again, and maybe move forward positively to make sure that redevelopment happens at Little Mountain swiftly, if not through Holborn, but perhaps through other means.
That's great.
And that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
No, just stay there. You have questions? Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much.
Hi.
I ran out to the hall, got a drink of water, but did hear everything you said. Really appreciate your commitment to the project. And as you just said, you know, there's two parts to this. It's about what's being asked for in this resolution and transparency, but it's also about moving forward. As you know, for many years, I've talked about the most affordable housing on that site. And it pains me to think how affordable it could have been 4 years ago, but that's not all up to Holborn or the city. There's a number of moving parts. I understand that. So just want to be very clear that I'm not saying that it's our staff. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just asking you, do you think that it's also important that we focus on moving forward here and trying to deliver the 282 units, the childcare, the 10 units for Musqueam that's in there? Do you think that's important?
Well, that's very important, but it's the nature of the delay by this company is such that we don't have any sense that they're willing to move forward in any good faith. If you look around the site, you'll find towers all around Little Mountain now, around the periphery of that 16-acre site, all of which received their approval years after Holborn received theirs. Why does Holborn not build? Are they builders or are they speculators? It's a very, I have that question. When I speak to people all around the city about Little Mountain, we find out what's been disclosed through recent work by investigative journalists. Everybody I meet, from no matter what neighborhood, are incensed by the whole thing. They wonder, why did this happen? How could this happen? Everybody in the city wants a resolution, and they want it quickly.
But is the piece of paper in hand, what I'm saying is, aside from that, so that's what this calls for, and I can't say how I feel about it until I hear from all speakers, but do you think it's also important that we make sure that we now, because we've inherited this, as I think another council member said, that we do the right thing and as in trying to deliver that housing and welcome those families back, even though it's, a decade later. Do you think that that's important? Over a decade later, 14
Well, I think
years.
extremely important, but I also think that the disclosure of this contract is going to make it much easier for us to make those decisions, because we'll know what's been delaying us to this point. It begins a dialogue. Without the dialogue happening in public, people forget the issues.
But do you think
what's happening?
And I appreciate that, and I've got that loud and clear.
Yeah.
But if the city has tools that we can use to make things move forward now, I felt like I was hitting a brick wall in the last term on this. So I'm just wondering, do you think that it's important that we move forward and try and make that housing more affordable?
I think this council can do a lot. I mean, I think the council can help move this forward, and David Chodnowski has ably made his argument to this council. I think we must move forward. He must move forward now, and I think that creating transparency on this contract is going to help us move forward.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Vaisbord. That's it for your time, Councillor DiGenova, and that's it for
Very much.
questioning. Great, and we're moving on to the last of the speakers, which is Deborah Butler.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to this motion. My name is Deborah Butler. I'm speaking on behalf of my community, which is on the south side of the Little Mountain site. I was one of the core members of the community advisory group that was pulled together to create a vision for the Little Mountain development through the planning and rezoning phases. I was part of the core team that wrote the community's response, and I presented the community's response to Mayor and Council at the time. And to prepare my statement today, I consulted with my community, with people who were part of that original group as well as others, and I have some of those members standing behind me today, so it's not just me. In terms of the motion, our community agrees that developing the Little Mountain site is taking too long. It's absolutely clear that we have to move faster. We agree that transparency and accountability are important values, and that having information may help us move forward. We worry, though, as a caveat, that we don't want to create further delays. We don't want to exacerbate adversarial relationships. We want to, above all, find a way forward. What we ask to get things moving is that the Mayor and Council help us to recreate the energy and enthusiasm that existed when the vision for the Little Mountain development was created. At that time, city planners led a nonpartisan planning process that was really a fantastic model of collaborative community planning. It was led by co-chairs from city planning and the community. The advisory included the developer, city planners, BC Housing, former tenants of the Little Mountain Social Housing, important community organizations like the RPSC, like COM, the Neighborhood House, just to name a few, as well as representatives from the community, such as myself. Across all of those various perspectives, and with the investment of hours of time and literally years of planning, the committee members created a vision for an integrated, complete community. The vision included critically needed social support, such as the Neighborhood House, childcare, a significant contribution to social housing and affordable housing. And given the history of the site, our community was hugely supportive, in particular of the larger suite family housing that's been promised, which is a sorely needed and missing piece of the social housing puzzle at this moment. But at the same time, we feel that important pieces of this puzzle are getting lost. For us, we emphasize the importance of creating that full community in which all members feel integrated into the fabric of life. Vancouver is at its best when all of our community members, regardless of their economic status, live, work, and learn in proximity to each other. Thus, the advisory and my community now applaud the vision of Little Mountain of a mix of market and social housing because we feel this mix is essential in creating true integration. Also, we think lost in discussion are the other kind of community benefits that are planned, like a small grocery store, even a little bit of retail. We live now in a grocery store vacuum. Seniors and others living both in the Little Mountain site and in our community, we have no access to grocery stores. We need these necessary supports. We also want the lovely public spaces, the permeability built into the site. So we are hoping that Mayor and Council can help us in focusing energy and excitement about the vision for Little Mountain that this group created. We want to fight to light a fire under this and get it moving forward. We are also excited, as slow as it's been, that there has been important progress on the buildings for phase one, 3 buildings. If we push this forward, we could have them in 2 years up and going on the site. So what could we do? How can we move forward? What we imagine is creating a win-win-win scenario, this time for the community, the developer, and the city. We ask that we showcase the potential of this project to be an outstanding exemplar of innovative community planning and recognize its potential as a jewel in our city. We want to take a more integrative point of view instead of the current fragmented permit-by-permit approach, with dedicated leadership from council and city planning. We do want to reinstate the Little Mountain Community Advisory with all of the original parties so that all players can come together across difference in a continuous dialogue, not to re-envision the project, which will slow things down, but rather to move the current plan forward. We think our request is consistent with the motion and that we share in valuing transparency and accountability, but we worry that chasing the terms of the agreement is not enough. We worry that it might inadvertently be counterproductive if it serves to delay what's happening. Our community loses if this project gets tangled up in litigation or adversarial discourse. So what we want to do is build from what's been accomplished, celebrate the possibilities, include all stakeholders, include the province, city, developer, and community to generate energy and excitement about what could be a jewel in our city. So we're asking you to provide leadership politically and practically to catalyze movement forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you coming in for bringing your group. You do have questions. If you want to just stay there. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It's very positive. It sounds like you got a real vision for things. And so I guess that's to my question is, you've expressed some concern about the motion and that if, it could end up leading to litigation and other things that could delay this work. But would you have liked to have seen in this motion something that articulated or advocated for a continued collaborative approach with the city and the partners as you've kind of outlined in there? Because it sounds like you don't want to hold things up, but you want to be part of the process. And I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I would say when I was thinking back 10, 12 years ago in those early meetings, this call for transparency and accountability was present then in all the meetings. It's gotten not very far in that long of a time, and I don't know even if we get that information, is it going to help us move forward? So yeah, to me, I think the most critical thing is even during that time, even with questions being asked, we did have this positive energy. At those meetings, the developer was there, the city was there, the community was there, and really there was some excitement over what this place could be and how it could serve all of the community, including those in our community who are in the greatest need. And aren't my community members here? My community supports the social housing, the family housing, the full community. So I think without that, without a push to have a collaborative approach that includes the developer, I don't know how far we're going to get. If the discourse can be evil developer against social planning. And I don't know at this point that that's going to move us forward. And I think that's a simplistic view. I think it's a complex issue. I think everyone has motivations. So the question for us is, how do we light a fire under it that makes the developer proud, the city proud, and the community have its needs served? So that's where I think we're coming from.
Oh, that's great. I'm pretty pragmatic myself in terms of working towards, how do we work towards outcomes, right? And I appreciate there's some concerns about the past, but also how do we move things forward? And I think a lot of that now rests on the city working with the developer and the community on advancing that work. I think that's where the rub is now, is how do we move forward? And I appreciate that. I think there's, and we've just gotten some recent memos around this work around development permits that are in the mix and other things that's underway. But I think you've obviously got the ear of our city manager who's here as well today. So thank you for sharing your perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's our message for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. You just have more questions. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, really appreciate the kind of spirit that you're bringing to the council chamber on this. What conversations have you had with our planning staff on the ability to be involved in planning in the area? And also, have you had conversations with the developer or BC Housing or anyone else that's kind of allowed you to kind of see an opportunity here that can really grow?
Yeah, so the opportunities I've seen, if I think first in terms of the developer, I have not personally talked to the developer since the original meetings like others. Would love to put that person back, that voice back in the mix. But at the time, even in those early meetings, I remember the developer hoping to create something that would be a showcase for Vancouver. I see that as something that's motivating, whatever the financial dealings are. I see a little ray of light. Me personally, I see a little ray of light to say, what if we could create something that everybody was proud of? In terms of city planning, anytime there's been as a follow-up an opportunity to have a conversation about what the planning has been, I've been part of it. So I've had a chance to speak with Alan and others when there's been something that came forward on the 3 buildings that are, being talked about for the site now. I've taken every opportunity to bring our community into that conversation. But my feeling is that what's happening is and that's what we said, it's a little bit permit by permit, building by building. It's a little bit just let's talk about that. And I don't have the same kind of spirit we had when we had that group together, which was more, how do we come together to kind of move it forward and think about the whole? Think about each of the pieces in relation to the whole. And then how is it that we're generating and showcasing that? I mean, there's other projects around town where there's excitement about it, and you see all this vision of what it will be and could be. And without that, I think it just gets lost in the details and gets lost in and that can take 3 months to turn a development permit around, or it can be energized, right? And so I think we need that kind of collective vision and energy and action and vision, publicity, but I mean in a sense of, accountability by publicity, or I don't know, I'm not phrasing that well, but just kind of this kind of awareness of what's going on and the potential of it, and keep that in the forefront, in the spotlight. And that might help us. As another way, we need another way to move it forward, I think.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And that is for your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you all for attending council. Great. We are at the end of our speakers list. And we have a motion that has been moved and seconded. So we can proceed with debate on this motion. We are beyond the question queue because it has been moved. We are in the main queue. I see that Councilor DiGenova had put herself on that former queue, so I've moved you to this queue because you were on the former one, but we are now in the main queue for debate on the motion. Councilor DiGenova.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. I have an amendment that I've circulated to council, and I've also sent it into the clerk. And I just want to be very clear that it's in addition to the motion that Councilor Boyle has brought forward, and we'll see, but I may just speak to the motion in here too. I was having some trouble with this particular issue because I'm not sure that the people who were sitting in these chairs before always shared the same point of view as some of us who sat in these chairs and are returning this term. I do think transparency and accountability, especially when it comes to public housing, is important. That being said, I think that we also have to remember that BC Housing is the staff at BC Housing, the staff at the City of Vancouver, as well as the applicant, who I'm not even sure that I fully understand, although I've appreciated everything that I've heard from our staff, from people in the community, from reading Mr. Famano's articles and others, from trying to gather that information. I think that it's important that although Councillor Boyle has brought forward something that would add our name to a request for more transparency, that we also look at a way forward. And I've said it before, but if we don't start somewhere, we're not going to get anywhere. And as someone who has really dedicated and committed a lot of time to working in nonprofit housing to build housing for people at shelter rates, public housing is important. As someone who, my grandmother's house was in that neighborhood, but my mom took care of her elderly parents, and we probably spent more time there than in our own home. And for a few years, I had moved into the neighborhood as well. I no longer live there. I understand the heart and the soul of this community, and that this building has really left an empty space, more so than just in the land, but in the hearts of the residents and the community. And I think that it's important that we do what we can as a city also. What other tools do we have? So I'd hope that this amendment would be supported because it really does affirm to this Minister of Housing, who also inherited this, that we're committed to moving forward and very thankful to what they're doing, because I am concerned that, that may get lost in this. And I'm not saying the motion from Councillor Boyle, I mean the situation. And also, I think that what we also need to do here is affirm our commitment to the 69 childcare spaces and the 282 units of social housing. So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you to write another letter, but it's, I've broken it down: 224 public housing units, 48 new social housing units owned by the City of Vancouver, and 10 units that will be owned by the Musqueam Nation, which I think really shows a commitment to us being a city of reconciliation. I hope we'll see that in other projects moving forward. So that's what I'll say about this right now. I do appreciate what Councillor Boyles brought forward, and I just want to make sure that we're looking at what we need to do to heal things as best we can. I don't think there will ever be a way to fully heal. Some of the people who used to live on that site I know have since passed away. I know people who lived on that site that I would see or meet in person. My mom grew up with some of them, and that was, we went to school with some of them, and, they were brought to tears when they talked about Little Mountain. So I want to say that I really do care about this project, but we have, right now, I think that we have to heal and move forward by replacing that housing and doing the best job we can. So I've also asked for us to use the tools that we have now. And as you know, there's a childcare policy that coming forward from our staff. They've said they're working on it. If any of those future tools can also be used to help build this community, I'd like to see that. So I'm hoping that council will be able to support this. And with this, I think that brings the two pieces together. I'd be happy to support Councillor Boyles.
Great, thank you. And councillors, I'm going to move us through the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, Dominato, I'm going to put you on that list right away. So just 1 second, and I will do that. And you've already done it. Great, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor DiGenova's willingness to move this forward and stuff, although I'm wondering if you can rule if this is even in order under Section 8.7C. I really appreciate Councillor Boyles' original motion for its cleanliness and really just the simple ask of transparency. I find that a lot of these amendments really presuppose a lot of the outcomes and get in the way of the initial ask, which is really just for transparency around the backstory here. So I'm wondering if you'll rule if that's even in order.
Absolutely. Anticipating that question might come up, I've done some conferring with the city clerk. It is rather on the border of whether it is or it isn't, but in the sense that the motion is very clear in what it is asking for. However, all the whereases of the motion point to the larger issue of Little Mountain, and so I'm going to rule that it is in order based on the fact that it is. If you look at especially some of the whereases that deal with the whole of the development, so my ruling is that it's in order.
Okay, that being the case, then I'll probably ask that these get severed.
That's fine. I'll ask when we get to the point of the vote. Great. Any other comments, Councillor Fry?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Pleased to support the additional amendments to the motion. I'm particularly, after listening to the speakers, I heard a number of things. There's a desire for transparency. There seems to be a desire for some resolution because it's been so long-standing, and that potentially some information that could be yielded might inform future processes. But what I also heard from the speakers is that things are taking too long. The land is still vacant. So irregardless of any contractual arrangement between the province and Holborn, is that actually there's been delays, and we need to advance and make it a priority to get a range of housing, include social housing, because people were displaced there. And so I appreciate looking at, for example, the last clause where it's really pushing our staff to be looking at different ways to expedite both the childcare as well as the social housing. And so I think it's a very fitting addition to the motion. So thank you, Councillor DiGenova.
Great. Thanks so much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just catching up on these, though I appreciate having read them, a version of them before, too. I mean, I don't read these as being a problem in any way, though I was I think the ruling is fair, but I was trying to be pretty particular in the ask, as Councillor Fry said, because I think having more information should and can inform where we go next. Of course, I'm supportive of expressing to BC Housing that we continue to increase affordable housing in the city of Vancouver. And in this particular situation, my hope is that we that in having more information, we can build better trust, which I think is pretty broken and lacking around this issue, in order to expedite moving forward in the right way. And so I guess I don't see them as being conflicting, but I was thoughtful and intentional in separating the two so that more public light on this could build the trust needed that we move on to the next pieces from there. And I too appreciate hearing from the community that they would like this to happen. And it's been 10 years. And so at this point, I continue to remain committed to wanting it to be done well and with as much learning and trust as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I don't see any other councillors on the queue to speak to this amendment. Oh, and except one that just came on, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sorry, I was clicking not successfully there. No, I do appreciate very much the spirit of this amendment. I support, I know we're not speaking to the full motion, but just my context as it relates to the amendment. I support fully transparency, and I think that's really helpful in ensuring that you can maximize the public good on a particular site. And I do think that people naturally have questions, and it is sad when you pass by that site, which I do regularly. But I think that for me, the motion seemed a bit like it was hanging out a bit like an orphan, and it needed some framing. And so I appreciate this addition that it affirms and this particular council's desire to really expedite the social housing units and the commitments that are made, and that we are both advocating for transparency as per the spirit of the original motion, which I thank Councillor Boyle for, but we're also trying to move forward with delivery, and that one is not going to hold up the other. So I think that together they are complementary for that reason, and I appreciate Councillor DiGenova bringing it forward, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. No other councillors on the list. So given that, Madam Clerk, could you move us to a vote on this amendment? Councillor Swanson? Oh, okay. That is unanimous. Great, Council. I'll move us back to the main queue. And Councillor DiGenova, do you have anything else that you would like to say on that?
I just wanted to say that I'm hoping that there's a way to move forward, and I think I've made most of my comments along with the amendment, because it is a neighborhood that's near and dear to me personally. As I said, it's where I pretty much spent most of my time at my grandparents' house. My mom went to General Brock School, had a coffee shop in the neighborhood. She doesn't anymore, but it really has a neighborhood feel there, and I hope that it will go back. That area, and especially the people who lived on site who want to return, it's not going to be the same for them, but I think that we should do our best to make sure that everyone can return that wants to. That is a part actually of the agreement. I actually was very happy to see that our staff had the oversight to include in this agreement, even before I was on council, that the social housing would be built first, that the social housing would be replaced first. And in doing the research for this amendment, I was very happy to hear that 5 of the social housing buildings, I understand, are actually going through the short social housing or rental tenure program. So I'd just like to thank our staff as well. I was going to thank our staff in the motion, but I understood that that might have actually made it out of order and a little bit redundant, because we thank them for everything they do here, as you did at the beginning of the meeting. But I just really would like to say that I hope that we can find a way to expedite this and to heal sooner than later for the people who still can come back.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just thought I would say again that I'm glad to hear so much support. I was appreciative to hear members of the community come and speak to this. What I hear consistently and have been hearing for years is deep concern about and disappointment about what's happened at Little Mountain, not just from the folks who used to live there, but neighbors all around. Disappointment about the vacant lot sitting there for so long, and really just, as I've spoken to, a broken sense of trust in the midst of a housing crisis. I think for us to tackle this housing crisis, it's critical that we rebuild trust in government, and so accountability and transparency on these types of large and really visible deals for residents matters in us getting there. And matters in us building the right kinds of housing to support neighbors across this city. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And we have a few others that are Councillor Swanson speaking.
Yeah, I'd like to thank COM for fighting for this for over a decade, Councillor Boyle for bringing forward the motion. I think one of the key principles around development that we should all adhere to is transparency. I think it was interesting what I think was Mr. Chodnowski said, that it was the developer that wanted the most blackouts of the FOI. I would be interested personally in having a lot more social housing there than what is planned. If it's I don't know if we can get that, but I think it would be good, especially if we're social housing that lower income people can afford. It was Margaret Mitchell who was the chair or the president of the Little Mountain Public Housing Tenants Association who taught me that low income people don't always want to live amongst middle and higher income people, that sometimes they're happy living amongst themselves. And it was a really important lesson for me that I didn't realize till after she died. So I'm hoping she's up there listening. Anyway, I think it's great that we've got this motion, and I hope it will result in the deal actually being thrown open so that we can all see what happened. And I hope there's some places in that we can use to get more social housing.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Mayor Stewart.
It's nice to be able to say something when your chairs aren't really allowed to speak through regular council meetings, but I do on committee. And first, I'd like to thank the community, of course, for all your leadership in this area, and Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward. I think what's happened in Little Mountain is abhorrent. I really think that it's kind of the worst thing that can happen in the city is you have a working community gets destroyed and then nothing gets built, promises are broken. And so I fully support not only seeing what happened so we don't make those mistakes again, but also moving forward. And I think this is a new council, and we've got we're starting to settle in as to what we have lots of debates here, but we're settling in on what our path forward is. And I think making sure that this community has promises fulfilled is something that we're all committed to. So thank you very much again for coming in, and of course I'll be supporting this. Thanks.
And that is for the speakers list. So I think, given no other speakers, Madam Clerk, if you could move this to a vote, that would be great. Councillors Wiebe, Kirby-Yung. That is fully unanimous. Thank you, Council, and thank you again to all the speakers on this. Great, so we are now moving to item number 7 on our agenda, which is including pedestrians in Vancouver's snow protocol and response. And I note this and the following 2 items are members' motions where the motion has not yet been introduced. So there is 2 minutes to introduce the motion, or up to 2, and councillors, you can then have an opportunity to ask of the mover up to 1 minute of questions before we then proceed with any speakers that might be there and debate on the issue. So. And we are in committee, so there does not need to be a seconder. Those whoever moved whoever is presenting the motion can move it, and that's all that's needed. But first, introductions. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'll put your, get you there. Councillor DeGenova, I'll just clear you off that list. Councillor Kirby-Yung, would you like to introduce your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also try to provide sort of the spirit of this motion, and for me, I would describe it as really trying to put a priority on the P in pedestrian. And the motion seeks to be very clear to look at the opportunities to add pedestrians into the city's snow protocol and response, not to change or take away from what's already there, but to look at that as an addition. And I would note that despite the big move goal in our climate emergency response, towards the city of walkable communities, our aspirations about being a compassionate city, are being a city with a growing number, rapidly growing number of seniors, an increasing population, a city that has identified it cares about equity, and yet when we have snow and ice issues in the city, we clear priority roads near major bus routes and the 15 most used bike routes, but we do not clear the accompanying walking paths, and nor do we clear pedestrian priority routes either across the city. And I think that has created frustration amongst residents and made pedestrians feel, quite honestly, that they have been left out. Not clearing sidewalks of snow and ice can have the most negative impact on our most vulnerable persons. And so I invite council to think about hourly workers that don't have the ability when you're listening to those advisories and people say it's a snow day and school's closed, or they say, if you can, stay home. And not everybody has that ability to do that because they simply don't get paid if they don't go to work. That's one group. We think about our seniors, I've mentioned them, persons with disabilities that have accessibility issues. And so I would also note that we do have a hierarchy of transportation modes in the city, and walking is supposed to be the first one. Other cities do this to a far greater degree than Vancouver does. A number of cities are piloting, which is what this motion suggests. It is exploratory to identify high priority areas that could be included and report back. It doesn't negate the responsibility of private property owners, which is noted. It does ask for report back on any possible equipment that could be incorporated in the fleet, which I understand from touring the works yards with staff would be welcome and beneficial. I know the city did invest in specific equipment for bike lanes. And fundamentally, it's about mobility equity. So today we had a discussion about curb ramps and that representing a shift towards prioritizing pedestrians who, as I said, bit of a pun here, have felt they've left out in the cold. And I think that we had some challenges in expediting the curb ramps. And while we may have some here, we overcame them for curb ramps. And I think that we can do this so that we can make pedestrians feel included and support a lot of those goals I've identified. Thank you.
It's a bit over time, but that's okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. So, council, you can ask questions for up to 1 minute of councillor. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle first.
Thanks. I'm just hoping you can clarify, are you proposing that the city take on the responsibility of clearing sidewalks in front of private businesses and private residences that are currently the responsibility of those folks?
Just get my mic. There we go. No, I'm not suggesting that. So I would draw your attention, Councillor, to Resolution B, which specifically identifies the opportunity to come back with a summation of what the obligations of private property owners are. So what I'm looking to do is complement some of those in high pedestrians, because often there's areas between where private businesses end and then sort of the major sidewalks in front of them, particularly as we're starting to have wider seats. Sorry, it's that time of day. Streets, as we look to sort of build out those larger walking areas. So I'm not suggesting we take that responsibility away. I'm suggesting that we look at some core areas that the city can really identify and support on.
That aren't private property, are city property or park property?
A lot of our sidewalks are city, and you think of walkways next to bike paths, for example, they are city.
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, on the subject of paths, and you mentioned the widely observed city clears paths parallel to cycling routes, and you earlier tweeted a picture of Penny Farthing Lane and the priority bike lane there. Are you saying that sidewalk and the actual designated bike lane would be the same priority?
I haven't tweeted a picture of Penny Farthing Lane.
You did. I think it was your colleague Trish Barker's photo, and you tweeted.
She may have. I believe that.
You'd retweeted it with this advance notice of motion. Okay.
I'm not sure that's the case. But what's your question, Councillor Fry?
Are they the same priority?
I think that I don't want to presume what the priority areas are. I'm saying that that's one area that causes specific frustration and may present an efficiency opportunity if we have equipment and personnel in the same
moving
area
on
that could
with
clear
my
both
limited
at the
time.
same
Given
time.
that you and your colleagues had voted against the $2.2 million to enhance quality core services during the budget, and similarly against climate change and increasing funding for diversity, are you
Point of privilege. I supported the vote for the accuracy for the record. That you vote on a climate emergency was a unanimous vote of support by council, including myself.
I'm going to take this.
I'm happy
Just a second.
to
Actually,
recirculate
Councillor
the-
Fry, there is a point of order. So if you are beyond your 1 minute. So I'm just going to take you off the list because you're beyond your 1 minute. And Councillor DiGenova, what is your point of order?
My point of order is under section, I believe it is, sorry, I just had it up here, and it is, I prefer the PDF, but I believe it is section 6.1.
It is 6.1.
6.1, thank you. You knew what I was looking for exactly. So 6.1, I believe that Councillor Fry has put words into Councillor Kirby-Young's mouth. And by saying her colleagues, I assume he is speaking about the NPA caucus members. And in saying so, to say that we voted against climate change is absolutely untrue. But it's also been said in a way to shed a negative light on us. Thank you.
Yeah, I would concur that does express an opinion or makes an allegation that directly reflects negatively on the character of a person or group of persons, which is subclause B. So, Councillor Fry, if you could just watch your.
from the budget vote, which actually indicate the voting record of Councillors Bly, DeGenova, Dominato, Hardwick, and Kirby-Young on item C. And if you'd like, I can take a screenshot and share that.
That would be helpful.
It is a matter of factual record, so I...
Point of privilege, if I might, Madam Chair.
Point of privilege, you have to have the floor for a point of privilege.
There's a challenge of the chair. I understand that there's no further speaking after that's been called.
Yeah, so there's a challenge of the chair, so just 1 second, and I'll go through the procedure on that.
My privilege, not information and procedure. That's why I used procedure. That's why I asked for privilege.
That's not a way. I didn't think so.
Core services. Well, I mean, that's what they're doing, and now they're doing the 5% thing because it's the only thing we're getting. The U.S. is having traction on.
Okay, Council. So there's no need for a seconder to the appeal motion because we are in standing committee. But we are open to debate on whether this decision should be sustained. So this would be my decision. To provide you an explanation of my decision, the language I heard was that the councillor in question, Councillor and her colleagues voted against climate action or climate change action. And in my reflection, I thought, well, there've been many cases where we've had motions come forward that were unanimously supported by this council, specifically the motion on declaring a climate emergency, and I could think of a number of other motions. So I did not feel that there was any consistent votes on this matter. So
I was referencing the budget.
Just a second. We're not in debate. I've just provided an explanation of why I made the decision on this. And there is no debate. Oh, sorry, on my explanation. There could be the debate on the, I guess there's debate on the decision. Okay, yes, go ahead. You can have, I've got 3 people on the list, but Councillor, just a second, I just have to check on how much time you get. Okay, the rules are unclear on that, so we're going to give you 5 minutes to speak to this. So Councillor Fry did have the floor, and I don't think he's only at 1.1 minute. So did you want to go back on the list at this point, Councillor Fry? Because you used some of your time to challenge the chair. So, well, actually, it's a new list entirely. So this is a... No, I know. I just don't know if there's a main queue or an amendment. All right. Can you all go back on the list again? Sorry, we're in a different queue because we were in a former queue before. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I would hope that in the spirit of moving things forward, that although this may, I will not be supporting challenging the chair's ruling, because I agree with the chair's ruling. Although then Chair Carr could join the club of being challenged successfully. But I agree with your ruling, and I also feel that if we're going to go through this and we're just going to talk about this being on climate change, first of all, any screenshot was argued to be sent in before we actually had no debate on the moving to the queue, so I would ask that not to be admissible. And then the other point is it said that we consistently, and if Councillor Fry would like, just as I seem to remember, because I might still have some trauma from Councillor Reimer stopping meetings to roll back tapes, we could do that, but I think he said we consistently vote against climate change. We consistently vote against core services. We voted against specifically core services in the budget. I'm happy to go back and take a look. That being said, I don't consistently vote against climate change. I actually am very proud that a number of us here came together with some amendments to make sure we balance affordability and being the greenest city in the world. So I really support and uphold I would like to uphold the ruling of the chair, and I appreciate that that the chair is being fair here in considering the fact that hurling insults across the floor, things such as this, and previously being having it brought up improperly, that I've been accused of conflict of interest along with another member of council in this chamber. I think that this is the reason we have 6.1, the rules of conduct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Well, Chair, first, for the record, I'd like to say that you could have called Councillor DiGenova out of order for impugning my motivations and suggesting I was hurling insults, which I hardly was. I would like to point that I was reading from a matter-of-fact record from the budget vote, which I circulated a screenshot of, but it is readily available on the city archives. And I prefaced that by talking about the voting record during that vote, which included voting against the $2.2 million to enhance quality core services, the $6.8 million to accelerate action on climate change. These are a matter of factual record, Chair. And it was in a lead up to question whether or not the intention of this motion was to further detract from funding, if it was to reprioritize funding from those kind of commitments that we had made. So I feel it was in order, and it's a matter of factual record.
Okay. Yep. Just can you just put yourself on the queue for that? Actually, yeah. That's okay. I'll just do your mic. A point of privilege has been called, so I'm just going to move to that.
The chair could advise procedurally when I have a chance to comment or respond on Councillor Fry's oratory and conclusions.
Pardon me?
I was wondering at what point in the procedure where we are currently, I will have a chance to respond
Yes,
to Councillor
you may-
Fry's alleged conclusions.
Yes, we are in the debate on the challenge of the chair, and so you have up to 5 minutes to speak to that. So you
Great.
just need to
I will
put
put
yourself
myself
the
on.
list.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. And the next person on the list, though, Councillor DiGenova, I think you go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Carr. Although Councillor Fry has given some explanation, although I disagree about why he has talked about climate change, I'm not sure if he's referencing my veterans parking motion that he questioned if there was a climate lens on that. I'm not sure which parts exactly. He said consistently voted against climate change, but he also said core services and that we voted against part of the budget. So although he keeps talking about one thing he said a number of things about my colleagues and I. So unless he'd like to back up that we consistently vote against core services, I can't see that being true. And in fact, I'm very proud of my voting record on core services. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to respond and provide, I think, some helpful perspective here, and I'm hopeful that we can move on to material discussion of the motion and the people that we're trying to benefit from the motion being the residents of Vancouver, as opposed to going off on a side conversation around voting records. But I would suggest that I think Councillor Fry is cherry picking one vote at a moment in time in a very complex budget discussion, which related to an attempt overall to keep taxes reasonable for the citizens of Vancouver. And I think that you need to look at it in the totality of the fact that I and my other colleagues have supported climate motions, such as was referenced, the unanimous vote on the climate emergency. I have personally brought forward motions such as the Back to Basics motion, really trying to prioritize this. And we had a lot of dialogue during the budget process around trying to determine priorities where we weren't simply adding everything on top, but we were talking about how can the city look at our resources and best allocate those. And perhaps that requires some shifting amongst other areas. So there was a lot of very rich conversation that happened in the budget there. And I think to cherry pick one particular amendment at a point in time is argumentative for whatever purpose I can't determine other than it being deliberately provocative. But I really hope that we can change the tenor of this conversation to focus on the material nature of the motion, get through the questions, get to our speakers, and talk about what we're actually trying to achieve here instead of impugning councillors. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, Council, that brings us to the end of the list of people speaking to this. We will now vote on the appeal. And sorry. Point. No, I'm going to explain it first, but go ahead. Yes, I remember we've gone through this before, and it's kind of confusing because what you are actually voting on is to sustain the chair. You're not voting on Councillors Fry's. Alec, no, we're not voting on that at all. On his appeal. So the vote in the affirmative would be to sustain my ruling, and to explain my ruling, a point of order was raised under section 6.1, the rules of conduct, and the rules of conduct. Regarding language related to voting by Councillor Fry voting against core services and climate change. I ruled that to sustain the point of order, that it was a fair point of order in that there were many votes on these two subject matters, and there was not a consistency around the voting on those. So it would be your vote yes is to sustain my ruling. Your vote no is to not sustain my ruling. In other words, to vote for the challenge. Is it? No way. It says, the ruling of the chair, those who agree with the chair's decision. Oh, vote in opposition. Oh, Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. The clerk has just informed me that it used to be what I just said, and it was switched. So, just to confuse us all completely, it is no longer what it was the way we last voted on this kind of a ruling. So, this time, it's those who agree with the chair's decision, my decision, vote in opposition. Those who oppose the chair's, my decision, vote in favor. Yes, just one second. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm sorry, I have a frozen system on the screen, so I'll need a vote assist, but I'm going to need to, this is poor timing, I know, but I'm not able to maneuver.
We have two? Okay. Yeah. All right. So again, if you agree with my decision, you are voting in opposition. If you oppose my decision, you vote in favor. So does everybody ready to go to a vote now with a vote assist on 2 councillors? That's for the challenge. If you agree with my decision, you vote in opposition, no. If you disagree with my decision, you vote yes. Okay? Okay. Everybody is, I want to make sure everybody's clear. And have you got the vote assist there? Okay. The challenge of the chair fails with 2 people in favor, Mayor Stewart and Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry, I don't read those names. The names who are in opposition: Councillor Carr, DeGenova, Hardwick, Wiebe, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Young. Okay, moving right along. I believe we were in. We're still in the question queue. Great. Okay, so these are questions. Questions to Councillor Kirby-Young. And again, 1 minute for questions. Councillor Bly.
Yes, thank you. Forgot where I was for a second there. Okay, so questions. Oh, right. I was wondering if in researching this motion, you considered the adopt a catch basin equivalent to adopt a sidewalk. So, the hope would be that we're able to leverage community and residents. I know there's a couple folks on our street that cannot do their own sidewalks, so neighbors volunteer to help them out and do it for them. I just wonder if there's an opportunity there to take that route and model rather than a more expensive option, which is just sort of level the playing field between cyclists and pedestrians, because the cyclist routes can't be necessarily shoveled by the general public. So I'm just curious if you looked at that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Bai. 2 questions. One, I think the city has the Snow Angels program, so we have sort of a similar public one, if you will, and I think that the city does a lot of communication around, help get out there and help a neighbor and clear your sidewalk and move forward in that way.
Talking about on public sidewalks.
No, not so much for the public ones. I think people have difficulty clearing them on their own. I think we certainly could to fill the gap. I'm talking about just trying to identify. I'm not talking about blanketing and doing all the city. I'm realistic in terms of resources. I'm talking about some of the space that is public space, such as you mentioned, like the public walkways next to bike lanes, which is intuitive. I'm not prescribing what they are. I'm just suggesting that as an example. And then I think some of the other kind of priority pedestrian areas as well. So I'm saying let's look at those. If we can expand the other program, great. I'm not sure how much success we'll have. I think we have some issues with people just clearing what they have now, but it's worth a shot.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor DeGenova.
No, I wasn't on.
Oh, well, you were, but that may have been a different cue. Councillor Fry?
I think I had my questions and got called out of order.
Right. Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah, under the City of Vancouver Street and Traffic Bylaw, Section 73, all sidewalks need to be cleared by 10 a.m. So I'm wondering, what is the priority that you want to see? Do you want to see an earlier time, or what is the differential between what we currently have on all sidewalks in Vancouver and what you're hoping to see?
Well, if you have thoughts on that, I'd love to hear them, but I wasn't getting prescriptive about time. I'm just trying to get some of the priority areas cleared that we heard, so I didn't delve into that level of detail. I was looking for recommendations to come back from staff.
But every street in Vancouver has to be cleared by 10 a.m. is currently the bylaw.
It is, you're talking for the private areas?
No, I'm talking about every street.
Oh, for the streets? Then, yeah, I mean, I
No,
think...
every street sidewalk in Vancouver needs to be cleared by 10 a.m. in the morning. So I'm just wondering...
Which is the private property owners, just to be clear?
This is for every sidewalk.
On private property.
Private, public, whatever it is.
But we're not doing it. That's sort of the issue, is that we're not clearing the non-property owner. We have gaps. That's the point of the motion.
So the point of the motion is enforcement of the bylaw we currently have?
The point of the motion is to identify some gaps of key areas that are not being done and figure out what those are so that we have people that are safe in the city. And we know right now that we don't.
Okay.
Great. That's it for your time, Councillor Wiebe. Okay, we are now finished. There's no more people on the speakers list. On the questioning list. So we are now going to move to speakers from the public. And I see we do have Colleen McGuinness, who is here to speak to this matter as chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee. Thank you so much, Ms. McGuinness, for your consistent appearance in these council chambers, speaking on behalf of our advisory committees and others. So,
thank you very much. I'm actually here today. First of all, greetings to everyone. I'm here representing the Seniors Committee, but I've also been asked if I would represent the Persons with Disability Committee. They couldn't be here today, but we share an interest in accessibility. I usually come with a rocket that I want to deliver. Today, I really want to say thank you, because there are a number of times when accessibility is a concern, and your discussion this morning about curb cuts was really important, because that is a feature that's tied into this as well in terms of making the city more accessible. I was going to do a long speech about why this is so important that we have clean sidewalks, but I think most of you understand that we have short periods of time in this city where weather causes us to fall into disarray, and those snow days are very troublesome. And so both committees are supportive of the idea that there would be an effort made by the existing city crews to clean existing city sidewalks that are not adjacent to private or commercial properties. I think the recent snowfall showed that clearing bike lanes is fine, but the adjacent sidewalks are where the pedestrians need to go. I look at the seawall and people trying to get to Granville Island to be able to buy groceries or get to a bus. The equipment is out and is doing work. If it can go north, it can go south. That's what we're looking for. This is not a major concern for most days of the year, but when we have snowfall, we had a meeting recently of a group, and people couldn't get there because they couldn't get their wheelchairs up the sidewalks that had snow on them. So, yes, the requirement is that streets be cleaned by 10 a.m., but the truth is that they're not. And oftentimes, the areas that are not cleaned are adjacent to city parks. I myself walked along Nelson a couple of years ago, going onto the roadway because the sidewalks were uncleared and adjacent to a park, so commercial people aren't going to do anything about it. Just a nuance on this is that in the fall, wet leaves are equally dangerous for people who are frail and who have mobility issues. So we just put that out as a point to note. The other thing is that if you're going to ask staff to identify priority areas, we would very happily volunteer some members of the seniors and the disabled committees to assist in the determination of what those priority streets might be. Because we think that we have perhaps a little more personal knowledge. Some, incline is maybe a higher priority than flat. We would like to offer our services. We've been trying for many years, as I say, to get traction on this issue, and we're very grateful to Councillor Kirby-Yung for making this a policy matter. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And you do have questions? Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, Ms. McGinnis. Thanks very much, first of all, for being here. Appreciate it. And for bringing feedback from both committees. That's good for council to hear. You've been discussing this for some time. Is that correct? This isn't a new concern?
This is, every time we've had snow, we have shared photographs of cleared bike lanes and not cleared adjacent sidewalks. We tried through our staff liaison to get some response on this. And truthfully, it's quite clear that it needs to be a policy that is passed on to staff so that it gets the appropriate action.
Do you see this conversation in terms of the stage of where it's at a bit similar? Because I just thought it was interesting timing that we had the curb ramp conversation this morning. And the city manager, I thought, made a really eloquent comment around this is really a shift in mindset, if you will, or priority towards including, putting more priority on pedestrians, and it wasn't there before. And we've got information back from staff that Vancouver is really behind in that area. Do you see this being a similar analogy, a similar type of conversation around trying to shift the protocol to including pedestrians?
You people are a totally different group of councillors with different priorities. Pedestrians have been, the greenest city, transportation 2040, all those kinds of things do talk about walking. But walking for able-bodied people in all kinds of weather is quite different than the difficulty and the potential isolation that takes place when somebody is older, perhaps frail, perhaps already walks with a cane or some kind of mobility device. They are not going out. They are missing doctor's appointments. If they are of a certain generation and they're keen to go out regardless, they run the risk of visiting the hospital with a broken wrist or a hip. So anything that we can do to make certain priority areas more accessible and safe is really important. And you people are in a position to do that.
Okay, and you sort of touched on it, but I'll ask sort of a final question is what the impact is on people if they're housebound or isolated and they can't get out or they feel unsafe going out?
Well, I'm a prairie girl, and so when Winnipeg has a snowstorm, Winnipeg knows how to handle it. And they have, as we have snow angels, we have all sorts of other things. They have a group of people who get out and pick up people who need to get to doctor's appointments or get to hospitals or have doctors go to help deliver a baby. They manage that. We don't manage that at all, and so people stay home. They, as I say, they miss appointments, and if you're in the queue for some advanced medical test, you could be in the queue for another 6 or 8 months if that's the case.
Thank you. I think that might be my time.
Yep.
To be honest, thank you.
To be going on, but you're right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your knowledge or your attention to that. And that is for your questions, but thank you so much for staying and for the presentation and also for all the work that you do on our committees. Great. So that's it for speakers. We did have another speaker on the speakers list, but he withdrew and did want to make note that he had sent to council information relevant to this particular motion. So I encourage you all to read the email he sent to every council member on this subject. And we are now at the point of debate on this issue. Everybody clear? No debate? Up, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to speak in support of the motion. I think it's, I mean, we had a recent snowstorm, and I think what I heard and noticed, and certainly in my neighborhood, is the inconsistency. It happened to be that Central Greenway and East Van by Trout Lake, the pedestrian sidewalk was shoveled or plowed before, and the bike path was not at all, actually, for over a day. So I just thought that was interesting. And then when we had the advance notice of motion, I started to pay attention to what that inconsistency means for people, that they cannot reliably count on being able to get from A to B. And being somebody with very elderly grandparents that live in the downtown core, they just don't leave the house during snowstorms because it is that treacherous for them. And that's probably their age. So I'm not sure shoveling their sidewalks would make that much of a difference. But that being said, I appreciate that this is something to look at. I mean, I like to live in a world where there's more awareness and helpfulness around in society, and we sort of lean into that. But I get now the more we build out our network of pedestrian and cycle paths, the more of an issue that this is going to become, coupled with the fact that severe weather events are increasing, and we're seeing bigger snowfalls, not as common as our East Coast neighbors, of course, but we are seeing them here. So this is something that we ought to look at. And I'm hopeful that staff will come back with options that are similar to adopting the catch basin. I think that's a really successful program. We have 45,000 catch basins that need adopting, and it's super successful. So maybe there's some balance there that we can manage the costs associated with this initiative and some community participation as well. So I'm not sure what that looks like. Either way, I do hope we elevate this conversation always away from cyclists versus pedestrians and have people working together, because we know that that's a legacy contentious issue that I certainly would hope we don't follow that path as this new council. So yeah, I will support it and look forward to hearing back from staff.
Great, thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I want to echo some of that. I also really appreciate the intent of this motion, and I want to echo that I hope this isn't a fight between cyclists and pedestrians. I will say I consider myself a pretty hardcore cyclist, and I stop biking at 0 degrees. That's my line, having had a spill on ice while pregnant. So I am also happy to see us prioritizing pedestrians, and I really appreciate the connection to the climate emergency and the goal of supporting more people in walking, particularly those who are more vulnerable in those scenarios. And of course, as comes up and should come up on many of our items, I'm very concerned about the budget implications. We all know we have a tight budget, and we have many items that come forward wrangling for those dollars. And I'm concerned about how this fits in, and throwing priorities. I mean, this is the process, but throwing priorities in ahead of the budget and then wrestling out what we fund there. I have read and reread the language of this motion, wrestling with supporting the idea of it and wanting to figure out how we do it in terms of a reallocation without it adding significantly to costs. And balancing, as we hear from everyone, that it's a few days a year, it's critical access for people whose lives are really constrained in those few days. And unless we're talking about doing this with a tax increase, I think we need to be pretty realistic about fiscal responsibility in terms of these types of decisions. So I'm interested in hearing where those high pedestrian areas could be. I also keep trying to think about what are the main stretches that aren't private ownership, because what I think of immediately is our main commercial nodes. So I'm interested to see where those stretches are, and then how we might be able to reallocate our existing resources to make sure that we're supporting them. And again, just concerned happy to support this as it is and concerned about the budget implications going forward. Hearing and knowing that that will be a tough decision again, and that we need to be mitigating climate change impacts and funding on the mitigation side, so we're not seeing more and more extreme weather incidents going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I put an amendment forward.
Okay, I'm going to just move us to Amendment Q, and I'll put you on that. Go ahead to speak to it, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm really appreciative of this, and obviously it's something that affects our city greatly. One of the components talked about was the BIAs, and we've just approved the street cleaning, which involves a lot of social procurement, and I think that this is a great opportunity for us to work with those organizations to ensure that when we do have acute snow removal, that we can call on our social procurement workforce to join our city workforce, because I know we do deploy different departments, everyone, to ensure that we go through these. And I think this is another opportunity to ensure we have the most boots on the ground to clean the streets as quickly as possible. I know that this is an important topic for me because my mom is fortunate that she has the funding to get a hotel, but if it's a snowstorm, she can't get in and out of her house. And so she will book a hotel somewhere that she can go to work. So it is critical because it does change your mobility for people. And so for me, I understand the need, and I'm looking at different ways for us to work together because I know this is something the city really wants to get behind.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Speaking to the amendment, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, I wholeheartedly support it, and I appreciate very much Councillor Wiebe bringing it forward and sharing kind of the personal experience. I think of programs like the street cleaning grants that we just approved. I feel like that was just yesterday. Seems longer ago, but organizations like Mission Impossible and others that have provided, I think, really valuable work experience for people and vulnerable people. And this might be something I think is along the lines of, I'm assuming, what Councillor Wiebe is thinking about, that could provide sort of double benefit and sort of social benefit in terms of supporting vulnerable residents as well as providing some employment. So I'd be really interested to see what might come back on this. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I can appreciate the intention of this, but as per a previous discussion, I have concerns about how we contract, how this might be contracting out of work simply because we could pay some people less to do it, and it's precarious, and I would rather that we look at how we reallocate existing staff during snowstorms to make it happen and support living wage jobs. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, and we have some others now. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, I mean, I am going to speak in support of this. I think this morning I spoke to Agility around our curb cuts. And truth is, I have a very dear friend who was living in his vehicle up until 6 months ago and has now found housing, but is still pretty unaffordable. And he texted me over the snowstorm and said, just so you know, I have a shovel if anybody needs help. It's undeniable. People are entrepreneurial. They need to take some choice back into their own hands. There's no way as a government I ever want to get in the way of that. So I like this and I will be supporting it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Also, appreciate Councillor Wiebe bringing this amendment forward, and I think it's a fantastic idea to consider that. As we've noticed, we're exploring this effort, but in the context of our budget, but also in terms of the social benefit. We have had great success with the Kettle Society's Supported Employment Initiative, and I think if there's an opportunity to partner and collaborate and to do that through social procurement as part of this work, I wholeheartedly support it, so I appreciate that it was brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
Can
I jump in?
Yes, actually, go ahead.
Thank you. Law has chimed in with a nuance here that I just wanted to raise. Social procurement is something that we do with all of our contracts. I think if you're talking about the micro cleaning grants that we did, that's social enterprise. And so there's a nuance difference there. But the way this reads, we would go out for a procurement and any company could respond So I think there's, if I understand it, you're talking about like the Mission Possibles and the Embers of the world, and that's really social enterprise. So just wanted to kind of raise that as a nuance that make sure you're getting what you want here.
Thank you. That's very useful information. I see, Councillor Dominato, you're still on the floor, or no? Okay, Councillor Bly?
Yeah, I just thought I would reflect the city manager's comments and send in an amendment to the amendment.
Yes. While you're doing that, I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2. So when you're ready to speak to it, just i.e. when it's in. Just a second. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thank you. So the amendment is to reflect striking the word procurement and adding the word enterprise so that we can be sure to address the nuance to that, to legal's advice and move forward with this amendment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bly. And I don't see anyone else on the list there. So are you fine to move to a vote, Council? Looks good. Madam Clerk, if you could just get us into a vote for the amendment to the amendment. This would be the right. Okay, Mayor's, no, people not here. So that passes with a 1 in opposition, Councillor Boyle. Okay, and I am going to move this back to the amendment queue. So this would be dealing with an amendment as amended. Councillor Bly, you're on the list there. Councillor Wiebe? No. You're all good on that? Okay, is everybody ready to vote on the amended amendment? That would be the amendment by Councillor Wiebe as amended by Councillor Bly. We just passed that. All right, Madam Clerk, if we could go to a voting queue on that, that would be great. Okay, and that vote passes 6-2. Those in opposition are Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle. All right. Back to the main queue as amended. Councillor Wiebe, do you have any other comments you want?
I will be supportive of this, as I heard from the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee that did send an email, and I really appreciate the speaker speaking on behalf of both of the organizations. I will be supportive.
Great, thank you so much. And Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I also had an amendment that I wanted to add. I didn't move out the original motion because I wanted to do it separately. I know Council appreciates that process, and I did send it in earlier before we reconvened. And it's simply in addition to A, which I see the clerk has up on screen. And I think it was just in terms of going to the experts in terms of getting some feedback from a couple of our significant advisory committees for suggestions on some of those key priority areas. So it reads further that staff engage with the Seniors Advisory Committee as well as the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, as well as any others deemed beneficial for their feedback and input.
Great. I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. So if anybody would like to speak to that, you can get on the amendment queue.
Excuse me, if I might,
yes,
Chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, just this has kind of been bothering me a little bit just on the timing. I'm not confident that we can report back by May 2020, and particularly not if we're going to be doing a bunch of engagement. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Like, we got staff that are pretty slammed right now, and so redirecting them to do this work by 2020 is something that I'm not confident about. So I just wanted to put that out there, that if we can have more flexibility on the report back, that would certainly make it easier for us to do this kind of engagement.
Okay. So thank you very much for that. And I see that Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, a question of staff through you, the chair, the city manager, was just as it relates to what his interpretation is, because I was thinking this was just not a formal engagement, but sort of a staff attending one of these two advisory committee meetings for some general feedback. And I'm wondering if staff have the same interpretation of that, because I'm not intending to delay. I'm just the original intent around the timing was to get some early information for council to consider and have us get some of that information coming back in time for the budget process and procurement for next year. So it sounds like, I just want to be clear that I wasn't asking for a robust process, I was asking for a conversation or dialogue with these two committees.
That is a question through me.
So my question is that the city manager's understanding?
Yes.
Yep, through the chair. I think this kind of consultation is a really good idea, so I don't mean to be implying that I think this would be a critical part of this work. I'm concerned about the May report back without this consultation. I was nervous about it to begin with, but then it sounds simple, but aligning with the meeting, getting on an agenda, hearing what they have to say, reporting back, it really doesn't go over well if we do like a drive-by and it's like, hey, what do you think? And then there's not really that chance of going over a list together. And so I think if you want this to be done well, I just don't think a May report back is a reasonable time frame. So that's, whether we do, like how deep of a consultation we do either way, I think we need more time.
Great, thank you. You're still on the speaker's queue, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to amend the timeline from May 2020, and I'm just sitting in this amendment. I don't know if you want to deal with this one first from procedurally, and then we can do that after. So perhaps we can do that, and I'll email in the second one on timing.
Great,
okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We are in the amendment queue for the amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young to have staff engage with the Seniors Advisory Committee as well as persons with disability, that amendment. And I see no one else on the list, so Madam Clerk, if you could take us to a vote on that amendment. Councillor Bly? That is unanimous. Okay, and back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, you do have the floor.
Yeah, I sent in a further amendment. I'm hoping that this speaks to what we heard, and it's simply to strike in A, and I'll let the clerk bring it up. I'll just speak to keep us moving. By May 2020, and insert and replace it with before council summer break, providing some potentially 3 additional months there.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Actually,
sorry, Councillor Dominato. I'm going to put you on the list, but I want to move us to an amendment queue. No? Okay. Great. I am seeing no one on that list. So are you ready to go for a vote on this amendment? All right, that amendment is the one that was just circulated, changing the date to before summer break. And Madam Clerk, if we could have a vote on this, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, yeah. Great, that is unanimous. You, Council, and now we are on the main queue, and that Councillor Dominato, you are on that queue.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any more amendments. I was just going to speak very briefly to the motion.
That's what this main queue is.
Okay,
fantastic.
As amended. No, I'd just like to say thank you to Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing forward the motion. I look forward to staff reviewing this and considering what options we might undertake around pedestrian pathways and sidewalks. I think I'm also very pragmatic. I don't think I don't have any ideal views that this will be all sidewalks in the city. I think the focus on priority areas and having had a couple of years, I had a broken foot a few years ago, and it was in the middle of a snow, when we had a snowstorm here, and I remember being so deeply concerned about falling again. I had crutches, and so I appreciate the concerns, and I've been very able-bodied throughout my life, but I also appreciate the concerns I raised with, seniors, people with disabilities, and so I think exploring means to make our sidewalks safer for people. And I appreciate Councillor Reeves' addition, so I'm very supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And councillors, I don't see any of you on the list. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just provide a couple of quick closing comments. And I appreciate the discussion by council, which is what I was attempting to sort of engender here. And I just want to state, and I said this in quite a bit in media interviews, is that I want to make sure it's not mischaracterized. It has nothing to do with the type of modes, one versus another, bikes or otherwise. This was about including pedestrians and someone that was sort of not accounted for in the protocol. And that's really the spirit of it. So I wanted to be very clear about that. And I think that everybody has a story, and I appreciate councillors around the table sharing theirs, whether it's, Councillor Boyle shared a personal moment, and Councillor Wiebe in terms of his family, and I think everybody has those. And it really does come down to compassion. And sometimes people say, well, is it worth it to do it for the few days that we have? But it has a huge impact on people's lives, both from a safety point of view, from a social perspective. And, we do invest. We have 100 pieces of snow equipment, I believe, if I remember that correctly, in the city's inventory. And we have specialized equipment for roads, and we have specialized equipment for bike lanes, and we do that because we think it's a core service that the city should deliver during that time. So I don't see this as being different. This is really about sort of evolving the thinking there. So appreciate the conversation and the dialogue, and I'm looking forward to seeing what creative options come back, including the, I think, very thoughtful amendment by Councillor Wiebe in terms of looking at social procurement, which might be really appropriate given sort of the intermittent timing around these types of events. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And so I see no one else on the list. Madam City Clerk, I wonder if you could take us to a vote, please. This is on the motion as amended. Yeah, once I've called the vote, I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, then we are moving to the vote, Council. Okay, so that is unanimous. Great, thank you so much, Council. And that moves us to the item 7 on this agenda, item 8 on the agenda, which is City of Vancouver LGBTQ2+ Advisory Committee renaming consideration. And this motion has not been introduced or moved or questions asked of the mover. And Council, I just want to let you know that we have quorum in the room right now, but no one can leave, else we lose quorum. And Councillor Dominato, I got you on the queue to introduce your motion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And actually, I'm not going to introduce it at this time. I am going to move to postpone the motion to the regular council meeting of February 25th.
Okay. Just one second. I just have to check one thing about that. Great, thank you. I was just checking to make sure the motion did not need to be moved first. It does not need to be moved first. It was unfinished, so it was moved from one meeting to another on this time. So it will be moved as to be on the agenda of the February 25th meeting, council meeting?
Correct.
As unfinished business.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we need a vote.
Can I stay on the queue, Madam Chair? Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, you still are on the queue.
Fantastic. I'm wondering if I might move a 15-minute recess, and that is just to address that we've received some additional information regarding amendments around the next motion, the Independent Auditor General Subcommittee, and I think we might need a few minutes just to address some of the staff feedback.
We need to vote on the first item, and then I will not clear you from the queue. So, Council, we have a motion to refer this item 8 to the February 25th council meeting. And I'm not seeing anyone on the list to speak, so I'm just wanting to make sure. I think this is by a show of hands. No, you want to do it on screen? Oh, okay. So we will move to a vote on screen for this. And that is unanimous. Great. Councillor Dominato, you are still on the list, so you may continue.
My mic's on. I'd like to move a 15-minute recess so that we have time to review staff feedback with respect to the Independent Auditor General Subcommittee motion and possible amendments.
15-minute recess. I think we can do this by show of hands, right? So all those in favor? Anyone opposed? One, but it carries. So 15-minute recess, Council, to review the information about the amendments and staff feedback to the next motion, Independent Auditor General Subcommittee. And the staff feedback? But what about the staff feedback to that? That's one thing that was asked for. Is it this break for staff feedback? No? Okay, I need somebody to find this out. Order. Okay, I got it.
Accepted.
City Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. And we are on the last item at this point in the committee, which is our fourth motion. And that is the Independent Auditor General Subcommittee. This was referred from yesterday's council meeting. It is yet to be introduced by Councillor Hardwick. So, Councillor Hardwick, if you could introduce your motion. You have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. And, Councillor, you would then have 1 minute to ask questions of the mover. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick. I'll just get your mic on for you.
I guess I can sit. I don't need to stand.
You do not need to stand.
So, thanks, everybody. I'm glad everybody's back. Sort of like to run through the chronology of events here. On October 23rd, 2019, Council approved a motion to establish an independent Auditor General office for the City of Vancouver, unanimously, although Councillor Wiebe was absent. It was a unanimous vote. The motion called for the formation of a subcommittee of Council to direct the establishment and implementation of an independent Auditor General. Subsequently, as the mover of the motion, I reached out to legal staff asking for direction, and on November 14th, I received a privileged legal memorandum called Next Steps in Implementing Council's Decision, and there were 3 recommendations, including 1, a formal delegated authority route, 2, a formal but no authority route, and 3, the informal working group route. And at this stage, my evaluation is that the steps that need to be taken do not require decision-making capability. What the steps are required are to obtain our outside legal opinions and to contract the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation to produce a report and recommendations. Once these 2 steps are completed, then recommendations can be made to Council about next steps, which would include future governance, including the formal formation of a subcommittee with full terms of reference and decision-making capabilities. Therefore, the motion that I have submitted to the clerk is, as amended, is a motion for an informal working group. My understanding from staff is that the informal working group does not preclude the formation of a full subcommittee after the report recommendations are obtained. To do otherwise, I would argue, would be putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. So I had originally recommended that this report
Councillor Hardwick, you are out of time.
Be completed by Q1, but I've changed that to Q2, and I appreciate Council supporting the next step, knowing that the research will lead to further steps forward. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will go through questions to the motion, and so I'll go through those, and but then there are some procedural issues that we need to address. Because the content of the motion is different from the recommendation. So I'll deal with that after questions. So first of all, Councillor Swanson, for 1 minute.
Yeah, is the motion that you want us to be dealing with the one that you sent about 10 minutes ago?
Sorry, we're just...
Yes, I've got some extra paper copies, which I can hand out as well. There's just one small change.
Okay, so Councillor Swanson, did you have any other questions?
No.
Great. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will take a moment to read this. But one of my questions is there, I was part of the budget working group, and so I'm picturing that. Is there staff involvement in an informal working group?
I know that there was in the Budget Committee. I'm not suggesting that there needs to be, in particular because of the independent nature of this activity. I would think that the next step, after we have the recommendations that come back from the CAF and after we understand from our outside legal counsel what form this entity needs to take, that's the time that we would be seeking staff support for the next steps from that point forward.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. I'm going to read.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Boyle, okay, yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Thank you. Councillor Kerber-Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for your continued work on this, moving it forward tangibly with next steps. Two quick questions. The first one is, do you see this as a moment in time? Essentially, we're trying to get this process set up, and there will be sort of a next step that will require a different level of council engagement moving forward. This is simply an interim step, is that right? Just to get to some parameters around how this office should actually be established.
Precisely, that is correct. We don't know what we don't know until we have the advice.
So it is a short-term kind of bridge strategy.
Yeah, I had originally said that this would be completed by the end of Q1, which would be March 31st.
No problem. And then one other quick question is, any member of council, as I read this and I'm scanning through these latest updates, is free to participate as they see fit. Is that correct?
As far as I'm concerned, under the informal working group, under the committee, we'd received advice to keep that number to 5.
Can you point to where that is contained in the resolution? I didn't see it, but I was scanning through quickly.
It's not. The informal group doesn't have restrictions because it's not going to have decision-making capabilities. We wouldn't have to worry, for example, about quorum or making any, that is outside the scope of what the informal working group is intended to do.
Okay.
So that is your time, Councillor Kerber-Young. Councillor DeGenova.
This is questions to Councillor Hardwick, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
1 minute.
Councillor Hardwick, as you know, if more than 5 of us meet, even in an informal setting, then decisions can be made. So it's frowned upon for us to do that and talk about anything that may come to council. Have you thought about maybe asking everyone for a show of hands here today? And if they want to participate in the working group, then you could amend the language to include their names?
I would be happy to do so.
I do not wish to participate just because I have enough work, so I'm letting you know that here in my question time. I'm just also wondering what commitment of staff would be. Is there any requirement of staff?
Not at this juncture, other than going through the procurement aspects of accepting the. We have a proposal.
Just very quickly, how many times would this group meet?
I can't imagine that it would be more than count them on one hand.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I do have one other question, which is I note that we had feedback from the province with some questions about whether this office would be able to do the work that was proposed that it do. And so I'm curious to hear how the committee or report might be able to respond to that.
Well, exactly. We need the input both from the independent legal counsel, the opinion, and by the way, in that case, just so you know, we received advice from the CAF, from the Office of the Auditor General for Local Government in British Columbia, Gordon Ruth, and also from other Auditor Generals across the country on legal firms here that could do this work for us. We submitted that to legal. Of the 5 firms that we suggested, only one was discounted because of a conflict. So we're assuming that that's moving forward to determine the legal direction, and then with the CAAF, then they will make, together with the legal, that will help us with the determination of next steps. And I think the province doesn't have the answer either, but this is something that will come out of this undertaking.
And is that legal cost part of the $50,000, or that's an additional cost?
No, that was additional, and actually the $50,000 was a procurement threshold, and we actually have a proposal for less than that from the CAAF. But the legal part was covered in the original motion that was passed on October 23rd, 2019.
Great, thanks.
Okay, that's it for time there. Okay, Council, there's no other questions at this point. So this motion can be moved in order to then be debated. A little name on the, okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was still on there. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to move this motion, which is really for establishing, again, a working group as opposed to a committee at this stage. We may come back, as I've said before, to a committee in a couple of months' time, but for now, the working group is the appropriate. So I'm so moving.
So Councillor Hardwick, you cannot do that. You have to move the original motion. We have a rule in the books that any amendments to councillors' motions have to take place after the motion has been moved and in transparency on the floor of council. So you have to move your the original motion you submitted.
Okay, so moved.
Okay. In order for that motion to be in order, there has to be a rescinding of the motion that you are moving from, which is the one of October 24th, because that called for the establishment of a committee under section 6.1. So in order for this motion to be legal and dealt with at this table, the previous motion has to be rescinded. Anyone can move to rescind that original motion, but it does require a 2/3 vote.
Then I have a question.
Through me, you can ask a question, or either to me, but probably to staff.
My understanding is that that we may indeed come back to a subcommittee being constituted as was anticipated in that motion, that this is an interim step. I'm not suggesting that we won't want a formal subcommittee under 161 subsequent to this initial research. So my reading of the November 14th memorandum from legal was that the informal working group route would not in any way detract from the original motion.
Okay, I have a different advice coming forward from the clerk's office, and through legal, so I have to clarify that, whether or not we can move forward with this motion and not have to rescind, because I've been given advice about that. So you can all stay in your seats, but I'm going to take a few minutes to clarify that. reconvening at this point. Great, everybody in their places? We do not need to go through a rescission vote if the following language is added to this motion. And that is just to add in Part A, where it reads that Council authorized the creation of an informal working group. Somebody needs to take this language down. You have to add in the following words: in advance of a subcommittee being formed and not intended to constitute a committee, blah, blah, blah. In advance of a subcommittee being formed and. And the reason for that is that it would then, there could be no confusion that this is in conflict with the earlier motion which called for the creation of a subcommittee as opposed to a working group, specifically a subcommittee under section 161. I'm just letting everybody know about process because I was asking, I was letting you know that we had to do a rescission, but not if that language is there. And just to give you some other advice, I was in conversation with our legal department to actually have a show of hands as to who wants to be on it, and an amendment to include the names of those on it would be also desirable at this meeting.
Madam Chair.
Can I answer one other question? Sorry. The question was also asked of Councillor Hardwick as to the role of staff in such a working group. There is no necessary role of staff in a working group.
Madam Chair, I would make those amendments myself, but I did it on my computer in my office, and I don't have it handy.
If somebody else can do it, that's fine. I think we've got somebody willing to do it. But I think we do need a moment in order to have that in. Otherwise, I have to move forward with a rescission. So if we can have an amendment, that would be good. So everybody take a few deep breaths, and we can all sing Kumbaya. Yes, actually, just 1 second. I'll get your mic is on.
I had nothing to do with that, but thank you. I think the clerks might have helped out.
Parliamentary procedure.
Parliamentary procedure. I'm wondering if you, Chair Carr, could tell me if this, and my concern is, and I'm not sure what the parliamentary procedure is, that's why I'm asking the question. If there was a rescission, that really means that the motion didn't happen. So that leaves it open and vulnerable to then, if this motion was put forward, that motion then being called out of order if someone were to ask for that. And then what we could see is a completely different motion come forward. Is that correct?
Actually,
is that what could happen
under
the procedure bylaw?
Yeah, actually, it would not be a rescission of the whole motion would not be needed. Only a rescission of the part of the motion that deals with striking a subcommittee under section 161.
You said rescission of the motion, so I just wanted to make sure, because that to me would have meant it never happened.
No, don't have to worry.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are just waiting to make sure that we get something coming in here. Okay. We have, I believe, Councillor Hardwick. We're happy to move over to the next person on the queue, which is Councillor Dominato. Great. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification. So I did submit an amendment pursuant to your guidance that I hope meets the spirit of what you shared with Council. And that's been circulated to the clerks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And I will move us to a amendment queue. And Councillor Hardwick.
I'm happy to support this amendment as written. Again, just reinforcing the notion that this working group is a sort of an interim step that will likely lead to a more formally constituted subcommittee at a later date.
Okay, that's great. So just to be clear with everyone, the motion that we are working with is the one tabled by Councillor Hardwick, and that motion would be the one that is on public record. And so this phrase is in order. It can exist. So the amendment to that motion by Councillor Councillor Dominato is in order, but I just am making sure everyone knows that the amendments that were part of the red highlighted copy that was originally going to be tabled have to be tabled.
So point of information, that means I'm doing this in the wrong order.
No, because then I would have had to go to a rescission vote just on the basis of the motion. And so now we have language that is fine. It can stand, but the other changes need to be tabled. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that. This particular amendment is absolutely in order, but I believe that everybody is questioning then what happens to the other amendments in the version that was circulated by Councillor Hardwick with changes to it that she wished to table but couldn't table because they conflicted with the original motion. So let's deal with this one, but then just 1 second. We can deal with this one, and then we need to, there needs to be a moving of all the rest of the amendments which were circulated. Which I believe that it has been circulated, right? It can be just sent to the clerks.
Yes, the clerk has.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Just get yourself on the queue. Yes, go ahead, Councillor. Just 1 second, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Chair Carr, I didn't have that answered. My question before about a rescission, because I understand now we're back to the rescission.
No.
Of a part of it? Is that the case?
No, there's no rescission because the motion that was tabled, which was a motion
on the agenda.
That was on the agenda, was consistent with the original motion. Okay. No need for rescission. We now have an amendment to that motion, which talks about the creation of an informal working group in advance of a subcommittee being formed.
But my question now about parliamentary procedure then would be, you had mentioned that we did something in an incorrect order, so do we have to do something after?
No, because we didn't proceed.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we did
So you were just telling us what we didn't do, but we could have done.
That if we might have done, would have been a problem.
Okay.
Just
good to know.
I'm answering a question on
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, so we're in an amendment queue. Councillor Hardwick, do you want to speak to this amendment by Councillor Dominato?
I support the amendment by Councillor Dominato.
Great. Councillor DiGenova?
I was just wondering when there was going to be an amendment or when it was proper to put forward an amendment. This is a point of information. Stating that I did not wish to serve on the committee. I only wish to serve on committees where I feel that I can participate fully and I'm a, go 100% or not at all kind of a person when it comes to that sort of thing. So I do try and make sure that I can attend my committee meetings. Sometimes even our liaison committee meetings, we have meetings here, or they overlap with other civic events, but I will not be able to serve on this. And you mentioned that law had suggested that language be included. So I'm not sure when that's a good time. I'm asking right now if each of us send in if we want to, if we don't. How would you like us to go about doing that, Chair Carr?
That's a really good question to ask in terms of a point of parliamentary procedure. And my suggestion is that it may be easier if people indicate by email to the whole group if they are interested in serving on this working group that may be established if we vote in favor and support of the amendment by Councillor Dominato. That way people can see the names, right?
I'm supportive of the amendment.
Great.
Just wanted to make sure that wasn't last chance.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
I have nothing further now. Thank you.
Great. So, Madam Clerk, if you can just move us to a vote on the language as submitted by in the amendment by Councillor Dominato, that would be great. Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Kirby-Young, you haven't yet voted. Great. That is a unanimous vote. There's one abstention, but it is a unanimous vote. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I had put in some other amendments, starting with B, that the terms of reference for the informal working group be as follows.
Councillor Hardwick, I'm going to try and be helpful here.
Please.
If you could start with the amendments that are all highlighted in the draft that you circulated, because they're not on the floor yet. So, but you submitted them, right?
That is what we're looking at right now, right? Yes.
But they start with A because there's some striking out in A. There's also language that's highlighted in red, not intended to constitute a committee called the Municipal Auditor General Informal Working Group.
I thought A we just dealt with the amendment from Councillor.
Well, the striking out of, there's still some strikeout that needs to happen in A. Oh, she did a strikeout and replace for that whole paragraph? For A. Ah, thank you. Okay. Great. So we can start with B. Right? So,
yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, starting with B.
So again, these were contemplated originally under one of the various scenarios that were provided by legal, but one is the same as there's really no change other than changing it from subcommittee to informal working group under B. The one, there are no changes. If we scroll down, please. There's just changes again in 2 that take out the reference to the Auditor General Subcommittee pursuant to Section 161. That has been removed, or it should be, if this is the right version, removed. And then C is the one that, or 3 rather, changes it from the end of March to the end of Q2 2020. That's correct. 4 is that aside from reporting back to council and making recommendations, again, replacing the word subcommittee with informal working group. And then finally, down at the last bit is approved by the city solicitor and executed by the city manager, and removing the reference again to the Auditor General Subcommittee.
Great. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Councillor.
In essence, removing any reference to the subcommittee and replacing it with the informal working group.
Great.
And pushing the date.
Good. I am, we are in an amendment queue, so anyone wishing to speak to that amendment? All right, everybody clear about that? Are you prepared, Council, to vote on this? You're all good? All right, Madam Clerk, you can, thank you. I appreciate those people nodding their heads. If we could have the vote on this, that would be good. You're voting on all the amendments forwarded by Councillor Hardwick. Mayor Stewart, Councillor DeGenova. Okay, that passes unanimously. There were 2 abstentions, but they count as in favor. So that's, yeah. Great. So I'm back to the main queue, and I see no one on the main queue. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Before we vote on the final motion, I just wanted to name, as I've said to many of you over the last week in particular, I have some concerns about the process so far in this. In particular, in the early piece, that my sense is we didn't start from here's the gap identified in existing city auditing work. It really felt like we started from a lack of trust in staff, and I'm concerned about that. I know that isn't the intention of everyone, but I remain concerned about it, and I remain concerned about possible duplication in how this work is done and what is done already in our internal auditing. I know there's work both could do, but I haven't seen communication between the two that makes clear to me how we won't have duplication and an inefficient use of resources, particularly, and this is not the first time I've said this today, I have that concern based on knowing how difficult our budget conversations will continue to be and the price tag of a possible $1 million a year for this office without feeling confident that we've gone through the right process, that I am sure we're going to be using that money well. So I get the sense it will pass, and I hope it turns out well. But having tried to follow all of the documents and various parts of this over the last week and months, I'm not supportive of it moving forward, and so we'll be voting against it for those stated concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Hardwick for bringing forward this additional motion to sort of move this work forward. As we know from the previous motion in the fall, it was supported by Council to establish an Auditor General Office for the City of Vancouver. And I think this is incredibly important work, and I think it's helpful to, again, provide some additional context that, in particular with the comments from Councillor Boyle about not seeing that there was a gap being addressed in terms of the city audit. An independent auditor general is distinctly different from an internal audit model. And so, and having worked provincially, I have firsthand experience with this, both in terms of the ministry I worked for had internal audit, the Ministry of Finance had audit teams, and then there was also the provincial auditor general, which was and continues to be independent from the provincial government, reports to the Legislative Assembly. So to me, this is not about a problem with the city audit team or with the staff. This is about best practice, and we see this in other jurisdictions of having an additional level of accountability with respect to, and I think we actually also need to remind the public, a lot of people have honed in on this being around finances, but the Auditor General provincially looks at financial audits. They also look at performance audits. And so, and having also been audited, having had a department that was audited, both the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health, I can speak from that experience when the provincial auditor came in and audited our work and whether we were actually meeting the established outcomes that the province has set in terms of our co-work. And so I think it's really important to establish that distinction here, is that we have, and we had a great report back from our staff in terms of the internal audit work that they are undertaking. We also have KPMG that does audits as well. And then this is an additional layer to establishing transparency, accountability within the City of Vancouver. And it looks at, as I note, both performance, qualitative side of the equation in terms of service delivery, but also financial. And so I think there's enormous benefit to this coming forward, and I'm fully supportive of it, and I will continue to support it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dominato. Oh, wow, sorry. I just cleared the queue. Councillor Bly, I think, was next, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I am supportive of this motion, and like my colleagues thus far, thank Councillor Hardwick for continued work on this file, and also to other of my colleagues who have actively participated to bring the group together to move this to a place where we hopefully will gain support for this effort today. So. And I think it's important to say and be quite explicit that this really doesn't have, in my impression and certainly in my personal opinion, really does not have any relevancy in the conversation of trust of staff, yes or no. This is really just a matter of good governance. I think with a $1.7 billion budget, servicing a city that addresses very complex issues while delivering core services, along with a client service delivery branch with our DBL, it goes without saying that there has to be some sort of blind spots that we may not be seeing that would deliver beyond what it's going to cost to have a Auditor General at arm's length to the day-to-day operations of the city. So I'm excited for what this will deliver, and I see this as not to resurge the conversation about the value of an AG, of an Auditor General, but simply to take that next step. And this may be one of the rare occasions where we as a council have to really work together to move something forward in partnership with city staff, but really take the leadership on this one. And I think at the end of the day, it's for the transparency and accountability that we would expect our residents to expect from us as a city council. So those will be my comments on this for the rest of the day. So I will be supporting the motion as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this next step moving forward. I think I asked the question earlier, if just to make sure that we're framing this for everybody that might be following along on this scintillating discussion at home, that this is an interim step, really in terms of getting some of the framework so that this can get up and running. And I think it was a really positive step that Council took in a unanimous vote on this one, as we have on some of the really key, I think, directional changes moving forward. This is, I think, about best practice. When we saw a lot of the research that was done supporting the original motion, all the major cities do have, with a rare exception, an external Auditor General. They may also have, in addition, an internal audit function, and we've seen the value that that provides. We've got a great report and update from staff, but it is an additional tool in the toolkit, and I look at it that way, and I think a best practice. And I also think that we need to look at it in terms of the benefit. It's not always about talking about the expense; it's about talking about what are the benefits that are going to accrue. And I think that was really interesting for me in some of the case studies and the background material that came forward with the motion, which was seeing the savings that just from having a fresh set of eyes, just like we use consultants from time to time at the city to bring in additional resources or points of view as to how we can maximize our dollars and really put them where it counts so they align with the council priorities. And we certainly saw testament to that with case studies with savings and sort of improvements that could be gained. And I think too that it also affirms where some really good work is being done. So all of those are good things. I think it's consistent with the city's leadership that where we've put in whistleblower lines and all of those other things, the commitment to transparency and election financing, and really restoring that public confidence. So for me, it's important to sort of consistently send that signal. It would be disappointing that if we don't have a unanimous council vote on this, given that we did on the original motion, because I think that that vote was unanimous for all the right reasons. And I'm looking forward to getting this process underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, so in my view, an Auditor General looks for cost effectiveness within an organization, and I think that is a very laudable goal. What I am worried about a little bit is that we had an initial reaction from the province was that there may be significant powers required in the charter for this to be a fully effective body, that they don't seem to have much interest in granting us at this point. So what I'd be worried about is a fully funded but half-empowered office. To take $1 million a year, if not more, away from other auditing exercises to put into this auditing exercise, if it's not, maybe there's a way that we can find around this. Maybe that's what the committee's work is to do. But I would also be worried of picking your policy tool before you've actually fully examined the problem. So if it's effectiveness, I would hope that the committees that are investigating this, it's not just how do we implement an Auditor General, but how do we actually address the problem that we're trying to address. So I would hope that the committees looking at this are also looking at our internal audit function and the extent to which that, if more funding was provided, could move into the area of effectiveness. So again, it's nice to have a goal, and this is a great entry point into this exploration of this policy problem. But again, a fully funded but half-empowered Auditor General is probably worse than not having anything, because it would give you a false sense of oversight when there actually is not the oversight that you need. So again, I'm looking forward to what the committees come up with, and we'll support this. But I think in the end, we should really have our heart not just decide this is a done deal, but to make sure that this very large expenditure, that annual expenditure is worth it, and maybe it may be more appropriate to put this money internally.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this, and I'm really, I want to note with appreciation Councillor Hardwick's willingness to work with others and in a cross-partisan kind of way to try and get this to a place where it's agreeable. And it's been tough, and we have been doing a lot of massaging of this. I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the mayor's comments. I did read been looking at the legal constructs around this, and I do recognize that the charter precludes a lot of the ideas that were presented in the original motion around an Auditor General. But I also want to recognize that this first step, that this working group that I would be happy to serve on, really is to look at how and what those potential roadblocks might look like, including issues of the Vancouver Charter. I also want to note that in conversation with Councillor Hardwick, as we were trying to get this across the line, she reflected that at Metro, a lot of other municipalities have expressed an interest in this kind of idea, which to me speaks to the notion that as cities, and earlier referenced the budget vote, and I want to reflect on the fact that as cities, we're increasingly being asked to take this downloading of services from the province and from the feds, and that's a real thing, and I think. There was a circulation in the Municipal News Network from the former councillor of London, Ontario, 4 terms, and he talked about all the downloading under Harris, all the downloading under the Ford governments, and what that means for municipalities who are then compelled to try and maintain the services that we, as residents of cities, all value so much. And I think in the context of those significant challenges as we enter the 2020s, I think the idea of an Auditor General is really critical to make sure that we're doing the best we can, and that if there is downloading challenges, that we are able to articulate that and say, you know what, this is also a factor of X, Y, Z. And I think that's hopefully where we'll get with this Auditor General's office. And again, recognizing that this first phase, this working group, is really just the scoping of about $50,000, not $1 million. And hopefully we'll find a way to shoehorn this into our legal framework and make it work so we get the best value for the people of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I think that we should have an independent auditor. I worry that it could be used to slash and burn city programs. On the other hand, it has the potential to look at services from the perspective of improving them, which would be good. So I'm going to take a leap of faith. It's going to be very watchful faith, and vote for at least going to this step.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I had a point of information as I just haven't seen, or I don't know what the process is. You had mentioned that those who wanted to serve, it would be a good idea to know. I still don't see in this motion. I would never want to be accused of not participating in something that included me unless I had said that I wasn't going to participate. So I've said that, but you had also stated that law said that that should be addressed in the language. So do I send an amendment with my own name? I'm asking what you might suggest to make sure we satisfy law's requirements in that regard for those people who, or those council members who've chosen not to serve on the committee, including, I believe, myself. Councillor Boyle had mentioned that. Mayor Stewart had mentioned that. I'm not sure who else. I see some emails flying around.
Right. So before, I would have reminded council before we finish the speaker's queue and move to a vote that that we have had legal advice or advice from our legal department that we do include in the motion a list of the names of the people who are going to be on the working group. And so there are some names that have circulated. Perhaps I will ask a question in my own privilege as chair of staff. In an answer to a question raised during the preliminary part of this debate, Councillor Hardwick said she thought that the number should be no more than 5. So I'm just seeking clarification from staff if, in order to avoid quorum, the number of this committee should not exceed 5. Mr. City Manager.
Thanks. I think, from law's perspective, 5 or less is safer, and that would be the recommendation. There's not like a hard and fast rule, but I think, as we've indicated, there's gray area here, and that would be the recommendation.
Okay. Okay, people should probably keep that in mind. That's if there's a limited number. I will withdraw my name from the committee or the possibility of being appointed to the committee. I would like to say, though, that I would favor seeing some balance to the committee in terms of representation of council, and just throw that out as my thought on the subject. Councillor DiGenova, are you finished?
Yep. I'm finished.
You are? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess as a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager, could a working group have multiple members, and so long as quorum is not achieved, it would be as sort of a first come, first serve kind of basis. So if you're not there, you're not there.
No, he didn't. Different question. I understand the question to be the committee has X number of members that exceed 5. The first 5 that show up at a meeting form the committee for that meeting.
That's how. Thank you for translating my clumsy question.
Mr. City Manager.
I could have just turned around, I guess, but
just waiting on law here.
Oh.
I think that would work. Well, law thinks that would work.
They are very fast, aren't they?
Thank you, Law.
Okay, so that That makes a difference. Thank you for that question, for clarification. So we're moving. Councillor Fry, are you done then?
Oh, that's good. Thanks for that clarification.
All right, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I think it's just a follow-up to that in terms of a point of information. It's around, in reading a number of the memos so on that were circulated, my recollection is that what's proposed is a working group, and the working group isn't empowered to make any decisions. And so I don't personally, I guess the question is it hard? What I heard the city manager say is it's not hard and fast that it has to be limited to 5 people because it is not empowered to make decisions. It is effectively a working group that has no power or authority to make decisions on behalf of council. Is that what I understood? Is that we could go ahead and have a larger working group than 5?
What the city manager said was the advice of law is that it is they would advise that it not constitute more than 5 members in order to avoid the possibility of a decision being made that would be a legal decision if there were a quorum, which is 6 or more. That's their advice. They didn't outright say no, and from what I heard, I also heard a suggestion that potentially there could be a larger number on the working group, but that once it's just below quorum, that for a meeting that take place. But I'm going to turn to the city manager, who was standing up for more clarification.
No, yeah, I think you got it. I think if you want to probe more, I'd recommend we go in camera. But beyond that, I think you've summarized it. If you want to get into the nuance, it's probably a better discussion for an in-camera conversation.
Okay. Thank you. No, I think I got my answer from the chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, are you good, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I actually had a similar question. I was going to ask that if they don't have any power-making ability, but I'm sending a couple of proposed format amendments for council's consideration.
Great. We would need some change to enable this to happen with names. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. You want to retain the floor until we all have them? You have to wait till you get, they're already up. Councillor Kirby-Young, your amendment has been circulated.
It's a little bit of an unusual procedure as we're discussing the process and how to format them. I just attempted to help it along and capture all of the names that I had seen express interest, either verbally or by email so far. So I was just essentially playing secretary there to capture the names, and I thought that might help enable the discussion.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. I'll just add myself to the queue to respond to that suggestion. Just 1 second. You are on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, that's good for you?
Yeah, I'll leave it for now so council can provide comments.
And this is an option at this point, so I guess when we get to some discussion, we would end up having this moved as an amendment. Correct? That's your intent?
Yeah, I could certainly move one as an amendment, but I am trying to enable some discussion to get a sense from council as to which of the 2 options I've circulated they're feeling amenable to.
Good, thank you. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
In the interest of not going round and round in circles, and because I'm the person or the council member who's asked for this, but also in understanding from law it would be best. I thought it would be best if I just moved forward with something. So I hope that that's okay with Councillor Kirby-Young. So I'm just I wouldn't feel comfortable with it saying no more than 5 councillors, because I understand that might not go into the minutes, saying that I have chosen to exclude myself from the process, and instead sometimes, as some of us have experienced, people will note that we are not somewhere, and it doesn't mean that we're not doing something else that has to do with civic business or something else. So I've stated my reasons. I think I'd just be more comfortable with those names. But again, that being said, it doesn't mean that we can't amend this at a later time to add other people to the committee. So I think that it's just more clear, and I'm not sure about the others who have chosen not to have their names on there, but I think it's very clear that I'm not on the committee. Thus, I would not be showing up to the meetings or expected to be showing up to the meetings, and it would not be impugned as to why I wasn't at the meetings. So for that reason, I want to give credit to Councillor Kirby-Yung because I literally copied one of the two options, so we didn't go round and round and round on this. But I understand that that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 names. So Councillor Carr, I know that you yourself had said that if it was 6, you'd take yourself off. So would it be helpful if I amended my own amendment to do that?
You next.
Okay, but you're chairing, so I guess you'd relinquish the chair. Or?
Oh,
Sorry.
that's true.
So sorry. Just trying to be helpful.
I can.
Would you like me to do that? Okay.
I will. Councillor DeGenova?
Yes.
So you are tabling an amendment?
I was tabling an amendment, but we haven't moved to an amendment queue.
No, we haven't.
So I thought I'd sent it in. I can check.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm going to check with clerks.
Fine.
Okay. The clerks have informed me that they have interpreted Councillor Kirby-Young's previous tabling of basically 2 statements as an amendment. So, no, not an amendment? Okay. Okay. Just a suggestion. Sorry, I'm just going to go ahead.
I didn't want to preemptively table the amendment, so I was proposing 2 options and trying to get council feedback before putting it on the floor. But I think now we're beyond that because we have one option proposed by Councillor DeGenova of the 2, but they were for clarification to some councillors. I was seeing some puzzled frowns, 2 separate and distinct options for council's consideration, and I was trying to get a sense of enthusiasm for one or another before tabling it, but we now have the first option on the floor.
So I can speak to that now?
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Thank you. So, Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
So I think I've stated really why I would like the names clearly laid out, and I think it helps. The names are clearly laid out for our nominations subcommittee, or our nominations committee, sorry. The names are clearly stated out for everything else that we do and the recommendations. I'm not rooting for myself. I don't have a horse in the game here when it comes to wanting to be on this, so I was happy to move one of the amendments, but the one that was most clear and would provide clarity to the public when reading the minutes, if they, or those watching at home, if they wanted to reach out to someone specifically about this matter, that it would be someone who was on the committee. That being said, I know there's been some talk about balance on committees. I understand that not all, political representation that's around the council table or in council chambers here is necessarily on the nominations committee. So if we wanted to achieve that here, then I'm just saying I would plan on adding, the possibility of making that recommendation to council and motion for that to be the case with the nominations committee as well. Because I think that we could align that way. I don't really, it doesn't matter to me. I just think the rules should kind of be the same or mirror each other. And I really appreciate that it states who is on the nominations committee. So that's why I put this forward. That being said, if it doesn't pass, I'm not going to be heartbroken. So I'd suggest, Councillor Boyle is on the queue.
Okay, you're good? Yep. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment to the amendment. Are we not so far deep. Am I able to do that?
You are absolutely able. I'm going to move us to an amendment Q2. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I mean, sorry, yes, you, but somehow I've got Councillor Bly on my list. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. So just in hearing and seeing conversation, wanting to honor the suggestion from law about keeping it at 5 and the desire for balance. My suggestion is, and I didn't mean for it to be an entire strike and replace, but just a replacement of the names to instead say 2 NPA councillors, 2 Green and an independent. I think that gives us some balance, and then rather than hashing out names here for those in parties represented, their caucuses can figure that out and decide who they send.
Well, Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Well, as I stated before I'd even seen this, then I would expect that we would align the same just for good practice and good governance for the nominations committee. So I know that's particularly hard to send just people from caucuses because obviously there's some research and background that goes into that, but I don't see why this would be any different than that in a sense, just like any other committee. We did have a budget committee for a while here, and I think that it's important that we consider that. So while I appreciate the spirit of Councillor Boyle's amendment, I also just feel that it's I'm not even sure that there's an independent councillor that wants to attend. So without knowing that for certain, I won't be voting for this. But I do appreciate the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Council, before we proceed with any further speakers, I need a motion to extend this meeting to complete the business. So move. Great. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. On to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just want to name, I don't think we need to make this bigger than it is. I'm just trying to weave a thread to find a way that we form this committee and wrap this up.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Quick point of information through the chair. My understanding that the recommendation from staff was that it include the names of specific councillors. Is that not correct?
It was from legal.
From staff through legal?
I can ask if, you know what, I'm going to, that conversation, the city manager was not in that conversation.
Would you?
Maybe he knows the answer.
Or do we need to take a 2-minute recess to?
Yeah, I think a 2-minute recess would be important.
Okay, let's do that. Okay. I'd like to move that. Do you need a vote, Councillor Carr?
Okay, just a second. There's no kind of open discussion on the floor, although I did say it was a recess. So if we're not recessing, and if there's a way to move forward here, we can, that doesn't require checking with legal again. I did hear Councillor Boyle say she wanted to withdraw this.
Since I have the floor, and I know we have to go in that order procedurally, can we just call the question and vote this down as opposed to having to go through the whole queue, just in the interest of time? I'm suggesting that as an option.
Okay, that is an option, but I do see the city manager standing, so he may be able to respond to the question that was raised. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, it's preferable to have the names of the participating councillors.
So I'd like to suggest we call the question and encourage council to just vote against this amendment so we don't have to go through the queue, just in the interest of everybody wanting to expedite the conclusion of this meeting.
The question has been called, but that takes us, no, it doesn't take a seconder in committee.
You can't have one after you call it. Or a follow. Can I ask a follow-up point of order while I have the floor, Madam Chair? Or Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up point of order while I have the floor? Perhaps you could rule this out of order based on the advice from law, and we could keep moving.
I think that we, first of all, you've called the question.
Yes.
So I'm going to deal with that first.
Okay.
The question's being called, and it does take just a simple majority and a show of hands. So those who want to proceed to the vote on, in this case, this particular amendment by Councillor Boyle. Show of hands. Proceed to a vote. On this, the option is only, we have an amendment on the floor. In order to deal with that amendment, to deal with that amendment, the question has been called on this amendment to the amendment. And so we have, I believe, again, those in favor? Any opposed? All right, we're going to move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is, which you see up there on the screen. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Vote against it. Yeah, because then it's done and we can move on to the next
one. No, that was a show of hands. This vote is on this amendment to the amendment, the one that you see on the screen. Yeah, I know it's. I know it's a little running low on sugar. I think everybody should realize that it's been a number of hours of slugging away at this. So I appreciate everybody just recognizing that. Okay. And that vote. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment fails. 2-7, those in opposition. Councillors Card, DeGenova, Hardwick, Wiebe, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Yung. Okay, so we are now moving back to the amendment. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor. Oops, you're absolutely right. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor. I don't need to speak. You're fine? Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
Chair Carr,
yes.
I understand that you cannot do this yourself because you are in the chair. You had signaled that you would not participate if there should not be more than a certain number. I understand that that was the recommendation of legal, and to make sure that this doesn't become incorrect and that we follow the same process that we do in other settings, especially informally. What concerns me is there's not going to be any legal staff at this. So if there's no legal staff at this, informal meetings that aren't necessarily minuted could get us into legal hot water. So I would prefer that, maybe there could be these meetings are open to other people to attend as they want, but these are the members of the committee, which I would be comfortable with, but that would preclude one more person from leaving that committee. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right now. So I'm not sure what the right language would be. This is a point of information for you as to how perhaps we could remove your name from the committee if you've offered to do so, or a person's name from the committee, but they could still attend the committee if they wanted to. And that is not me. But for anyone who didn't make it on the list of 5, and since there are 6, that's what I would suggest. Like Councillor Fry said, people can come and observe, just as we do with the Civic Asset Naming Committee. Maybe there could even be a subcommittee of the subcommittee. I also will not be on that. But I'm trying to look for options that keeps us legally in line and follows the pattern of good governance. So I'm just going to ask you to please ask law that question, and I'd like to know their exact response. If they feel that having meetings without legal staff there or without staff, when we have briefings, there's staff there. It's overseen a certain way, certain things we can talk about, certain things we can't talk about. So for that reason, unless there's another suggestion. That's what I would need, and then I would move to amendment, but I don't want to strike anyone's name without having that information.
Right. Mr. City Manager, did you get that question? Which I believe was a two-part question. One part being, does legal feel that there has to be legal advisors or somebody from the legal department attending these meetings? And another part of the question was,
if there's more than 5.
If there are, what is legal's advice regarding? I believe this has been answered, but perhaps it could be answered again.
Yep, I got it. I think, thanks for repeating it. No, we don't need and don't recommend that legal staff be there. This is really intended not to be a meeting of council. You're not taking minutes. Like all of those things. You're not making decisions. You're not furthering the business of council, and you get you're on really shaky ground if that starts to happen in this environment. So that would be number one. Number two is our recommendation is that you have 5 or less members there. Again, if you want to get into a lot more detail on the risks of having more, and then we need to go in camera. But that's law's recommendations at this point.
Right. Thank you.
I don't want to.
Thank you. Just 1 second. You asked another question, and I'm going to answer that question. She said if there's no other remedy, and the other remedy actually was contained in an amendment that was tabled for information but not forwarded to the clerk as an amendment by Councillor Kirby Young, which was to restrict quorum to 5, or restrict the number of people meeting to 5. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but that if you are seeking what other possible remedies there are, that one did come forward.
Are we going to have a finish line to see who gets in the room first? I'm just, I'm not sure. But you know what? At this point, I'll let everyone else decide. I just would like to remind all of us then that if this is the way we're doing it here, this is the way I would expect it to be done at other committees then, and not to exclude people. And that means in the future. So I will remember this, I will note this, and we'll bring it up and make sure that we have all informal working committees done this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just checking in that we're still debating the current amendment on the floor.
We are. That is the current amendment on the floor. We are in Amendment Q1, so it can be amended.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted to comment on it briefly. I think we had some advice around naming the participating councillors, which I'm fine with. I don't have concerns about the number simply because it's not an empowered committee. And we're entrusted to do the public's work to support and serve the public, and I would expect that, and I think everyone holds to themselves to this in this council, is that if we are serving on a working group and it's not empowered to make decisions, that we will not make decisions, and just as the city manager indicated. So I'm not concerned about the number per se, and I simply want to see us advance the work. And I was just rereading the terms of reference in the motion around is basically information gathering, compiling the recommendations from the CAAF, compiling that information and providing a report to council. So I personally, and I think it's also cross-partisan based right now in terms of the representation. So I'm personally fine with it. I think it's balanced, but I just wanted to add my voice.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I see no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, so that amendment is up on the screen. So, Madam City Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this. And that has passed unanimously. There are 2 abstentions, but those count in favor. So thank you, Council. We are now back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, I have you on the main queue. You're good. I'm not speaking. Councillor Hardwick.
I was hoping to make my final remarks. Is now the time?
Now is the time.
Excellent, excellent. I just wanted to quote from the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation in a correspondence that I received January 20th of this year. City Council's recent decision to establish a new audit institution for the City of Vancouver is an important decision in the evolution of public sector accountability in the city. Council is now moving to implement its decision with the cooperation and support of city administration. And the overall objective of what we're trying to do moving forward is to provide Council with a pathway to creating a new audit institution. There is no blueprint or recipe book on how to establish such an institution, and ultimately its design and function need to fit the unique circumstances of the City of Vancouver. So I remain optimistic that this can move forward in a positive way that involves all of us. As has been stated, every major Canadian city already has an Auditor General in place, and there are a spectrum of different applications for this role, as distinct from independent audit and from external auditors, such as the city has. The independent Auditor General holds a very special and very specific role, and I'm hoping that, notwithstanding having a limited working group on this, that all of Council will show interest in learning more about what's involved with this, because I think as we become more informed, my hope is that we will build consensus across the whole of Mayor and Council. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And I see no one else on the queue, so Madam Clerk, if you could move us to the vote on this amended motion. And that motion passes with one in opposition, Councillor Boyle. One abstention, but that is counts as a yes vote. Okay. Now, Council, just before we end this meeting, I have been informed that there is a housekeeping motion that Councillor Hardwick wishes to move forward in terms of changing one of the whereases and a date or something like that.
It was just something that we noted, everybody had missed it in all our back and forth, that in the whereases under number 1, it says October 23rd, 2018, and it ought to be 2019. So it was a typo, clearly, and I just wanted to change it from 2018 to 2019.
That is a motion that you have to put forward.
May I do that without sending something in writing?
As we're talking, just send it. I mean, just use the language you just used. That would be helpful. And that's, yeah. Oh, she did. You already did. All right.
I did on an earlier version. I don't know, it slipped by everybody, but we caught it in the end.
And that's the only change? Yes. Okay. Council, we have one change on the floor of Council. I've seen no one wanting to speak to that. So, Madam Clerk, can you take us to the vote on that change? Okay, and that is unanimous. Great. So I believe that ends the these motions, and in fact ends the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for today. Good work, Council, but we are going to be convening right away into a Council meeting, and so I'll be asking the Deputy Mayor, yes, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we need to reconvene in regular council. Are we moving to that now? Okay, so thanks, Madam Chair. We'll now reconvene in regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Clerks, may we have the roll call?
Yes, Councillor Carr. Mayor Stewart is absent. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Okay.
Councillor Boyle, not in the chamber. Councillor Dominato in the chair. Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Young. Meeting has quorum.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. I see Councillor DeGenova on the queue. And maybe, okay, on a point of information, if you could advance her.
Need my microphone. Thanks so much. As has been stated very many times, the final deadline for motions to move forward for LMLGA and UBCM, I just wanted to ask through you, Chair Dominato, to the city manager if there was any further action that we need to take to make sure those motions are prepared appropriately and submitted.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Through you to the city manager, could you address that question? Is there any further action required with respect to proposed LMLGA or UBCM motions?
That were passed?
Previously passed, or?
That were passed during the council and committee meetings on February the 11th and February the 12th, which is today and yesterday. I understand that it's urgent business otherwise for UBCM or LMLGA motions. Just wanted to make sure that they would be prepared accordingly and there was no other action that council needed to take to make sure that they were submitted correctly to LMLGA or UBCM.
Through the chair, we will process it from here on out, and there's no further action. But I understand there are a number of other motions for LMLGA in the next council round, so there will be another tranche of those coming through, but they're processed by the staff.
Understand. I just wanted to make sure those that were passed now would be in the queue for that as well. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. And perhaps on that note, perhaps the liaisons to the LMLGA and the UBCM could circulate an email just with the deadlines for submissions to those organizations, for those conventions. Is there anything further, Councillor DeGenova?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations from today. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. A seconder? Councillor Hardwick? All those in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Seconder, Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor? Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.